Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
All right, Keith Conyers.
Court is now in session.
Mr. Conyers, this is a felony domestic violence. This is, and so is there anyone in the audience? This is the first opportunity. So if you're here for Mr. Conyers, stand up so I know that someone's in the audience. All right, Mr. Conyers, okay, all right, Mr. Conyers, we have, this is felony domestic violence, like I said, a battery committing domestic violence, and a second battery, and then a robbery, which is a sudden snatching. You're not on any kind of program. Public defender, are you not representing them, or can I ask, typically you stand up with them. Is there a reason?
Your Honor, I will get up and give them the paper, but since COVID has happened, we haven't been standing there.
Oh, we haven't been doing that? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yes, let me just say, you know, if there's been any changes, procedures, anything I need to know, that's good information. I remember the last time I've done this, you would stand over there, but that's a good reason, actually. So thank you for telling me why we changed the procedure a little bit. Okay. Looking at the back of the paperwork. All right, you do have a burglary. State, if you'll sort of follow with me. I see on the second page a burglary, grand theft, shooting or throwing a missile. I see on the second page it says defendant due to being out on bond and robbery charge. Am I misreading that? Is he out on bond?
Yes, Your Honor. He's out on bond. Case number 21 CF 14583. He was arrested November 9th. However, the state has not filed formal charges as of this date.
Okay.
The charges are criminal mischief, possession of a weapon, or ammo by convicted felon.
Okay. What is do you have any intentions there, out of curiosity?
Intentions with regard to?
To filing ultimately?
I'm sure they will, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, I would ask that, I mean, he was arrested November 9th of 2021. Since we are here in March, it's March 21st, 2022, the state has yet to file formal charges. I'd ask that you take no action on the out on bond.
Well, that would seem to be not unreasonable, State.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable request, so we'll just ignore that fact. All right. Then, let's see. All right, for count one, we'll go ahead and do a $1,000 bond. count two, $1,000 bond, count three, and that's still, so the, is the count three the F3?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, and then the F3 is $2,500 bond. All right, and then, since this is domestic violence, let me go to a, all right, and sir, do you live with the person, I don't see who the person is. Do you live with the person that was involved in this incident?
I did.
Okay, and so was it male or female?
Female.
Okay, and do you have any children by that person?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, you know the amount of bond. I just want to check one more thing. Okay, conditions of bond, Madam Clerk. Conditions of bond are do not consume any illegal drugs, no hostile contact.
Your Honor?
No, I'm sorry, no contact.
Okay.
Thank you. No contact with the alleged victim. You have to live separate and apart from them. And do you have any possessions that you need to get out of that house? I'm sorry? Yeah, okay. All right. I do order that he be able to contact, you may know the procedure, but you contact law enforcement and they will go with you there to keep the peace and to arrest anyone who disturbs the peace. And you can get your personal items, which are typically your clothing, any personal effects, any tools, anything you need to be employed. And public defender, did you say something?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. And then you are to live separate and apart, and do not come within 500 feet of that residence, that person's workplace, or otherwise near them. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we don't have any children issues. You are to not possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Do you have any firearms or any? Okay. And you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. State, are there any other conditions that need to be imposed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anything else from anybody? All right. Thank you very much. Next, we have Christian Davidson. Mr. Davidson, this is a felony domestic violence. You are not on any kind of release that I'm aware of. You have two charges. One's an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And the second one is a domestic violence battery.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I notice risk assessment is low. And I don't see, let me see here on the second page. Do you and the alleged victim live together?
The victim was my, what do you mean? We live together? We were living together, yes.
Okay, is it a male, female?
Male.
Male, okay. All right. All right, and so, you speak up if something doesn't work. And so, let me check one more thing. You know, Public Defender, are you going to be, now I've appointed you temporarily, and so are you going to be taking over the case? I mean, on a permanent basis, do you?
Yes, Your Honor.
I noticed that there's some reference to a mental health.
Your Honor,
I was gonna-
may I have permission to speak?
Yes, sir.
I was gonna, hold on.
Okay,
I
okay,
was-
she wants to say something, I'll let her speak.
Okay.
I was gonna ask if he could be screened for mental health pretrial release.
To be released from that?
I would ask that he be screened for mental health pretrial release due to he has multiple mental health cases dating all the way back from 2018.
Now, are those, how would he get any treatment? I noticed that there's one of them this year. We do want him to get treatment because we don't want him to be always in trouble. And so, you know, this court's really your best. It's not only dealing with a criminal offense, but we want the best for you. So do you feel you still have some mental health issues?
Yes, Your Honor. I haven't been on my meds for about a month, and I do have mental
right,
health
is-
issues. I'm bipolar schizoaffective.
Okay, is there a reason why you're not on your meds?
I just haven't had any money to get them.
Okay. Well, the Public Defender's Office is really one of the best in the whole state. They're good people, and they have some good procedures and good systems to be able to help people. And so, Public Defender, is there don't you have a program to help people get their medicines when they are having a financial problem?
Yes, Your Honor. Social services can point him in the direction of where he can go to get his medications. We also have doctors we can set him up with. So I just ask that he be screened for mental health pretrial release. If he doesn't qualify, I'd also ask that you set a bond in case he does not qualify for mental health pretrial release, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and do the mental health pretrial release, but if he doesn't qualify, then I noticed that you're unemployed. You've been unemployed for a while. Do you have any money in the bank or savings of any sort?
No, sir.
All right, and that first charge, State, I need your help. That first charge, how serious is that?
That, Your Honor, is third-degree felony.
Okay, it says with a deadly weapon. I don't see the description of what, the facts of it. Can you remind me of what it is?
It's a knife, Your Honor. He held a knife to the victim's neck.
Mhm. All right, I notice, all right, we'll go ahead and do a $1,000 bond with the conditions I've already explained. Anybody have anything else to say?
I apologize. I apologize, Your Honor. First, there were 2 counts, and secondly, I didn't hear the conditions that were mentioned.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the felony count, the aggravated assault would be $1,000, and then the count 2, we'll go ahead and do that at $500. And so he's not, conditions of bond or bail are, do not consume any illegal drugs. we all admit, we all know that there are some mental health issues, but do you have a problem with drugs? Do you have an addiction issue also?
Yes, sir, I do have an addiction issue.
Mhm. The, all right, make sure that whatever drugs the Public Defender's Office is able to assist you with, that you have proper paperwork and everything in case you're
Wait,
drug
what do you- I'm
tested.
sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Just no illegal
Yeah.
drugs. I just want you to make sure that you have the right paperwork and everything you
Yes, sir.
need to be able to take those drugs in case you are
Sir, I'm not.
drug
Can I
tested.
say something? I'm not perfect. I have a lot of Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor,
All right, no illegal drugs. Number
I'm just trying
two
to
would be
cooperate with you, really.
no contact. Number three, you're to live separate and apart. Do not come within 500 feet of that residence or the person's workplace or otherwise near them. Next, do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state. Do you understand what I've said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and do you have any kind of firearms?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, do not possess any firearms, weapons, or ammunition of any sort. And you are to attend all your court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, anybody else have anything to say? Thank you very much. Okay, the attorneys, I'd like to do the attorneys next.
So my mental health release?
Attorneys, if you'll tell me what case you're here for so the clerk can pull the paperwork.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here on Octavio Militerno. This is going to be an interpreter case, Portuguese.
Oh, okay. All right, we have to get the interpreter on the line. Would you tell me that last name again?
Yes. It could be under F for Forja, and then his last name is Militerno, Militerno. First
All right.
name Octavio.
The arrest affidavit?
Is the first name was what?
Octavio,
Okay,
O-C.
all right, I was looking at the wrong one. Let me,
But you can, if you want to read it.
Octavio, there you are.
No, I'll let you read it. I just don't have it printed. That's it. You want to read it? You just read it.
Do I need to do anything? Hello, interpreter, are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay, and have you been sworn in today?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, okay, the clerk just told me she did. Okay, and we need the headset? No? Okay. Then did we really need the interpreter?
For him, not- Your Honor, but for the victim, I believe she's here present as well.
Oh, okay, there you are. Okay, for the record, this is Octavio Militerno, misdemeanor domestic, one charge of domestic. It says you're a college graduate? Oh, where did you go to college? Where?
Brazil.
In Brazil? Okay.
I have a master's degree too.
Okay. And looking at criminal history, none. Let's see, risk assessment, 0. All right. Ma'am, if you will speak up, do you understand English? Or do you need
I need
interpreter?
translation for Portuguese.
Okay. Would you take your mask off, just because I'm sure the interpreter is going to have difficulty because I'm having difficulty. All right, so please tell me your name.
Por favor, me diga seu nome.
Gabriela de Andrade Cardarelli Militerno.
Gabriela de Andrade Carvarelli Militello.
All right, and spell your last name, please.
Pode soletrar o último nome, por favor?
Militerno.
All right, Madam Clerk, can we swear the witness in?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
A senhora jura que o testemunho que a senhora vai dar vai ser a verdade, só a verdade e nada mais que a verdade?
Sim.
Yes.
All right, now stand close to the microphone and do speak up. You seem to speak softly, so speak up just a little louder.
Por favor, fala perto do microfone, devagar e um pouco mais alto.
All right,
Okay.
how do you know the defendant?
Como é que a senhora sabe a pessoa que está se defendendo? Como é que a senhora conhece ele?
Meu marido.
He's my husband.
Interpreter, I didn't hear you.
She said it's my husband.
Oh, okay, yeah, if you could turn your mic up a little bit, because I can barely
Sure.
hear you, interpreter. All right, so
Is that
husband.
better, Your Honor?
Yeah, that's better, thank you. And how long have you and your husband been married?
Quanto tempo a senhora e seu marido são casados?
10 anos.
10 years.
All right, and I take it that you and he do live together?
Eu imagino que vocês dois moram juntos, né?
Sim.
Yes.
And do you have children together?
Tem filhos juntos?
Sim.
Yes.
You can back up just a tiny bit. Okay, good. In the past, has the defendant been violent towards you?
Antes, a pessoa que está se defendendo já foi violento contra a senhora?
Não.
Não.
And has he ever, I'm sorry, did you tell me if you had children with him?
A senhora falou que tem filhos com ele?
Sim.
And how
Yes.
many?
Quantos?
2.
2.
Okay, and has he ever been violent towards the kids?
Ele já foi violento em relação às crianças?
Nunca.
Never.
All right, does he have an alcohol or illegal drug problem?
Ele tem problema com álcool, com drogas ilegais?
Não.
Não.
Do you fear him?
A senhora tem medo dele?
Não.
Do you fear for safety of the children?
A senhora tem medo pela segurança das crianças?
Não.
Do you want me to allow him to return to the home and non-violently, in other words, peacefully and lovingly be at home with you and the kids? Do you want me to allow that? Or do you want me to prohibit him from returning to the house?
A senhora quer que eu permita ele voltar para casa, ser amoroso com a senhora e com as crianças, ou a senhora quer que eu proíba ele de voltar para casa?
Eu quero que ele volte para casa.
I wanted for him to return home.
Okay. And is anyone or anything causing you to say that?
Alguma coisa ou alguém está forçando a senhora a dizer isso?
Não.
Não.
All right. And at the home, or does he have either at home or at work or in the car somewhere access to a gun, a firearm of any sort?
Lá em casa, no trabalho, no carro, em algum lugar, ele tem acesso a armas de fogo, algum tipo de arma?
Não.
Não.
Okay. All right, sir, based on that information, I will go ahead and release you on pretrial release. And State, tell me if you know something I'm not catching, but it looks like there's no reason for bond. It does say that he qualifies for pretrial release, and pretrial release, is that okay? All right, so we will allow you to be released on your own recognizance In other words, just follow the rules, go home, be a loving father, and you have a very competent attorney who I know, and he will do a good job of helping to resolve this. And so there's no history of domestic violence that I'm aware of, and so let's not create any history. And so, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah,
That'll be all.
pretrial release. Yeah, pretrial release.
Any conditions, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you. The only conditions are no hostile contact and no possession of any firearms or ammunition. Thank you.
Ele não pode ter
Thank you.
nenhum porte de arma e não pode ter atitude hostil contra a senhora.
Ok.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the attorney, and what's the last name of your case?
Holt,
How do you spell it?
Holt.
Okay, Holt, okay.
Record Attorney Jay Ruth.
Do you still need your Portuguese interpreter, Your Honor?
Do we need
No, that's
interpret?
all, ma'am. Thank
All right,
you.
yes, that's fine, so thank you very much. This is Holt, Holt. Okay, I found the paperwork, just give me a second to pull it out. Okay, this is, for the record, Jeremy Holt, and this is battery, domestic violence, and then tampering with a witness to hinder communications to law enforcement. Where did you go to college?
Auburn University for undergrad and
Okay.
Stetson for law school.
Okay, well, I excuse you. I went to Florida State. And, yeah, matter of fact, I went over to Auburn and saw one of the football games when we played Auburn years ago.
That was a good rivalry when it existed.
Okay. All right, and looks like qualifies for pretrial release is yes. Risk assessment is low. You're not out on any kind of condition like pretrial release or anything, or probation. I don't see any issues. State, are you aware of any aggravators that I should be aware of?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, and is there anyone here, I've already asked this once, and I don't see anybody in the audience. Now, the other person involved, what's the relationship?
Wife.
A wife, okay.
Judge, is pretrial release going to require a residence?
Yes, he's going to be, is he?
That's just going to be a problem right now. He still needs to talk to, I think, some friends to figure out where he's going to stay upon his release. Would the court consider a $1,000 bond with with conditions rather than straight pretrial release?
Okay.
I just don't want there to be an issue with him being released because he doesn't have those that set up yet.
Right, well, that's a good point. Thank you for telling me that. Okay, we'll do the $1,000 bond. And,
Your Honor, he has 2 charges.
say again?
He has 2 counts.
Oh, 2 count, yes. The battery, I guess this says a felony. So I guess is the tampering, the F3?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll do the $1,000 there. We'll do $100 on the domestic violence battery. And so since she's not here, and that sort of ties my hands, and so I've given you the 2 bonds. You are not to consume any illegal drugs. These are conditions, Madam Clerk. Do not consume illegal drugs. No hostile, no, pardon me. Since she's not here, I have to order no contact You know, if your attorneys wish for that to change, they can file something to have contact. So at this point, with her not here, I have to order no contact. You are to live in separate homes and not closer than 2 miles. Do not return to the residence of the alleged victim. And you can only do that if you contact law enforcement and go there with law enforcement to secure your clothing, work tools, anything else you need to be employed. Do not come within 500 feet of her workplace or otherwise near her, except for discovery or whatever your attorney may need to do. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state. Do you understand what I've just said?
Yes, sir.
All right, and no contact with the children. Do you have children? Minor children?
Yeah, I have one son, yes, not with her.
Oh, okay, good. All right, then that's not relevant. Do you have a firearm?
No.
Okay. All right, you are not to possess any firearms or ammunition. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. And state or anybody have anything else to add? Okay, have I covered everything?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one more attorney. Good morning.
Judge, how are you?
Good, it's good to see you.
It's been a while.
Yes, who's your defendant?
As Emily Diaz, Kendall
Diaz.
Horween, for the record, I apologize. I left my mask in my vehicle. I'm not trying to
Yeah, oh no.
deliberately appear maskless. If there's an extra one here, I'll gladly wear it. Present in the witness box is her husband, Stanley Wong, W-O-N-G.
Okay. Okay, Emily Luz, L-U-Z?
Yes.
Okay.
Last name Diaz.
Yeah, let me pull that paperwork.
You're my new best friend.
Okay, you are Emily Luz Diaz, and you're not on any kind of conditional active community control. There are 2 charges, both of them child abuse. And these felonies, so both of them are F3s?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And then risk assessment is very low. You know, when I look at her history, it says resisting an officer without violence, battery, driving while license, suspended or revoked, disorderly intox, DUI, resisting, motor vehicle issue. It's a little surprising. Okay. All right, well, let's see if we can get the whole picture here. Okay, and I can't quite tell from here is, sir, if you will tell me your name and spell your last name.
My name is Stanley Wong, W-O-N-G.
Okay, Mr. Wong, and who is that next to you?
This is my stepson, her oldest son.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
And the younger gentleman he's not involved in the case. However, both these individuals do reside at the home. Predominantly what I'm asking Mr. Wong to convey to the court, since he's been out while the defendant has obviously been in custody since her arrest, is that obviously she's entitled to a bond. However, I would like the court to not put a release condition in place that involves her not being able to return to the home. The 2 minor children involved in the case, neither of which are biologically Mr. Wong's children. However, the biological father of these children, and Mr. Wong can testify to this, the female of the 2 alleged victims is now residing with the father. The male is not residing with the father because the biological father does not want to have anything to do with him. But he has since left the residence on his own, and his whereabouts are unknown. In the report, it mentions that the male minor was trying to sell a pair of shoes that did not belong to him. They belonged to Mr. Wong. There's been a number of incidents involving thefts regarding this young man. Law enforcement's been involved in some of them. So he's been effectively a quote-unquote problem child, basically, for quite some time. But I wanted to convey to the court, and Mr. Wong can convey under oath, that neither of these two minors are residing at the home at this point. They're not expected to return back to the home. And as a result, we're asking the court to allow Ms. Diaz to return to be with her husband and with the other young man who is remaining at the home as well at this time. So that's predominantly what I'd like Mr. Wong to convey to the court under oath, is the status of those individuals.
Okay. Mr. Wong, you heard what the attorney just represented, and is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And she can return to the home without any problems with you or any of the other people living at the home?
Yes, sir. There'll be no issues. It's just me and her son.
Okay.
And he's 19. So.
Okay.
So I know it says that she doesn't qualify for PTR per admin order. If that's correct, then so be it. But I would just ask that the court would just do a $500 or $1,000 bond per count. I know it's charged as felonies. It really seems more like a misdemeanor battery aside from the age issue. But again, there's been difficulties with these two minors basically, and it seems like there's a bit of a mutual altercation going on here. So I would hope the court would do a $500 or $1,000 bond on each count, or $1,000 on one and $100 on the other, however you wish to do it, and not put any restrictions on her release as far as being able to return home.
Okay. All right. Okay, State, did you want to say anything?
Yes, Your Honor. The victims aren't here to be able to defend themselves as to what it is that Mr. Horeen is saying. With regard to conditions, I would just ask for separate residence. These are minors, so if one of them has run away, they should have the ability to return home. I just ask for separate residence. If they're not living there, it's not a problem. If they do return home, then yes, the defendant should have to leave the residence. Other than that, Your Honor, I have no objections.
What was the type of abuse that you're alleging?
Your Honor, there was excessive pushing, punching, and scratching. She also told, I think, both of the children to hurt themselves or kill themselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, she's saying that to one of them who grabbed the knife and pointed it at her.
That's okay. All right. We'll go ahead and, for the bond, for the bail amount, it'll be $500 per charge. And then no hostile contact. So even if that child were to come back home, that would be okay so long as there's no hostile contact. And that means no arguing, no screaming, no trying to change the world. And you've got other problems. And so no hostile contact. Your attorney can go over, can answer any questions. He's a very competent and qualified attorney. And so, so hopefully this sounds almost more like a domestic issue that you're going to have to resolve. And sometimes you just can't resolve it other than just say, stay away. We don't have a relationship anymore. Otherwise, it's just like if someone is drowning and you want to go out and save them, but if they pull you under, you both drown, right? And so I don't want you to drown if your kid is doing something stupid and is in trouble. You got to sort of look out for yourself first. So anyway, so you're Mr. Wong. She can go home, and no arguing, no fighting, no screaming, no nothing.
Okay.
Just be loving and and talk about your problems, okay?
No problem.
All right, folks, no hostile contact, and you can return home $500 each charge.
State objects to the no hostile contact.
No hostile contact, right?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we don't have any more private attorneys that I see. We'll go back in the order that I have them. The first one I have is Zuniga, Z-U-N-I-G-A. Am I? Okay.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. We're waiting for,
Previously,
yes, go ahead and put your appearance on the record.
certainly, Your Honor, this is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn. Your Honor, if you allow me just a moment to connect to the headsets, please.
Yes.
Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm the defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Okay, great. Okay, for the record, this is Jason Adolfo Zuniga, Z-U-N-I-G-A. Interpreter, do you need the case number?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, where's the,
It's 22 CF 3075AO.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
okay. Sir, you're charged with aggravated battery on a pregnant person and domestic violence. There's nobody in the audience that you're not on any kind of community control at the present time. The charge is one charge, aggravated battery, pregnant person, like I've said. Qualifies for pretrial release is no. Score, the risk assessment score was 0. High school, where did you go to high school?
In my country, in Honduras.
Okay, and all right, I see alien inadmissible under section 212, and I don't see any convictions. There might be an INS issue. All right. Okay. And sir, do you live with the person that's involved in this case?
Yes.
And and do you have any children with that person?
Yes, the child is scheduled to be born within the next couple of weeks.
All right. And do you possess any firearms?
No, sir?
Okay.
Y también quería, no sé si aclarar de que en ningún momento toqué a mi mujer.
And I just wanted to make clear, I don't know if I need to do this, that at no point in time did I ever touch her.
Okay. Do you know any reason why she's not here to speak on your behalf?
Por lo mismo, porque ella es manipulada por la mamá y fue la mamá que llamó a la policía y ella muchas veces ha llamado a la policía acusando a su esposo de que la golpea cuando ella es la que golpea.
I think she's being manipulated by her mother. I think her mother's the one that called the police. And her mother's constantly calling the police, accusing her husband of beating her up when it's she that instigates the problem.
Okay. The And how long have you been in the United States?
About 4 years.
Always in Florida or somewhere else?
Sí, estuve en el estado de Houston, y ahorita tengo casi 2 años aquí.
Yes, I was in the state of Houston for a couple of years, and now I've been here.
Okay. All right, and we did check interstate crime database, out of state, and there's no out of state Texas criminal background that we're aware of.
Es primera vez, la verdad, que
State, is there any?
It's the first time, so
Okay. State, are there any aggravators that I need to be aware of? All right. Do you have some money in the bank? And if so, how much?
no, por el momento no lo tengo.
Or in your checking account?
at the moment, I don't have anything.
The checking account? Credit card?
No. No, señor.
No, sir.
I know that pretrial release, where do you, so pretrial release is the issue for him and your services, the fact that he may have an INS issue?
The aggravated battery no longer qualifies. And he has been arrested for being, I guess, illegal in the country. Or he's went through the deportation process. So he
Right.
would need a bond.
Right. All right. We'll go ahead and the bail.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir, just briefly, and then I have to move on.
Mr. Interpreter, could you please advise the client not to talk about the facts of the case? Everything is.
If the court will instruct me to do so, I can do so. I am not allowed to interpret for counsel.
Yes, okay, yeah, tell him not to speak about the case, but just about his release. All right, so, sir, we'll go ahead and do the bail at $100, and the conditions are he's to have no contact with her. No contact means directly or indirectly with the lady. You are to live separate and apart. And the only exception, the only way that can be changed is if I do appoint the public defender to be your attorney, and if they are able to show the state attorney that she wants you to return to the home or wants you to have contact, but under the present circumstances, I have to err on the side of public safety, and so follow these instructions or you'll just be arrested and it will look bad for you. So try to solve it if you want to, but don't disregard what I say because then you just get in more trouble. So no contact means no contact except through your attorney. Do not return to the residence without a law enforcement person. So you call a policeman and they will go to their house with you to get your clothing. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state. Do you understand what I've said?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And even after the child is born, no contact with the child, And you said you don't have any firearms, correct?
I don't have any.
Right. And so do not possess weapon, firearm, or ammunition. And you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. And like I said, I have appointed the public defender, and they will give you paperwork that will show you their name and contact information. And they are your best friend at this point and can help you resolve these issues. And so don't try self-help or to solve it all yourself. All you can do is get in trouble. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, you do seem like an intelligent, reasonable person, and so don't let any of these people make you crazy and do anything, okay? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Edgar Rosales Montejo. Let's see, ROSALESMONTOYA. I'm not sure if that's if that's two names run together by computer or what. So, sir, if you would clarify your last name, please.
Rosales Montoya.
Rosales Montoya.
Now, is that a hyphen like two names?
Dos apellidos separados.
That's two separate last names.
Okay, that's what I thought. So clerk, I don't know how you do it. It needs to have a hyphen before the M. Anyway, okay, so sir, you're not on any kind of control at this time, such as probation, that sort of thing. You have one charge, which is, this is a misdemeanor, domestic violence, and we do have someone in the witness box. It says you went to college. Where did you go?
¿Cómo?
What was that?
Did you go to college somewhere?
No.
No.
Okay, that's an error in the data sheet.
No agredí a nadie.
I didn't batter anybody.
Okay, don't speak about the case. I see here you've been unemployed for 15 months, that you have income from a business in Venezuela. Is that correct? Is that?
Correcto, sí, un restaurante y una agencia de viajes. Entonces,
Yes, that's correct. It's a restaurant and a travel agency.
Oh, very good. Okay. All right. Let's go to the witness box, and just let me look at one more thing. It says
Your Honor,
here,
if the interpreter, my apologies, Your Honor. If the interpreter could, before we speak to the witness, if I could inquire whether that witness needs the interpreter?
yes. Now, ma'am, do you need an interpreter, or would it make it better for you to have an interpreter? Or do you speak perfect English?
Speak Spanish. I think she said Spanish, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that's what she's indicating. So we'll go ahead. If we could remove the headsets from the defendant, I will interpret over the loudspeaker so that both parties can hear and understand.
You can take off your mask to make it easier for the interpreter to understand you if you want to.
Señora, si se puede quitar la mascarilla para que el intérprete le pueda entender mejor lo que usted está diciendo.
Okay, let's start with your name and spell your last name.
Vamos a comenzar con que usted me diga su nombre y por favor deletree su apellido.
Génesis Hernández.
Génesis Hernández.
Okay, how do you spell your last name?
¿Y el apellido cómo lo deletrea usted?
H-E-R-N-A-N-D-E-Z.
H-E-R-N-A-N-D-E-Z.
Okay, Ms. Hernandez, what is your relationship, or how do you know the defendant?
Señorita Hernández, ¿cuál es la relación suya o cómo es que usted conoce al acusado?
Él es el padre de mi hija y mi esposo.
He is the father of my daughter and my husband.
Estamos ahorita en separación.
Currently, we're separated.
All right, and how long have you known him?
¿Cuánto tiempo lo lleva conociendo a él?
5 años.
5 years.
All right, and has the defendant, in the past, has he been violent towards you?
¿Y en el pasado, el acusado se ha actuado de manera violenta contra usted?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Has he ever been violent towards your children or any children?
¿Él en algún momento ha actuado de manera violenta en contra de los hijos suyos o cualquier otra persona menor de edad?
No, no, jamás.
No, never.
All right, does he have any alcohol or illegal drug addiction?
¿Él tiene alguna adicción al alcohol o cualquier droga ilícita?
No, no.
No.
Now you are the subject of this arrest, this battery, domestic violence battery, correct?
Usted es la presunta víctima de este arresto por el cargo de violencia doméstica, agresión, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, and do you fear him?
¿Y usted lo teme a él?
No.
No.
Why were the police called then?
Entonces, ¿por qué se llamó a la policía?
Porque comenzamos a discutir y en nervios, celos, llamé a la policía.
Because we started having an argument and then I got nervous, I got jealous, and so I called the police.
All right. For your protection, do you want me to order him to stay away from the house and the child?
Para su protección, ¿usted desea que yo le exija a él alejarse de la casa y de la criatura?
No.
No.
Okay, I'm a little confused because you said you were separated, but you're not in fear of him. I don't understand the separation. Can you clarify?
Estoy un poco confuso porque usted me dijo que ustedes estaban separados, pero igualmente me dijo que no lo teme. No entiende. ¿Usted me puede aclarar la situación de su separación?
Lo que pasa es que veníamos teniendo problemas porque él estaba con otra chica, pero después él quería como volver con nosotras. Digo que no temo de él porque él es el padre de mi hija y siempre ha estado con mi hija y siempre le ha ayudado a mi hija. Y él nunca nos
Un
ha
momentico,
hecho
por
nada.
favor. What happened is that we were having problems because he was seeing another woman, but then he decided he wanted to come back and live with us. But the reason I say that there's no fear is because he's always been a good dad to my daughter. He's helped my daughter and he loves her, so.
You know, sir, you can only, unless you work in the circus, you can really only ride one horse at a time.
Caballero, usted entiende que aunque usted, a que no sea que usted trabaje en el circo, usted no puede montar un solo caballo a la vez.
And so, you have the relationship here, and you can't have other relationships because it just doesn't work.
Usted tiene esta relación y no puede tener otra relación a la misma vez porque eso no funciona.
And so, so you have to be for your family, or you have to say, I don't love you anymore, and go wherever you want to go. But don't try to have two things going at one time, because it really insults her, and it doesn't work.
Usted tiene que o dedicarse a su familia o decir ya no te amo y se separan y usted va por su propio camino. Tener dos personas a la misma vez no funciona y usted la está insultando a ella.
All right, now ma'am, getting back to you, does he possess or have access to any firearms?
Señora, ahora dirigiéndole la palabra a usted, ¿usted sabe si él porta armas de fuego?
No.
No.
No porta.
He doesn't have any.
Okay. Now, speaking to you and also all the people I see in the audience, in Florida, every single day, today's a day.
Hablando, dirigiéndole la palabra a usted y a todos los demás que se encuentran ahí en el público, en la Florida, todos los días, incluyendo el día de hoy,
One or more women are murdered
una o más de una mujer es asesinada.
and they're not murdered by strangers. They're murdered by the ex-husband, the current husband, the ex-boyfriend. And then there's people that where someone at work or in the neighborhood becomes obsessed. And so it's the intimate relationship that will get you killed, except for, like I said, someone becomes fascinated and then they are dangerous.
Y la mayor parte del tiempo no son personas extrañas que las matan, son ex esposos, exnovios, compañeros de trabajo, vecinos, personas que cogen una obsesión con usted. Así es que a veces son las relaciones íntimas las que los matan y no necesariamente una persona extraña.
Domestic violence murder is a male problem, not a female problem.
El asesinato por violencia doméstica es un problema masculino, no femenino.
Okay. So you're still okay with me allowing him to have non-hostile contact with you?
Entonces, ¿usted está de acuerdo todavía en que él tenga contacto con usted sin hostilidad?
Sí, por mi hija.
Yes, for my daughter.
Well, no, you don't ever, no, you get divorced for your daughter because children that grow up in a fighting, violent, nasty home, they become crazy, they become confused, it messes them up. And so
No,
you
usted
get
se
a
debe
divorce for your children. You don't stay married for your children. You get divorced for your children. And
No,
so,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if you allow the interpreter just a moment.
yes.
Usted se debe divorciar por sus hijos, porque los niños que se crían en un ambiente de hostilidad y de peleas son niños que más adelante tienen problemas psicológicos, se pueden hasta volver locos. Así es que si existe esos tipos de problemas en su relación, usted se debe divorciar por los niños, no quedarse con una persona de esa manera.
Ok, sí, tienen razón.
So soldiers.
Okay, that's true.
Soldiers who are in a war zone, the stress of fighting and violence, it makes them mentally ill. And so it is found, psychologists have found that a family that has a lot of fighting and violence is the same thing as a war zone, and it damages the children. That's why we now know it is best to get a divorce than to raise children in a loveless, warring family.
Los soldados en la guerra tienen mucho estrés y toda esa violencia le causan problemas de salud mental. Igualmente, las personas en una relación con mucha violencia y ese tipo de cosas le puede causar consecuencias perjudiciales. Por eso es mejor separarse. Porque es igual que un soldado cuando usted tiene que tramitar todo tipo de estrés y violencia.
So, ma'am, what I could do is order him not to live with you, that he must live separate and apart, but you can have non-hostile contact, not at home. In other words, he can't come to your house, you can't see him there. Most women are murdered at home. You're not murdered out in the McDonald's or Burger King, you're murdered at home. And
Entonces,
so,
lo que yo puedo hacer, I'm sorry, Your Honor, if you allow the interpreter for just a moment. Lo que puedo hacer es permitir que usted pueda tener contacto con él sin hostilidad, pero que no pueden vivir juntos, que tienen que vivir separados. O sea, él no puede ir a su casa, no la puede ver a usted en su casa, porque la mayoría de las personas que matan son asesinadas en su casa, no en un McDonald's, no en un Burger King, pero en su mismo hogar.
So, I'll give you the choice, but it's your life and your death. Go ahead and tell her that.
Pero yo le voy a dar a usted la opción, porque es su vida o su muerte, así es que usted puede escoger.
For him to be able to return home and to live with you with no hostile contact, or him to just simply live somewhere else, but he can speak with you and you can meet with him so long as it's not at home. So you tell me what you want to do.
Entonces tiene usted dos opciones. Usted quiere que yo le permita a él que regrese a la casa siempre y cuando no haya hostilidad, o usted prefiere que él viva en otro lugar y que él pueda hablar con usted y pueda comunicarse con usted sin hostilidad siempre y cuando sea en un lugar público y no en su casa. Dígame usted lo que prefiere.
No, vuelvo y repito, él estaba viviendo en otro lado, el sábado él estaba como que quería estar con nosotras y todo eso, pero nosotros no estamos juntos, tenemos 2 meses separados. Entonces,
Momentico.
no
I just wanted, un momentico, por favor. I wanted to say it again. He's been living elsewhere, and it was just this Saturday that he wanted to come spend time with us. But, you know, it's been a couple of months since we've been together. We've been separated for 2 months.
Okay. All right. So I think that answers my question. So thank you for that information. So
Creo que eso contesta mi pregunta. Muchísimas gracias por esa información.
So we'll do a $100 bail. Bail is $100. And conditions of bail is, let me look at one thing. No, conditions of bail are do not consume any illegal drugs, no hostile contact, semicolon, but he cannot come to the home. Even though he can have no hostile contact away from the home, but no contact at the home. And we write it
Se le da unas $100 de fianza, no puede consumir o portar drogas ilícitas, no puede haber contacto con hostilidad y no puede regresar a la casa, o sea, aunque se le permitirá contacto sin hostilidad, no puede tomar lugar en la casa.
In other words, you're not allowed to come to the house. You can talk with her, meet with her somewhere else, or on the phone, or on the internet.
O sea, no se le permite que usted vaya a reunirse con él en la casa, se pueden encontrar en otro lugar, o pueden hablar por teléfono, o pueden hablar mediante el internet.
Okay, and you are to live separate and apart from each other.
Tienen que vivir separados.
And you are not to commit any type of crime.
No puede cometer ningún otro tipo de delito.
Do not leave the state while the case is open.
No se marche del estado mientras que esté pendiente el caso.
And, sir, do you understand everything I've said?
Caballero, ¿ha entendido usted todo lo que yo le he indicado?
Correct.
Correct.
And you are not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition.
No se le permite portar armas de fuego, armas blancas o municiones.
And you are to attend all court hearings unless your attorney excuses you.
Y usted tiene que comparecer a todas las vistas y procedimientos judiciales a que no sea que su abogado le excuse.
All right, thank you,
Your Honor.
everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, State.
Fiscalía.
DCF was contacted regarding this incident. I ask that you order the defendant comply with any DCF plan.
All right.
Su señoría, el Departamento de Niños y Familias fue contactado en este incidente. Le pido a usted que le exija al acusado que cumpla con todos los requerimientos que le exija el Departamento de Niñas y Familias.
Okay, you are ordered to cooperate with and comply with DCF workers.
Usted se le ordena que debería cooperar y cumplir con los requerimientos de todo lo que le pidan los trabajadores del Departamento de Niños y Familias.
Okay.
Okay,
Your Honor,
thank
what was the
Okay.
bond amount? I'm sorry.
Say again.
The bond amount?
$100.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Raphael. I think this is, do we no longer put the hyphen in, or?
And Your Honor, my apologies for interrupting. If you could kindly confirm the case number for this last defendant, Mr. Rosales Montoya.
All right, the clerk's going to read it to you.
Thank you.
22MM1820.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If we could please put the headsets on the defendant?
Oh, okay, it's the victim.
All right,
Okay.
oh, the victim needs you, okay, Your Honor, if you wouldn't mind, give us a call back. I've actually been connected for 30 minutes, so I do need to take a recess, but if you call back, one of my colleagues will pick up the phone, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System. From a touch-tone telephone, you may dial an extension at any time. For a directory of extensions, press 4.
Okay, ma'am, if you'll have a seat back, sit down, we're going to do someone else. Let's switch it to El Gazar, Elguazar. Okay, do we need interpreters?
No, I can translate it for her.
I couldn't hear you.
I could translate it for her.
Like
I understand the basic English.
What language?
Arabic.
Arabic?
Like Moroccan Arabic, if it's possible, please.
Okay, can you speak mostly English?
Yes.
Okay, well, just you can put your mics off so you can be more comfortable, whatever. Okay, does he speak English?
No.
No. Okay, we are going to need to try to make a call. Oh. Is it Arabic? Is the language Arabic?
Yeah, like Moroccan Arabic, if it's possible.
Okay, is there a dialect or something? Is it just Arabic?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Okay, we're going to have to put him back and we'll have to go somewhere. If you have a seat, please. Okay. We're trying to find an interpreter. Okay, so let's okay, let's try Rafael Torres de Jesus, which is a hyphen. Yeah. So want me to try this? And I'll do it. Call, interpreter, call. Let's give it a try.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jaime Sotomayor, certified federal interpreter, already sworn today.
Okay.
One second while I connect to the headset.
Yes.
Are
you still trying to get the Arabic? You're still trying to get Arabic? Okay. Yeah, let me know when you have it. I'll just end what I'm doing. Okay. So this is, for the record, Rafael Torres de Jesus. Is that correct, sir? Is that your name? Okay. All right, you're not on any kind of community control. There's one charge, stalking, domestic violence. Qualifies for pretrial release is yes. And why didn't he, oh, that's right, because it's DV. Let's see, no phone number, let's see, victim contact. Okay, doesn't have any history. So All right, ma'am, if you will speak into the microphone loud and clear and tell me your name and spell your last name.
Muy bien, señora, por favor, hable alto y claro en el micrófono. Dígame su nombre y apellido.
María Ángel Rodríguez.
Mariangel Rodríguez.
Spell your last name.
¿Cómo se deletrea el apellido?
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, how do you know the defendant?
Muy bien, señora Rodríguez, ¿cómo conoce usted a este acusado?
Es mi esposo.
He's my husband.
And how long have you known him?
¿Y hace cuánto que lo conoce?
3 años.
3 years.
And do you live together?
¿Ustedes viven juntos?
Ahorita estamos separados.
Right now we're separated.
And do you have any children together?
¿Ustedes tienen hijos en común?
No.
No.
In the past, has he been violent towards you?
¿En el pasado él ha sido violento con usted?
No.
No.
All right. And then what happened this time, briefly?
Entonces, brevemente, ¿qué fue lo que sucedió en esta ocasión?
Él colocó un GPS en mi carro, me andaba siguiendo desde hace un mes atrás.
He placed the GPS device on my car. He has been chasing me, following me for about a month.
Haciéndome pasar vergüenza donde yo estaba, en mi trabajo, en donde sea llegaba.
And he's been making me feel ashamed at my work and wherever I went.
Okay. And have you ever filed an injunction against him?
¿Usted alguna vez ha radicado una orden de protección en contra de él?
¿Perdón?
I'm sorry?
An injunction, do you know what an injunction is? An injunction for protection?
¿Usted alguna vez ha radicado una orden de protección? ¿Usted sabe lo que es una orden de protección? O sea, una orden para que él se mantenga alejado.
¿En este momento o antes?
You mean at this time or previously?
Previously.
Anteriormente.
No, anteriormente no.
No, not previously, no.
Okay, have you gone over and filed an injunction?
Entonces, ¿ahora usted ha ido a radicar una orden?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. And so, was alcohol or illegal drugs involved in the present or past incidents?
¿En este incidente actual o en el pasado ha habido envuelto algún tipo de droga, alcohol?
No.
No.
Okay, and do you fear him?
¿Usted le tiene temor a él?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And for your protection, do you want me to order him to stay away from you and to not contact you in any way?
Y para la protección de usted, ¿usted quiere que yo le ordene a él que se mantenga alejado de usted y que no tenga ningún contacto con usted?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
Okay, and does he have or possess or have access to any firearms?
¿Él tiene acceso o posee algún arma de fuego o algo?
Sí.
Yes.
And where are they?
¿Dónde se encuentran?
Él la cargaba en su carro.
He was carrying it in his car.
Okay. And, sir, ma'am, do you know what kind of firearm it is?
Señora, ¿usted sabe qué tipo de arma de fuego es la que él tiene?
Como,
Just a pistol?
¿Es pistola o qué?
no, era algo grande. Es una, no sé, yo no sé de armas, R15.
It's a larger weapon. I don't know much. I don't know about weapons, but it's some type of R15 or something.
Okay, so he keeps it in the trunk?
Y él la mantiene en el baúl, en la cajuela del carro.
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, sir, did you turn that weapon over to law enforcement? Yes, sir.
Le pregunto si usted le entregó. Le pregunto si usted le ha entregado esa arma a las autoridades.
No, en el momento que de esto no, porque no me han pedido en ningún momento que la entregue, pero la tengo en el baúl del carro, porque tengo
No.
aportación de armas.
At the moment that this happened, no, I have not because they never asked me to turn it in. But it's in the trunk of my car. I keep it there because I have a carrier permit.
Okay. You have to turn that weapon over to law enforcement, and so.
Bien, usted tiene que entregar esa arma a las autoridades.
And does she have, ma'am, do you have copy of keys, or can she have keys to be able to get the weapon and turn them over to law enforcement?
Señora, ¿usted tiene copia de las llaves del carro para poder abrir el carro y entregarle el arma a la policía?
No.
No.
Okay. How does she turn them over to law enforcement? Because you're in jail.
Muy bien, ¿cómo puede hacer ella para entregársela a las autoridades? Porque usted está en la cárcel.
Upon his release, Your Honor, it's usually one of the release conditions that he turns over any weapons or firearms to the sheriff's office.
Una vez él sea liberado, su señoría, como parte de las condiciones para ser liberado, su señoría puede ordenar que él inmediatamente entregue el arma a las autoridades, a la oficina del sheriff.
All right.
Muy bien.
Madam Clerk, everybody, it's a condition of his bail, so we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and put his bail at $100, and he is to have no contact with her, directly or indirectly. No contact means no contact.
Muy bien, vamos a establecer entonces una fianza y como condición pues tiene que cumplir con esas condiciones, una fianza de $100 y la orden de no contacto. No contacto significa ningún tipo de contacto.
That means following or having someone else follow her or do anything like that. No.
Eso quiere decir que usted no puede seguirla, no puede mandar a otro a que la siga, nada por el estilo. No.
You are to live separate and apart from each other, at least 2 miles.
Tienen que vivir por separado y distanciados uno del otro por lo menos a 2 millas de distancia.
Ma'am, does he have anything at your house such as clothing or personal effects that he needs to remove?
Señora, ¿él tiene pertenencias personales como ropa y cosas de uso personal que él deba remover de la casa?
No.
All right.
No.
So you have no reason to go back to her house, and if you do, you'll just be arrested.
Entonces, caballero, usted no tiene ninguna razón para regresar a la casa de ella y si usted lo hace, va a ser arrestado.
You are not to come within 500 feet of her residence, her place of work, or otherwise be near her, which
No
is
puede-
5 football fields.
No puede acercarse a menos de 500 pies de la casa de ella, del lugar de trabajo. Eso es 500 pies, por lo menos 5 campos de fútbol.
Do not commit any crimes.
No puede cometer ningún delito.
Do not leave the state until the case is over with.
No puede abandonar el estado hasta que se termine el caso.
And sir and ma'am, do you understand the conditions of your bail? And ma'am, do you have any questions?
Entonces le pregunto, caballero, si usted entiende las condiciones de su fianza y a la señora si tiene alguna pregunta.
Yo entiendo todo lo que se me dijo hasta el momento.
I understand everything that has been said at this time.
Okay, you are to, sir, you are to attend all your court hearings unless excused by your attorney. And you do have the public defender as your attorney.
Tiene que comparecer a todas las audiencias en el tribunal a menos que sea excusado por sus abogados y yo he nombrado al defensor público para que lo represente.
All right, anything else from anybody? Okay.
¿Algo más que tenga algo que decir alguien?
Your Honor, I apologize. Did you resolve the issue as to who was turning in the firearm?
Perdóneme, pero ¿se resolvió el asunto de quién va a entregar el arma?
Yes, thank you very much, State.
Sí, gracias.
Yes, you are to, you have 24 hours to get the firearm and return it to, and turn it into law enforcement. And
Muy bien, una vez usted sea liberado, tiene 24 horas para recuperar el arma y entregársela a las autoridades.
And then you are to, when he's released, what time will he be released today? Does anybody have any, like this afternoon, this evening?
Yeah.
Do we know?
Your Honor, he has to post his bond first.
Right.
So I would,
Sí, pagar la fianza antes de salir.
All right.
So I would ask 24 hours upon release that he turns over any weapons, Your Honor.
Yo pediría que sean 24 horas a partir de su liberación para entregar el arma.
Okay, so when you're released, just go over to the sheriff's office or police station and turn it over to them. They'll give you a receipt for it. Then you have to take the receipt. Madam Clerk, I want him to take the receipt to the clerk's office and to give them a copy. And then I want a status hearing Wednesday. Today is Monday. You'll have all day, sometime today, tomorrow, and then Wednesday at 9 o'clock in this courtroom for you to appear if you have not shown, if you have not turned that in, and you are to show cause why you have not turned it in. And if I don't find a good reason, I'm going to put you in jail for contempt of court, and I can put you in jail for up to 6 months just on my order. And so you have 24 hours to turn that over, show a receipt to the clerk, and then so Madam Clerk, write it this way, and this is the way I've always liked it. If you turn over the receipt, then we will check it on, you don't need to come here, because we will check the computer. And so that's how I want to do it, be able to check the computer, we'll see the receipt. And so I either want to be able to look at it on the computer, or I want you here to explain why you haven't turned it in. So do you understand that?
Muy bien, caballero. Entonces, usted tiene 24 horas a partir del momento que sea liberado para ir a entregar el arma en una estación de la policía o de los alguaciles. Ahí le van a dar un recibo. Una vez ellos reciban el arma, le van a dar un recibo. Usted tiene que tomar ese recibo y traerlo a la Secretaría del Tribunal para darle una copia a la Secretaría del Tribunal como evidencia de que usted entregó el arma. Si usted no ha entregado el arma antes del miércoles, el miércoles a las 9 de la mañana tiene que venir al tribunal para mostrar causa de por qué no ha entregado el arma. Eso es lo que tenemos que hacer. Usted, si no entrega el arma y no muestra causa, yo puedo mandarlo a la cárcel hasta por 6 meses. Así que tiene 24 horas a partir del momento de ser liberado para ir a entregar el arma. Y lo que vamos a hacer es que si usted entrega el arma, aparece en la computadora. Usted no tiene que venir, una vez haya entregado el recibo, no tiene que venir. Pero si no entrega el arma o no trae el recibo, tiene que venir al tribunal el miércoles a las 9 de la mañana.
Okay, as a judge, I've had 2 women murdered when I was doing domestic violence full-time. And so I'm very paranoid about women being murdered. And so I am very serious. I will have you arrested if I don't have a receipt or I don't have you. And I'm going to issue an arrest warrant for you if I don't have a receipt or you. Do you understand?
Como juez, yo atendía muchos casos de violencia doméstica y yo tuve 2 mujeres que fueron víctimas de asesinato luego de que se había liberado a los esposos. Así que esto es un asunto muy serio. Yo tengo mucho temor cuando tenemos estas situaciones. Así que si usted no entrega el arma, yo me voy a asegurar de que usted sea arrestado inmediatamente debido a esta situación. Es muy necesario que usted inmediatamente que salga de la cárcel vaya y entregue el arma y presente la evidencia de que la entregó. ¿Entendido?
Entendido, eso yo lo hago en menos de 6 horas.
I understand, and I will do so less than 6 hours after I'm released.
Okay, good,
And
good.
so, just
All right.
to be clear, Your Honor, you want him to bring the receipt here to the clerk's office?
No, he takes it to a clerk office anywhere.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
El recibo lo
downtown,
tienes que llevar a la
Apopka,
secretaría en
Winter
cualquiera de
Park,
los
wherever.
tribunales.
Okay.
O sea, la secretaría puede ser en Downtown, puede ser en Apopka, en Winter Park, o sea, cualquier secretaría del tribunal.
Yeah, because we're all one system. So if you took it to Apopka, we would see it.
O
Okay.
sea, que estamos en el mismo sistema. Si lo llevas a Apopka, lo vemos en la computadora acá.
All right. Thank you very much, folks.
Tengo
Muy bien.
una pregunta.
I have a question. I have a request, actually.
A ver si ella me permite que mi mamá tenga contacto de ella por lo del seguro del carro, que lo tenemos en la misma compañía del seguro, y lo del celular, solamente comunicaciones pues, de cosas que tenemos en común, como seguro del carro y celular.
I was wondering if it would be possible for my mother to have contact with her regarding the things that we have in common, like the cell phone, the car insurance, and things like that.
Yes.
Sí.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, eso es todo. Pues muchas gracias.
And do make a note
Gracias
that,
a ustedes.
right, third parties can contact.
The interpreter, yeah, the interpreter needs the case number. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. There's a lot of background noise. 22MM1844AO. Thank you. Anything else for the interpreter?
No, you did a great job as always. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next is Shaquindi, or, whoops, I have to, did I do something? Oh, okay, what was that name? Philippe, there it is, okay. Okay, do we have an interpreter on the line?
Yes.
Okay, if you would, for the record, say who you are and if you've been sworn in.
Yes, this is the Arabic interpreter. My name is Arij, and yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. And this is Khalid. The first name is Madam Clerk, have you given the information? Okay, all right, the first name is Khalid, like a dog. Khalid with a D at the end. Last name is Elguazar, Elguazar. Okay. Now, and so he needs the interpreter. So, sir, you are charged with two crimes. One is battery, domestic violence, and the other one is also battery, domestic violence. The difference being how the battery was done.
اوكي. الو مرحبا.
مرحبا.
اهلا فيك، معك المترجمه. اذا انت يعني في عندك تهمتين او يعني كما يسموها
رفعي
جريمتين.
صوتك شويه ما بسمع والو. الله يخليك رفعي الصوت ديالك شويه ما كنسمعش.
Okay, he's asking if I can speak up. He can't hear me. طيب, I will speak up. طيب, إذا Okay, سمعني هلا؟
دابا كنسمع.
ألو؟
نعم كنسمعك.
سمعني. Okay. Alright. إذا أنت في عندك جريمتين. الجريمة الأولى والثانية هي جرم العنف المنزلي. طبعا هم جريمتين نفس الشيء، ولكن الاختلاف فيهم في طريقة يعني عمل أو طريقة تنفيذ هذه الجريمة.
Okay, did you understand her, sir?
Yes, I understand.
فاهم على لهجتي؟
ما سمعتش مزيان السؤال اللي قلتيه مزيان ما سمعتوش.
ما سمعتش مزيان. Okay. Okay, then, Your Honor, allow me to repeat. أنت متهم بجريمة العنف المنزلي أو الاعتداء المنزلي. طبعا هم جريمتين، ولكن الاختلاف بينهم في طريقة تنفيذك لهذا الاعتداء.
Okay, speaking to the people that are in the witness stand or box, if you would tell me your name and spell your name slowly, your last name slowly.
Okay.
Are you asking him, Your Honor?
Okay, so my last name is Bourahmouni, Bourahmouni.
Interpreter, did you hear her?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Okay. Tell her to, how does she know the defendant?
مدام مرحبا، معك المترجمة. بتفهمي على لهجتي؟
هو
مدام
زوجي.
بتفهمي على لهجتي؟
يا بفهم يا.
هو زوجك. Okay. So yes, he's my husband.
Okay, and how long have you known him?
كم صار لك بتعرفيه؟ كم المدة؟
17 years.
What did she say?
مدام ممكن تعيدي؟
17 سنة.
17 سنة. 17 years.
Okay, 20 years. And do you have any minor children together? Any small children today?
مدام في عندك أي أطفال تحت عمر 18 تحت السن القانوني؟
نعم.
Yes.
And how many?
2.
كم طفل؟
2?
2.
Okay. In the past, has the defendant been violent towards you?
هل كان المدعى عليه عنيف أو بعنفك من قبل؟
ليس كذلك. هو حين يتعصب ولكن ليس دائما.
No, only when he gets upset.
And has he been violent towards the children?
هل هو عنيف يعني باتجاه الأطفال، عنيف مع الأطفال؟
تماما لا.
No.
And when he was violent towards you, what do you mean by the word violent?
لما مدام أنت حكيتي إنه هو عنيف، شو تعريفك أو شو قصدك بالعنف؟
يعني محادثة صغيرة وشوي بشوية تكبر ولك تقرب لي الوجه ديالي، تقرب لي لوجهي بزاف، تيبقى يهضر لي حدا وجهي بزاف تقريبا يا هكا. شي بعض المرات هكا كيدفعني ولا تيطرشني.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a petition. تعملي معروف مدام تعيدي لي مرة ثانية ما سمعتك.
أوكي. هي تكون محادثة صغيرة. أثناء المحادثة إذا تعصب أثناء المحادثة like push me، يدفعني أو يدفعني على وجهي، يلمس وجهي بعض الأحيان. بعض الأحيان يا.
Ma'am, would you be more comfortable speaking English, or is English be okay?
Sometimes I have some words
مدام
like
بتحبي تحكي
better
بالإنجليزي. تفضلي.
sometimes like I have more words better to see it in English than the Arabic.
Okay, I don't know, is she going to speak English or Arabic?
طب شو يعني رح تحكي إنجليزي ولا عربي؟
لا أحكي عربي.
Arabic? Okay. All right. I never understood what violent means. Does it mean he was yelling at her, or was he punching her? It could mean a lot of things.
طيب ما دام العنف بيحمل معاني كثيرة، من إنه يعني بيعلي صوته عليكي، بيصرخ عليكي، بيضربك.
هذيك الأولى اللي قال يعني بيتكلم بصوت عالي جدا وأنا لا أستحمل ذلك.
Yelling at me and I cannot stand it.
All right. Does he take alcohol? Does he use excessive alcohol or illegal drugs? Does he do that?
طيب مدام، هل هو بيشرب كحول كتير أو بيستخدم مخدرات؟
لا، فقط يدخن.
Just smoking.
Okay. Do you fear your husband?
بتخافي من زوجك؟
لا.
Do you want me to order him to stay away from you and the kids, or do you want him to return to the home with no hostile, meaning no arguing with you or the kids? What do you want me to do?
طيب بتحبي إنه أخليه بعيد عن البيت ولا بقدر يرجع البيت بس ممنوع إنه يكون عنيف معك أو مع الأطفال؟ شو بتحبي؟
أتمنى أنه يرجع إلى البيت بس ما يكون عنيف.
Okay, yes, he can come home, but I don't want him to be violent.
Okay, and does he possess, or does anybody possess at the house any weapons, firearms, rifles, shotguns, anything like that?
طيب في عندكم بالبيت أي أسلحة؟
لا.
يعني فرد، بارود؟
لا توجد عندنا أسلحة.
فردي؟ إيه؟
نعم. لا توجد. لا.
عندكم بالبيت؟
لا.
No. Okay.
لا.
No.
Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and, does he qualify for pretrial release?
He does, Your Honor.
All right. I do allow him to be.
May I talk?
No. You can tell him that I'll go ahead and authorize pretrial release for him to be able to be released through our program later today.
طيب إذا نحن أستاذ خالد رح يعطيك إخراج من المحكمة البدائية لبرنامج اليوم.
And
سمحتي عايز أقول لك حاجة علشان هي كل يوم بتطيح من قيمتي يعني وبتقول لي the bad word every day for me. That's what they make me said. I'm sorry.
Okay, I would like to add that every day she tries to put me down using bad words, and that's what really irritates me.
Okay, tell everybody, if you can't get along, separate. We don't have marital prison in America. They have marital prison in many countries, but not America. So you either get along or separate, but don't be arguing at home.
اوكي، نحن هون في الولايات المتحدة الزواج عندنا ليس سجن. طبعا الزواج هو سجن في الكثير من الدول حول العالم، ولكن ليس في أمريكا. فإذا أنتم مش قادرين تتفقوا بإمكانكم تنفصلوا.
All right, and so pretrial release, and then conditions are not to consume illegal drugs, and the no hostile contact, and do not commit any type of crime, do not leave the state of Florida until your case is over with. And no hostile contact with the children also, if I didn't say that. No possession of weapons or firearms.
طيب إذا ممنوع الآن يعني مثل ما حكينا الإفراج من المحكمة البدائية طبعا تحت شروط إنه ما تستخدم أي مخدرات ممنوع العنف باتجاهها وأيضا باتجاه الأطفال ممنوع أنه تقوم بارتكاب أي نوع من أنواع من الجرائم ممنوع تترك ولاية فلوريدا قبل أن يتم البت في القضية وممنوع أن يكون في عندك سلاح من أي نوع.
You are to attend all your court hearings unless excused by your attorney.
ويجب عليك أن تحضر لجميع جلسات المحكمة إلا إذا يعني محاميك أعطانا عذر إنه أنت غير قادر على الحضور.
All right, thank you very much. Next
Your Honor,
case.
Your
Yes.
Honor, DCF was contacted. I asked that defendant comply with any DCF plan.
Oh, there's a DCF? Okay. All right. Apparently, the prosecutor tells me there's a DCF involved, and so please respect and obey the DCF people as they make their investigations. All right, thank you.
أوكي. المدعي العام أيضا أخبرتني إنه الDCF هيئة حماية الأطفال تدخلت بالموضوع رجاء لذلك رجاء يجب عليك احترام هذه الجهة وهذه المنظمة.
All right, next case.
شكرا.
Next, we have Shakwati Lockhart.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and
This is a reset.
this is a reset per the IA judge. State, can you tell me why this is a reset?
No, Your Honor, I cannot. However,
It was reset because of a plea, possible plea.
Oh,
You don't care? Adjudication?
a victim involved with,
I thought it was on a property, trespassing.
No, it was, to make a long story short, it's my daughter. She joined the gang. I went to her dad's house to try to save her because she been riding around in stolen cars. And her dad called the police and they charged me with trespass. I was already out on bond on a case, and I'm fighting for because I got a lawsuit against the Enville Police Department, and my next court date for that is on the 23rd. So to be
Oh, so she's only here for the trespass?
yeah, I'm only here for the trespass. I didn't do nothing violent. It wasn't nothing. I
Okay.
was just trying to save my child. That was it.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you still need the interpretation service?
no, I apologize. I should have excused you before, and so I want to thank you. That's very difficult to do, and so I respect and appreciate your service, so thank you.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you for using our services. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, all right, okay, this
Thank you.
is,
Goodbye.
we have a misdemeanor petty theft, 2 prior convictions. Is that still a misdemeanor, State?
Your Honor, I believe the offer is just for the trespass. It's an adjudication of guilt, credit time served.
yes.
But what about the other charges? We have to,
Those were endorsed, Your Honor. She's not seeing IAs on that case.
We're only here for the trespass, Your Honor.
Yeah.
okay, but we have other charges.
Yeah, my next court
Okay,
date for
State,
my other.
well, let's give the state a moment to look at what we're doing.
What are you asking me, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
What are you asking me, Your Honor?
Well, we've got 4 charges, petty theft, 2 priors, hiring, leasing equipment, possession of forged notes or bills, and then the trespass. So are you going forward with those? Because if so, we have to give a bond or bail.
Your Honor, I believe pretrial release is letting you know that we are only addressing the trespass today, that those felonies the bond has been endorsed.
Yeah, that's her out on bond case.
Oh, So she's already got bonds for
No,
those.
are you gonna take any action on that? Are you gonna take action to revoke or no?
Oh,
Your Honor, I'd ask that you take no action. They brought her back here to resolve the trespass. She is willing to resolve the trespass with an adjudication of guilt, credit time served. And because of that, I would ask that you take no action on the out on bond.
well, so was this reset to establish probable cause for the trespassing?
Just
No.
for a plea, Your Honor.
Correct, Your Honor. It was just set for a possible plea, and the offer is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to 4522 Arch Street.
Okay, but then she's out on bond on those others?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right, so the case still remains open for the first three charges, and for the trespass only, we'll accept the plea offer. And so let me, thank you. All right. And let's swear the defendant in, please.
Do you, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and repeat it for the record, what the agreement is on that one count.
Adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to 4522 Arch Street.
Okay, ma'am, you heard the plea offer. Do you accept that?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe it's in your best interest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the court orders that to be the sentence, plus there's a charge of $50 for the public defender services. And do you agree to that? Do you agree to that, or do you wish to come back and contest that?
I agree to it, sir.
All right, so we have court costs, Madam Clerk. What is that? $273, the clerk tells me, plus the $50 public defender. There's no restitution. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ma'am, can you pay that? It's almost like $300 and something. Can you pay that today?
If I was to get released, I could try to pay it today.
Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and, she's to go ahead and pay that within 30 days.
Your Honor, I would ask to at least give her 6 months.
No, because it'll never get paid. That's ridiculous. I mean, not what you said, but it just never happens. So I want you to pay it within 30 days. The clerks, you just take the money to any of the clerk's office and give them the money. You can put it on credit card, cash, however way you want to do it. If she fails to pay within 30 days, then her driver's license and any motor vehicle registrations will be suspended. Okay, thank you very much, folks.
Ms. Davis, what is the credit time served? Thank you.
Okay, next is Isaac Maldonado. Isaac Maldonado. We don't have anybody in the audience. Okay, Mr. Maldonado, this is a reset from the IA judge, and not interviewed. What is Safe Book? It says move to Safe Book. Can someone tell me what that is?
He was placed in a cell due to his behavior.
Oh, okay. He was put in a disciplinary cell?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this is Florida convictions, petty theft, failure to obey a police officer, some trespasses and everything. And so, sir, all right, so let's go over one more.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your bond,
Your Honor,
yes.
there is an offer to resolve. There's an offer to resolve the case with an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to 455 North Garland Avenue, if Mr. Maldonado would like to accept.
Yes. Yes. Will I be going home today?
Yes.
Okay, swear him in, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. All right, there's nobody in the audience. There's no restitution. And, sir, do you understand what your attorney just said as the plea?
Yes.
And do you believe it's in your best interest?
Yes.
Okay. And, Madam Clerk, did you get it? And we'll go ahead and order that plea. Sentence to time served. There's a charge of $50 for the services of the public defender. Do you agree, or do you wish to come back on another day and contest that?
No.
You agree?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have standard court cost, Madam Clerk.
273.
Two-
I'm sorry.
Adjudication, credit time served, and no return.
How many days? Thank you.
Times, how many days?
4 days.
4 days. All right, attorney's fee of $50, there's no restitution, the clerk's fee, and we'll reduce it to a judgment. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, unless someone corrects me, it should be Julio Algarin, Algarin. Algarin, or something close to that. Sir, you are Julio Algarin? Okay, and there's no, oh, there is somebody coming in. All right, come forward, ma'am. This is a felony domestic violence, so just 1 second. Okay, let me glance at what this is. So pretrial, he was released originally on pretrial intervention, and then he was picked up for violating that, is that correct? Or am I not understanding the form? Pretrial intervention?
Sorry, what is your?
This says pretrial intervention, he was on it, or?
He's currently on pretrial intervention, yes.
Okay, and he's violated it and now is back, is that correct? So he was
Yes, he
out
has
on
been
another
on pretrial.
case.
Yes.
All right, so first off, our first business is we'll revoke pretrial intervention, and that no longer exists. And now we're looking, so I guess that pretrial intervention was this case, right? The false imprisonment and battery. And so that's gone away, and now we're here for the bond for bail.
No, Your Honor.
No? Am I confused? Okay, so he was on another case? Okay.
Yes, correct.
All right, so that case, whatever number that is, do we know what number that is? Anybody need to get that straightened out?
It looks like it says for criminal use of personal info, 2019 CF 4258A. I don't know. Is that correct on the form? That's the number it says. Okay.
Are we good? Okay, so that pretrial, that other case is that pretrial intervention is revoked, and he'll have to come before a judge on that other case?
Are you revoking it?
Yes,
Okay, yes, he would, but that's out of Broward County.
that's not today. But I can revoke it today, and then he can come back tomorrow or sometime on
Your Honor, you could revoke and just set a monetary bond.
Well, I don't know anything about the other case. That's the only trouble. So let's just revoke it, and then we'll see him tomorrow, most likely, I guess.
No, Your Honor, you wouldn't.
No?
No.
All right, whenever. But he has no bond on that. Until we see
Oh,
him.
okay.
Okay,
2019 CF 4258. It's out of Broward County. It's PTI. It's kind of like probation.
did you say Broward County?
It's out of Broward County.
Oh, okay. All right, then that's going to be, they'll be contacted?
Yes.
Yeah, so I do revoke that, and we'll contact Broward, and they can deal with it. Okay, are we all together? Am I?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. This is false imprisonment, domestic violence, felony, domestic violence, battery. And looking at here, looks like him. Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll speak up loud and clear into the microphone and tell me who you are.
I am his wife. My name is Amaryllis Rodriguez.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, we have to first swear you in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and spell your last name.
Rodriguez.
Okay. How do you know the defendant?
He's my husband.
And how long have you known him?
About 4 years.
And do you live together today, presently?
Yes, we do.
And do you have any children together?
Not together, no.
Okay, in the past, has the defendant been violent towards you?
At all.
Say again?
No.
No? And has he used alcohol or drugs involved in any of the violence?
No, he has not.
Okay. And do you fear him?
No, I don't.
And for your protection, do you want me to order him to stay away from you, or do you want me to allow him to come back to the home, but with no hostile contact?
He's allowed to come back to the home.
Okay. And does he possess any firearms that you know of?
No, he do not.
All right. And, okay. And state your thoughts about this case.
With regard to what, Your Honor?
Bail or anything?
I leave that at the discretion of the court, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so, ma'am, I don't see where he's had any legal problems before, but I do see something in Broward County, but I can't figure out what it is.
It was nothing with domestic violence, the one from Broward County. He never had anything when it came down to violence, domestic violence.
All right. And you're sure that no one's forcing you to say that he can return to the home?
No.
All right. And you feel safe?
Yes, I do.
All right. And you heard me earlier say that, over 200 women are murdered every year in a domestic violence situation.
Correct.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and set the bond at $100, and that he is not to consume any illegal drugs, number one. Number two, no hostile contact with the victim, and do not commit any type of crime, do not leave the state of Florida while this case is pending. And sir, do you understand all that?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you have any weapons of any sort?
I do not.
Okay. So you are prohibited from possessing a weapon, firearm, or any ammunition. You have to attend your court hearings unless excused by your attorney. State, are there any other conditions that you want to impose?
Your Honor, there were 2 counts, and you only said $100.
Oh, yes, thank you. So, we'll go ahead and do the domestic violence, the false imprisonment, we'll just do $100, and then the battery, $100. So each of them is $100. And, see, the best way to do that is just post the cash, like credit card or cash, or I don't know if they take checks, but that way you can get it back at the end of the case. If I said 1,000, see, my logic is if I said $1,000, it would still cost you $100, and that would be a cost you would never recoup. But by saying just put the $100 in the court, in the clerk of court, and then at the end you'll get it back. So it actually helps everybody and doesn't make the bond company rich. Okay, there's nothing more, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Stephen Cannell.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Cannell, this is a felony domestic violence. Do we have anybody here in relation to this case? This is Stephen Cannell, Connell. He's not on any kind of release program at this time. Contempt of court, offender violated no contact order. All right, so is there a bond by the court that issued the contempt of court? Yes, sir.
I'd like to say I didn't get a first appearance when they arrested me on the original charge.
Don't talk about the.
Well, I never received this paperwork that says, I didn't receive this no contact order. I never received this. And when I got ready to bail, I bonded out. I had $400 in my account, and the bondsman took it. And then when I got ready to leave, I said, well, I'm the caretaker for my mother.
Don't talk about the facts.
Okay.
Okay. And is it okay to go back to the house? Because my dad was not there. He's in a rehab, and then he's probably going to a nursing home. He's 81.
Okay.
He's at stage 5 Parkinson's. And she said, well, get a hold of public defender's office. So the time I got home, they were closed. So I called my mom. And I said, Mom, is it okay if I stay at the house? Because there's no one there.
Okay, all right, but see.
That's fine, go ahead.
Okay.
And then they came over.
Again, I would not talk about the
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't mean to violate it.
Okay.
I would not talk about.
But let me ask.
But I already bonded out on $4,000, and that was all the money I had to my name.
Okay.
You know.
All right, state, say, charges contempt of court, and so he should be appearing in front of the judge that issued the KPS, or can you help me with this?
Go ahead, sorry.
Your Honor, it's a new charge, so he's here for initial appearance. You can grant him bond, and you can revoke his out on bond, or you can take no action on the original charge.
So, battery, domestic violence, elderly. So, contempt of court. I hate to have him lose a bond. So, let's see, first appearance detainer. So back on March 16th, he was in court, and then he was released out on bond at that time. And now contempt of offender violates no contact order.
Stop.
Well, you see, I can't, I don't, there's always more than one side to these things. And so I don't have anybody here to help me understand contempt of court. Offender violated, well, how did he violated no contact, but how, when, where? So I really can't resolve it. Now, if I so if I took no action today, wouldn't he go in front of the judge that issued this?
Your Honor, he would be held no bond if you took no action today. Your Honor, you can look at the paperwork from the previous case, which is 22 CF 2936. There is a no contact order that is part of the clerk's file. And if Mr. Connell did not receive the paperwork, it is because he refused to appear.
Mm-hmm.
And, Your Honor, I don't believe this was issued by a court. I believe the officer who arrested him wrote up the arrest affidavit, Your Honor. This was not a warrant.
Oh, so an officer arrested him for violating the no contact order?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that is, and so contempt of court, that isn't, it's not necessarily, I could give a bond if I wanted to, or I could say no and just let another judge, the judge that where this thing is in front of, deal with it. Yes or no?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. He is entitled to a bond on this.
Okay. Do we know anything about the no, did the officer write it up, and why did he issue it?
It was a no contact order, Your Honor, because it was a domestic violence case. Again, I'm referring to 22 CF 2936. It's a domestic violence case, Your Honor, and so a no contact order was put in place, just as a matter of course.
Okay, well, the, well, you know, we take no contact serious. All right, I'll go ahead and do a $500 bond for the no contact violation. And as a condition of this bond, he is to have no contact with, and then the question is, with who?
Your Honor, yes. The victim is not listed. One moment, Your Honor, I'm looking for the information.
I think it's Manny Connell is the victim, Your Honor.
Okay, we need to tell that to the clerk so she can put it in the order. So clerk needs that info. No. No, at this point, the only thing that's relevant for my consideration is the amount of money, which I've already said, and now no contact is reiterated. And so we just have to clarify as to no contact with whom or where.
The address, Your Honor, is 5136 Nadine Street in Orlando. I apologize, on this affidavit, it does not list the name. And the no contact order is just a standard no contact order and also does not list the name.
Well, how can that be valid? That's not valid. I mean, or what about the order that was issued? Did you say there has to be, no contact has to be specific, otherwise it's void?
I'm looking at the no contact order now, Your Honor, and it says the court orders the above named defendant hereinafter you to have no contact with the persons named as the victim in the police report in this case. So again, it's usually just a general no contact order, and it refers back to the police report.
Well, okay, can you look at the police report? Is that, like, it should be in the file.
I am not finding that information at this time, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll go ahead and, because it appears to be void, so, I guess, I guess, do you feel I need to reset this for 24 hours? So, or is there anything more you could give me tomorrow? I mean, if not, we'll just release him. I'll just dismiss the contempt of court for failure to say who was issued on behalf of, or pretrial release. Do you have any information?
Your Honor, in the affidavit, it states the victim is Manny, M-A-N-N.
Can you write that down so we can give it to the clerk?
I-E
Okay.
Connell, C-O-N-N-E-L-L.
Oh, it's the same as his name. So, did you get that? All right, so let's go. So we'll go ahead and do the $500 bond, and then, because he's been arrested for apparently contacting that person. So we'll we'll tell him again that it's going to cost him money, and we'll tell him again not to contact that person. Okay.
His out on bond case, Your Honor.
Yeah, we do. Okay, so the first, so he's out on a bond. No, I'll tell you, no, I won't revoke it. We'll let it stand. I can always revoke it at another time, but I won't let him. So we'll leave the bond as is, because then I'd have to give him another bond there, and I think I just don't feel that that's fair at this point. All right, next case.
So, Your Honor, I apologize. Just to confirm, with regard to the new case, the only condition is no contact?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, next is Johnny Johnson. Mr. Johnson, this is a felony domestic violence. I don't see anybody standing up. And this is one count, 2 prior batteries. This is okay, it does say domestic violence at the top, but then on the bottom it says battery, just battery, 2 prior batteries. First appearance, detainer. He's out on bond, failure of sex offender to report. And so we'll revoke that. And at this point, yeah.
I checked in this morning. Originally, on this case, I'm the one that called the police. I called the police because she was harassing me. And I'm the one that came to jail because there's an injunction. By me calling the police, by me being in the same area, but I am the one that called the cops, and they arrested me. I was doing the right thing. I just bonded out on this charge Friday. I went to work. I came home from work. She was at my house.
Don't talk about the.
I'm talking about this case. And then I called the police, and the police arrested me. I was doing everything that I was supposed to be doing. Today, I was going to go to my sex offender registration. I have been going to work. I've been doing everything I'm supposed to. And I was told if she come around me, I have to call the police, and I will be covered. I called the police, and then I'm the one that came to jail.
State, what's your thoughts? In your paperwork, and is there anything that would suggest that maybe it's, that he's right and that this, I don't know why the law enforcement people arrested you.
The law enforcement arrested me because she said that I put my hands around her throat. But upon looking at her, he also said that
Okay.
he sees no physical anything on her.
Okay.
I'm not a big guy, but she.
Can you tell who called law enforcement?
I cannot, Your Honor, but yes, the allegation is that Mr. Johnson grabbed the victim by the throat and slammed her against the bed.
All right. Is this a F3? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All I'm doing, Your Honor, is trying to keep from losing my job. If you revoke my bond for the sex offender registration and I can't bond out, I lose my job. As a sex offender already, it's hard to get a job.
True.
And then I'm also currently listed as homeless, and that's the second thing that makes it harder to get a job because I have no ID or address to give it to an employer.
Okay.
So once I got a job,
All right.
I've been doing everything I can to keep that job.
Okay, well, I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and, okay. I'll go ahead and not revoke his other bonds, but on this charge in front of me with two priors, his F3 would be $1,000, and then so let's go ahead and do $1,000 bond, not to consume any illegal drugs, no contact with the victim. Do you and she live together?
Sir?
You live together? Okay. So you have separate places, right?
The house that is in question,
He just wants to know
no,
if you
sir,
live together.
that wasn't even
That's
the
it.
house that I.
Okay, all right. No contact. You are to live in separate homes, and you're not to come within 500 feet of her or her place of work. You do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave. Now, that would mean registration. I notice here there's some issues regarding sex offender reporting, so you need to make sure you're up and, you're current and all of that.
Like I say, I was headed there today.
Do not leave the state of Florida while the case is open. Do you understand what I've said?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you have any weapons or firearms?
No, sir.
All right. You are prohibited by law and by this court order from possessing any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right. Thank you very much. Next case. Next, we have Dominique Leath, L-E-A-T-H. Dominique Leath, and we have one person coming into the witness box. Okay, and see, I'm confused. What is your name?
Good morning, Your Honor, and my name is Dominique Leath.
Okay, all right. And so this is a felony, domestic violence battery. You're not out on any releases. You have two charges, battery, committing domestic battery by strangulation once, twice, pretrial release.
Your Honor?
Yes.
On this one, I would argue there's no PC based on the arrest affidavit that I read.
Oh, okay.
There were no.
All right, why don't you point out, you're saying there's no probable cause?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Based on the arrest.
State, have you looked at it?
Yes, Your Honor. I would agree with the defense at this time, so I asked for 24 hours in order to get the supplemental report that is mentioned, and that should have the necessary facts, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am, would you please state your name?
My name is Bianca Baez.
Ms. Baez, how do you spell your last name?
Baez.
Okay, Baez. Okay, Ms. Baez. And our paperwork isn't in order today. And so we're going to have to reset, Madam Clerk, Mr. Leath, Leath, we'll have to reset him for tomorrow morning. And are you going to come back? Can you come back tomorrow morning?
Your Honor, if you will just take her testimony today.
Okay, good. Yes, thank you. All right, ma'am, just let me. And you're Dominique Leath.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just got some paperwork. I wanted to just make sure I had the right paper in front of me. Okay, now, you need to be sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Please state your name for the record.
Bianca Baez.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Baez, if you will be a little closer to the microphone and speak up. And how do you know the defendant?
He's my boyfriend of 2 years.
And do you all live together?
We do not.
Okay, so you have separate residences.
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any children together?
No.
And in the past, has he been violent towards you?
Not at all. First ever.
Okay, now he's been arrested for battery, committing domestic violence by strangulation. They have two different charges. Are you the person involved in this incident?
I am.
And so briefly, tell me what happened.
What happened is we got into an argument. He asked me to remove myself from his place. That didn't happen. It got physical. And then once it got physical, I was really hurt. And I decided to call the police because I felt defenseless. And that's pretty much what happened.
Okay. And was alcohol or illegal drugs involved in this incident or past incidents?
No, not at all.
Okay. Do you fear him?
No.
Now, you live separate residences, and so if I allow him out of jail on a bail, do you wish to have no contact or no hostile contact?
I'm comfortable with no hostile contact.
Okay, in other words, y'all can meet up, but you have to be nice and no arguing.
I agree, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, you know, I've had 2 women murdered in my judicial career, and both of them in domestic violence. And one was murdered at home, and the other one was, I forget where she was murdered. So it's really, you know, scary in a way. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to meet, I'd rather you meet in public somewhere, especially where there's cameras, where there's witnesses. So for your own protection. Okay. All right.
Can I say something, Your Honor?
And
in this particular case, I would ask that you also set a monetary bond. If he bonds out, he'll waive any defects. If not, if he doesn't bond out, he'll be brought back here for PC purposes, Your Honor. Okay.
State, I don't see any priors or anything of great concern. Let's see, victim may testify, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but I don't see any history that would give us concern. Do you know of anything?
No, Your Honor. I have absolutely no objection to defense's solution. Please grant him a monetary bond today. If he bonds out, great. If he does not, and he comes back tomorrow, depending on what it is that can be proved, he can be released, pretrial release tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, we'll do that sort of both ways. We'll go ahead and do, since you don't have any history that gives me concern, she says you haven't been violent, and she's not afraid of you. We'll go ahead and do the bond of $100 each count, so it's $100 and $100. You are to have no hostile contact with the victim, with the lady, and you are to live in separate residences, and you are to not have any firearms or weapons of any sort, and you are to attend all court hearings. And when I say no hostile contact, that means no arguing, screaming, hitting, any of those sorts of things. Just be polite to each other. And so that's what I mean by no hostile contact. If you can't be nice, just don't be together. Otherwise, you're going to be under the jail next time. Okay, and then we'll reset this for probable cause for tomorrow a.m. Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lee Andrew Nelson. Lee Andrew Nelson. Okay, Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is a felony domestic violence, aggravated battery on a pregnant person. He's not out on any program, it indicates. And his last conviction was in 2010, possession of controlled substance. Therefore, when I decide on the bail amount, I want as a special condition, do not consume illegal drugs. Pretrial intervention. I do that his history does show controlled substance. Therefore, beginning 30 days from the date of his release, pretrial release is to monthly randomly drug test him until the case is disposed of. If you are positive, then you will be arrested and back in jail and lose your bond. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir,
So I'm going to give you 30 days from the time you're released to get your system clean of anything, and then after that you'll be random drug tested each month and twice a month if they want to, but at least once a month while your case is pending. And then so this is this aggravated battery upon a pregnant person is a felony. I'm concerned to see grand theft, escape, burglary of a conveyance, petty theft, aggravated child abuse, armed burglary of a dwelling. State, have you checked into what do they mean by armed? Is that armed with a baseball bat or armed with a gun? Let's see, fraudulent, insufficient checks, possession of controlled substance, possession of cannabis, dealing in stolen property, burglary. There's an expression among judges that people are doing life in prison just on the installment level, the installment plan. You do 5 years here, 3 years there, 20 years here. So you're just doing life in prison. So it looks like, have you been released from prison?
I've been out of prison a while.
When were you released from?
2006.
Okay. But so that's the point. How long were you in prison?
I did a mandatory 5 years.
5 years? Okay.
I got something to say.
Okay.
Hey, this case here?
Don't talk about the facts.
Yeah. So, all right. Realizing that he has some sketchy history that is serious. Okay. Do you live with the victim here?
This is my daughter.
Oh, it's your daughter? Okay, it's not like a girlfriend, wife?
It's his daughter, Your
It's my daughter.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for telling me that. And do you possess any firearms?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. State, have you had a chance to look at this, and do you feel that you need to make any recommendation or not?
No, Your Honor, I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
If you look, Your Honor, he was released back in '06. Looks like his last conviction was in 2010. So he has not committed any recent crimes.
Yeah, how old are you now?
57, sir.
57?
Yes, sir.
57. You know, statistically, you've aged out. And so you're getting too old for that.
I don't even know why I'm here now.
Okay.
You will never come to court. It's bogus. All this was made.
I tell you, so you got out of, so he doesn't have any, so you got out of prison in what, 20 what?
2006.
6. Okay, and then you did get, what's that 2010, possession of controlled substance? It's a, I guess that's it. So, you know, that's 12 years ago.
To do that, you'll need to be online.
Shut up. Okay. So, what's that, what's that called? Sophie or Siri or, Siri, be quiet. That's funny that it listened to me, said that. Okay. All right. I tell you, when you were in prison, did you take any of the courses?
I did, no, I just did my time, to really be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. And I'm one of the few judges that have been a warden of a prison. When I was in the Air Force, part of my duty was to be the warden of a small prison. And so I took corrections and law enforcement in the Air Force. So, so I do have a really pretty good corrections background. I could run a small prison or small jail if I was inclined. I tell you, and this is an argument between you and your daughter.
Right.
Does she live in the house with you?
Yes, sir.
Well, what are we going to do about that? See, the problem is, without her here, I'm required to have you live separate. So have you made arrangements for her to move out? Or are you living in her home, she living in your home?
She living in my home.
Okay.
She's what? Ain't Leo 20, well, she's pregnant anyway, but anyway, this, long story.
Okay. Well, see, I'm trying to do something that's fair. I hate to put a person out of their own home. So I want her to leave. I'd like to have you go back to your own home, but I got to sort of have her gone. Does she have any place to go? What about the father of the baby?
So, Your Honor, you could do a maintain separate residences. As long as she's not there, he's allowed to go back. But I think at this point, that's the only thing I could think that you could issue. So.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a whole, I say all this is bogus.
So he has family here, that can, right, that could assist him in getting her out, Your Honor. So at this point, I just ask for the maintain separate residences.
All right. We'll go ahead and do a $500 bond. The bail is $500. You're not to consume any illegal drugs, and that no contact with the daughter, and to maintain separate residence. How do you want to phrase it? Is separate residence okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, to maintain separate residence, and that you got to have the family people talk to her and you and figure out where she's going to go or you're going to go, because you could go live somewhere else, but that doesn't seem to be fair. All right, do not commit any more crimes. Do not leave the state while the case is pending. And do you have any firearms?
On a gun.
Okay, you're not allowed to have any weapons, any firearms, ammunition. If you have any, turn them over to law enforcement. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
You know.
Okay, next we have Steve Rosas. Say Rosas? No, he didn't have a gun.
Yeah, 44.
All right, Steve Rosas, R-O-S-A-S. Well, okay, we do have somebody in the witness box. And so this is a felony domestic violence. He's not on any kind of control. We have charged criminal mischief greater than $1,000, and then battery, dating violence. Pretrial release, he does qualify. Risk assessment is low. And then he is employed. And then his history, last conviction was a driving situation in Texas in 17, out-of-state convictions. And so, all right, sir, if you will speak up loud and clear and tell me your name and spell your last name.
Neiman Rose, and my last name, R-O-S-E.
Okay. R-O-S-E? Are you related to him?
No, we just have the same last name, pretty much.
Similar name. Okay, sir, is your name R-O-S-A-S?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure we got the spelling right. Okay, if you need to be sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Neiman Rose.
Okay, and how do you know the defendant?
We've been knowing each other for like 15 years, but we was engaged.
Okay, you've known each other for 18 years?
15.
15 years. And do you all live together?
No.
And have you been together as a family at all?
No.
Okay, just the two of you have dated in the past?
Yeah.
Okay. And was this, now, has there been any violence towards you by him?
No.
Okay, but this says dating violence, a battery. Was it you who he got into a fight with?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened briefly?
We were out yesterday downtown, and then I was trying to leave because I confronted him about something, so I was trying to leave, and then he wouldn't let me leave. So I was trying to get in my car, I was in the driver's seat, and he was basically standing there trying to make me get out the car. So then he started hitting me, and
Okay, I notice you have something, a patch on under your right eye. Was that because of a fight that involved him?
yes,
Okay. And do you fear him?
no.
Do you want me to order him to stay away from you, or do you want me to order that he's to have no hostile contact?
No hostile contact.
Okay. And has alcohol or illegal drugs been involved in this present case or in the past with him?
Yeah, he was drunk.
Which one?
He was drunk. Alcohol.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And do you fear the defendant?
No.
Okay. And does he have, to your knowledge, does he have any firearms or weapons of any sort?
No.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, he qualifies for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release. In addition, he is only here visiting family or friends. I think he's visiting a friend. He actually resides in Texas. I would ask that he be allowed to go back home to Texas as long as he maintains contact with the public defender's office. And if we need to, we can waive his appearance.
Okay. And pretrial intervention, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll do it both ways. Pretrial intervention, we'll allow that.
You mean pretrial release, Your Honor?
Pretrial release, I meant. Thank you. Pretrial release, risk assessment is low. He does live in Texas, apparently, so we do give him permission to return to Texas, provided that he will attend all court hearings unless his attorney excuses him. So basically, they'll take care of everything and probably be able to plea it out by phone, by video. I would certainly do it. And so alternatively, we would do a bond of $500.
Your Honor, you just granted him pretrial release.
Yeah, pretrial release, and he qualifies?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't need to do that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, then pretrial release, no hostile contact between him and the victim, and I think I've said the firearms, and he can leave the state. Don't commit any crimes. No hostile contact. No illegal drugs. All right, I think we covered it all. Thank you very much, folks. Okay, now we have Javier Markel Smith. I say Javier, J-A-V-O-R-I-S. Javier Markel Smith.
Your Honor, he's in the hospital, but he has a victim.
Oh. Okay, this is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and then aggravated on a battery on a pregnant person. Now, ma'am, are you the person that was involved in this incident?
Yes.
Okay. State and public defender, apparently he's in the hospital. Do we know why he's in the hospital?
No, Your Honor, but I will waive his appearance today.
Okay.
And I just ask that after testimony, you set bond on both cases.
Okay.
On both counts.
Okay, state, it says weapon. Do we know if that was a gun or anything of that sort?
It's a long silver knife with a black handle.
Mm-hmm. I see possession of firearm and ammunition. Last Florida conviction was in 14. Okay. And then felony, I guess, is that DLI delinquency? Felony something with gun. Okay. All right. Ma'am, if you would speak up loud and clear and tell me your name and spell your last name, and then we'll swear you in.
Lissette, J-E-T-T.
J-A.
J-E-T-T.
C-T.
J-E-T-T.
Okay. All right. And, all right, can we swear her in, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know Mr. Smith?
I've been dating him
Okay. And how long?
since October of last year.
And do y'all live together?
No.
And do you have any children together?
Yes, I'm currently pregnant.
And has he been violent towards you in the past?
Yes, he was just arrested for this 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. So he was arrested about 2 months ago and he's out on bond or something?
He was out on bond, and then the state said that they couldn't get in contact with me, so they dropped charges.
Oh, so you started having voluntarily having contact, so then the state attorney dropped the case?
Yeah, because I'm pregnant with twins.
Okay. All right. And then, he's been violent. When you say he was recently violent towards you, can you briefly tell me about it?
When I was 8 weeks pregnant, he punched me in my face when we were sitting in the vehicle numerous times. And then when I got ready to leave from the residence, he ran up to my car, so I called the police, and the police came. And
Can you talk a little slower and then a little louder?
when I was 8 weeks pregnant, he assaulted me, punched me in the face when I was sitting in the vehicle at his residence. And then when I tried to leave, he came up to the vehicle, and I drove off and called the police, and the police arrested him.
Okay. All right. Do you know if I noticed he has a history of firearms. Does he presently have a firearm, to your knowledge?
I don't know. I never seen it.
Okay. All right. And it sounds like, do you fear him?
Yes, he pulled a knife out on me.
I'm sorry, you
Yes,
pulled a
he
knife
pulled a
on
knife out on me.
Right. And you heard me say that in Florida, every year, over 200 women are murdered by the husband, the ex-husband, the boyfriend, and occasionally some weirdo that at work who develops a fascination, and then they begin stalking. And so it would seem like the reasonable thing to do is for him to have no contact with you or the child to be born. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right, because I don't want you to be a statistic. And I want you to raise the child and to be safe and sound. Okay, we'll go ahead and, for Madam Clerk, on this aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, so we'll make that $15,000. And then aggravated battery on a pregnant person, $10,000. And then a condition of bail is do not consume illegal drugs, that he does have a history of drug use. Therefore, beginning 30 days from his release from jail, he is to be pretrial release is monthly to randomly drug test him until the case is disposed of. If he's positive, then he would be arrested and back in jail and lose the bond, bail, I mean. No contact directly or indirectly, to live in separate homes, not closer than 2 miles. Do not return to the scene of this incident. Do not come within 500 feet of the victim's residence, workplace, or otherwise near her. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state where the case, while the case is pending. No contact with the victim and no contact with the child after it is born. Do not possess any weapons, firearms, ammunition. Do not, and he is to attend all court hearings unless excused by his attorney. Now, if you find out that he has a firearm of any sort, do tell the police, and they'll go and get it. And so, I've had 2 women murdered, and one of them was shot, and the other one was, I think she was just strangled to death. And so, if you find out that he has a weapon, tell the police, and they'll go and get it because he's not allowed to have that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and next we have Wilson. Are you Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're not on any kind of release. You have possession of a firearm by a convicted felon once, twice, aggravated assault with a firearm, and then battery, domestic violence. Is there anyone in the audience? I'm not seeing anybody. Let's see, last conviction was possession of cocaine. We'll go ahead and, just one second. All right. I've read the charges, and you have, okay, the drugs there. He's to have, do not consume any illegal drugs. Since you do have a recent drug conviction, I do have a basis beginning, a legal basis beginning 30 days after you are released from jail. The pretrial release office will contact you, and you are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you test positive for illegal drugs, then you will be arrested, lose your bail, and be back in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do not return to the scene of the alleged incident. Do not have contact with the person. Do not have contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendant. Your attorney is the proper person to contact those people. Do not commit a crime. Do not possess weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Do not leave the state while the case is pending. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Do you understand those conditions of bail?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you get the bail amounts? Okay, all right. Okay, the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is $20,000. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is $20,000. Aggravated assault with a firearm is $20,000, and then battery is $1,000.
How much?
Your Honor, he's currently disabled. It looks like his last conviction was in 2018. I see 0 failures to appear. He's on SSDI. He's not going to be able to afford $20,000 on both counts.
Okay, thank you very much. So, and you are Mr. Wilson, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. When I look at your history, those bond amounts are reasonable.
I haven't been in trouble.
Next.
20-something years.
Next, we have Marisa Bennett. Marisa Bennett. Okay, Marisa Bennett. This is a misdemeanor, domestic violence. We do have someone coming into the, so Ms. Bennett, this is a misdemeanor, domestic violence, battery, domestic violence. See, you're not on any kind of release. You do qualify for pretrial release. Your risk assessment is low. You did graduate high school. You don't have any prior crimes. Okay, sir, in the witness booth, if you will tell me who you are, please.
Nikwan Barkley.
And spell your last name.
Barkley.
All right, Mr. Barkley, be sworn in, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right, how do you know the defendant?
That's my wife.
She's your wife. And how long have you been together?
Like 3 years.
3 years. And do you live together now?
Yes.
And do you have any children together?
No, but she is 13 weeks pregnant.
Pull your microphone. You're mumbling. I can't hear you.
I said no, but she is 13 weeks pregnant.
Okay, so she is pregnant. Okay. In the past, has she been violent towards you?
No.
And does she use alcohol or illegal drugs?
No, sir.
And do you fear her?
No, not at all.
Do you want her to, so for your protection, do you want me to order her to stay away from you, or do you want me to allow her to return and live with you but have no further arguments or fighting? It's called no hostile contact.
I want her to come home. I never tried to press any charges, so I don't know why they locked her up.
Okay. Do you or does she possess any firearms?
No, sir.
Okay. And, okay. All right. I don't see any aggravators, and please tell me if anyone does. So we'll go ahead and do your bail at $100. And you are to not consume any illegal drugs. You're to have no hostile contact, but you can return and live with him. But remember, you've heard me probably say this, you were sitting out there, if you can't get along with each other, separate. You don't fight and beat each other up and shoot each other and all that sort of nonsense. You just say, listen, it was nice while it lasted, and we're moving on. And so no hostile contact, which means no arguing. If you feel you have to argue, then you shouldn't be together. And you can live together, no hostile contact. While the case is pending, you're to not have any, you're not to commit any type of crime. You're not to leave the state while your case is pending, and you do not possess a firearm or ammunition, and you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Do you understand those, the rules?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, for my clarification, is it pretrial release or is it a $100 bond?
I would ask for pretrial release.
Yeah, we can do pretrial release. Okay, this is Aaron Caffrey. Aaron Caffrey. All right, you're Ms. Caffrey? Yes, in front of that microphone. Okay, this is misdemeanor domestic violence. We don't have anybody in the audience. She's not on any kind of program. This is a conspiracy to commit battery. State, can you explain?
I apologize, Your Honor. I just have it as a simple battery touch or strike. There is no conspiracy.
Oh, I've just been handed something from the clerk. Oh, sorry. Okay, you have it as simple battery?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not sure. The clerk's system generated conspiracy to commit battery. I wonder if the wrong number was put in and therefore spit out. Madam Clerk, can you? Anyway, okay, the clerk just, okay, battery. Yeah, it says battery in the arrest affidavit. So I think it just entered wrong in the system. So could we go ahead and change the system to be just battery? And it's,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, sir, are you wanting it just to be like battery or battery domestic violence?
the arrest affidavit is just battery, and it's 784.03. And so state, is it going to be just battery or is it, let's see, I met with a white female wearing black shorts, etc.
Your Honor, the alleged victim is her boyfriend, so it appears as though it should be domestic violence.
Yeah, she said that probably her boyfriend called 911. Yeah, it looks like a domestic. Okay, so it should be, we'll get it right. It's a domestic battery. Now, see, qualifies for pretrial release, no. Let's see, inmate not interviewed. Pretrial release, is that no, simply because of the nature of the battery charge?
No, Your Honor, they didn't have a chance to get her fingerprints cleared at the time, but she was interviewed. She could qualify for pretrial release.
Okay, all right. I noticed there's no background that we would need to be concerned about. So since she does qualify for pretrial release, we'll go ahead and order that. And we will have pretrial release with no contact with the victim, and you're not to come within 500 feet of the victim's residence, workplace, or otherwise. She's not to commit any type of crime. She's not to leave the state while the case is pending. Ma'am, do you understand all that? All right, and do you have any firearms, weapons of any sort?
No.
Okay. You are not to possess any firearms, weapons, ammunition. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, is that separate residence or no return?
Yes, at this point, since nobody's here to say otherwise, it has to be no contact and separate residences. And we'll go ahead and do the law enforcement. So ma'am, you contact law enforcement and they will go with you to the residence to get your clothing, personal items, and then,
I believe he does not live there. It's
okay, yeah, that's, all right. Okay, next we have Ross Allen Carlson. Carlson, please. We do have a couple people coming in. Okay, and you are, sir, you're Ross Carlson?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, this is a misdemeanor domestic violence. You're not on any other kind of release program. This is a battery domestic violence. Pretrial release, no. Refuse to talk. Okay, and refuse to talk. So state, I meant pretrial release. Is the no because he didn't talk to you?
I guess, Your Honor, he didn't want to
Or is there some reason?
comply with the interview.
Say again?
He didn't want to be interviewed.
Okay, all right. Okay, the three people in the witness box, if you could, first of all, you can just, all of you, you can put on your mask if you want, and just tell me who you are and spell your name so we get it right on the record.
I'm Brian Huddleston, Bryan. Huddleston is Huddleston.
Okay, Mr. Huddleston, thank you. And are you an attorney or someone in representing somebody?
No, I'm the victim.
Oh, you are, okay, very good. And the two ladies behind you?
I'm Sierra Huddleston, Sierra Huddleston, Huddleston. I am legally married to him.
Okay, you're the husband and wife, okay.
Yes,
And then
I'm
the other
victim.
lady is?
I'm Lassen Aria Phoenix, Phoenix, and this is my husband and this is my daughter.
Okay, great. Okay, all right, and so let me speak to the daughter. And so, ma'am, and how long have you, I guess you've been married to him for how long?
Yes, we have been married for 6 years, separated for a little over 2 years.
Okay, and have you filed for divorce?
Yes, we were supposed to have a final divorce hearing on March 1st, and it got rescheduled for the 21st of June, I believe.
Okay, very good. And children together?
Yes, we have one daughter.
How old?
She's 5 years old.
Mhm. All right, and in the past, has the defendant been violent towards you?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay, numerous times?
3 separate occasions.
Okay, and is one of them the incident that got him arrested this time?
No, it would have been had my father not stepped in between him and I.
Okay, and do you have an injunction for protection?
Not currently. I will be going for one again. We have had in the past.
And did he violate that injunction?
Not in the past, before it was dropped and he had moved out of state.
Okay. And was alcohol or illegal drugs involved in the present or any of the past incidents?
Not the current one that I'm aware of. Yes, in the past, one of the 3 incidents, drugs.
Okay, do you feel he's a drug addict?
Yes, it's just never always, it's never usually the same drug. It's one of 3.
Okay. All right, and do you fear for your safety?
Absolutely.
All right, and do you want me to order him, and if he disobeys, you call the police and they'll arrest him on the spot. You want me to order him to stay away from you and the child? Is that what you want me to do?
Yes,
Your Honor?
please.
Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting. She's not the victim. Mr. Huddleston is the victim.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. And so, all right, let me just sort of finish with her. To your knowledge, does he have any firearms or ammunition?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So I've got that background, which will really sort of help me understand what's going on here. So, Mr. Huddleston, if you would sort of switch with your daughter and tell me what happened here, just briefly.
We were at a family gathering yesterday. I came out to my daughter's car. The offender and my daughter were at the car. He was upset about something she had said. She was speaking in normal tone of voice. He got upset, got very loud, yelling profanities in her face and getting right up in her face and screaming profanities at her. I stepped in between them to separate them physically and took a small step forward and said, "You need to leave, you're not welcome here." At which point he attempted to grab my face, my head, and proceeded to put both of his hands on my neck and attempted to incapacitate me by choking me. At some point or another, he decided to release, but I was nearly passed out at that point. So,
Okay. I guess it's state. No, you're Mr. Carlson, right? Okay. State, the father, they're not related by blood or marriage. I guess they are related by marriage.
Related by blood as well, Your Honor. The defendant's child would be the victim's grandchild.
Oh, okay. I was just questioning whether the domestic part of it was the proper charge or whether it's just battery. And so I just didn't remember. Okay. All right. I don't see any, does anybody in the box know of any criminal background or anything that I need to know that about his background?
Yes, there was a battery domestic charge issued on the 7th of January this year against me. He was not arrested that night because the police could not find him at his home. And then I have been trying to figure out what was going on with that. They referred me to the state attorney's office because bruises showed up on my hands from his force that time. So it's ongoing.
Okay. All right. All right, we'll go ahead and.
Oh, and
yes, I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. He also, he had LSD confiscated from him at my home in September of last year. I don't know what happened in regards of charges.
Okay. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and do the bail is $1,000. Do not consume, the conditions of your bail are do not consume illegal drugs. Because of the testimony, I do order beginning 30 days from the date of your release, a pretrial release monthly, randomly drug test you until the case is disposed of. If you are positive, you will be arrested and back in jail. You're to have no contact with the victim, who is Mr. Huddleston, and I don't believe I have jurisdiction over a non-victim.
Your Honor, you can order no contact with victim or any witnesses. Both of the people in the box were also witnesses to the incident.
Good point. Okay, yes, thank you. So let's go ahead and do no contact with the victim and his wife and other witnesses, except for court proceedings, because I could see like domestic violence hearing or divorce deposition or negotiations. So basically, you're protected too, ma'am. And you can go ahead and file your divorce and whatever you're going to do.
What about our child?
Your Honor, I was going to ask for third-party contact in reference to the child.
And so, yeah.
There is a DCF case open currently regarding our child for an incident that occurred with him in December.
Okay.
So I would ask comply with any DCF plan if that is in place, Your Honor.
See, one of the problems is that people manipulate the children in order to get contact. So it's really not, I want contact with my child. It is, I want to aggravate my ex-wife, and so I want to have contact with my child.
I feel because you said that, it's important for you to know one other piece of information and you can determine whether it's relevant. 2 days ago, or 3 days ago now, he had our daughter with him to go to a fun event together. He sent me a photo of the two of them, her not buckled in a car seat in the back of a vehicle. I explicitly told him verbally and over text message that if she were to be harmed, that it would be a manslaughter charge or a child endangerment charge, to which yesterday he sent another photo to my mother of her in the front seat, passenger of his vehicle, with her unbuckled on the roadway. And it is my belief that he's doing, and he also knows that he is not to trespass on our property, and he came to my home ringing our doorbell incessantly. We have it on our Ring camera, and I told him I would call the police and he needs to remove himself from the doorstep. So at this point, it feels that he is willing to endanger our child in order to aggravate me.
Right. So I agree with, given the turmoil at the moment, he's to have no contact with the child until further order by a domestic court. So, you know, the divorce court can figure this out in a few months, whatever. But as far as this case today and for the foreseeable future, it's not going to hurt a 5-year-old. And so no contact, and put in there when we said no contact with the victim and with his wife and with the children until further court order. And so some other judge in a hearing would be able to figure out where, what, and if there would be contact. And so no possession of a weapon or firearms, I think I've already said. I think I've already touched everything. Did I? No. Okay, all right. So we talked about the illegal drugs. And then no contact, we already talked about that. You're to live in separate, let's begin again, separate homes and not closer than 2 miles. Do not return to the residence of his wife until the case is resolved. But he can get clothing and work tools. So I know, see, he's not supposed to contact with you, but he should have the right to get his clothing.
He has not lived with us for over 2 years, sir.
Oh, for over 2 years? That's right.
Your Honor, his vehicle is parked at the pool, so I would ask for that one-time return with law enforcement to at least grab his vehicle.
Okay, that he can, with law enforcement, get any of his possessions. So, where
is my work protected as well?
Where?
Is my work protected
Yes.
as well? Thank
Yes. So, so the residence, workplace, or otherwise near the victim, which technically is the dad, and then the witness is the wife, and then we have mother back there. So he's to stay away from all of you, where you live, where you work, that sort of thing. Do not leave the state of Florida while the case is pending, and do not have any firearms or ammunition. You do attend court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Okay. Madam Clerk, did I get it all? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Triana Dotson.
Your Honor, can we see both together? I believe both parties were arrested. So we can see if they want contact.
Yeah, well, that's a security issue, so whatever security order, I'm not going to order, they know what's safe and not safe, so whatever security says.
We normally will hear both together, Your Honor, when they're both arrested, both parties are arrested.
Okay, so we have Dotson, so I'll leave it up to the decision of corrections.
Antoine Ford.
Ford.
Next person.
Okay, do we have Triana Dotson?
Yes.
That's you, okay. And then we have Antoine Ford?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And, okay, Triana Dotson is not on any release program. She's charged with battery, domestic violence. She does qualify for pretrial release. Graduated high school, doesn't seem to have any violence of any sort. Then we have Antoine Ford. This is misdemeanor domestic violence also, and battery, domestic violence. You went to graduate high school, and you've been already in Safe Book. And then convictions, drug paraphernalia, carrying a simulated FA, possession of cannabis, arrests, some cannabis and other things. Okay, Mr. Antoine. Okay, is this a domestic violence incident involving both of them? Is this what this is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so, taking, Madam Clerk, we'll do Dotson first. So, looking at Dotson, qualifies for pretrial release. And like I already said, there's really nothing in the background that would give us concern. So I'll do, allow that. So we'll do pretrial release. Now, are y'all married, or what relationship is, so Ms. Dotson, what's the relationship between you and Mr. Ford?
We were supposed to be engaged, but I feel like we should just break up by now.
Okay. Do y'all have any children together?
No.
Okay. Do you live together?
Yes, we lived in my mom's apartment.
All right. And so you live there too?
Yes, I live there.
Okay.
He was just staying there with us.
All right. Okay. Like I said, you have pretrial release, and you are not to consume any illegal drugs. You're to have no contact with him. And you are to live in separate homes. In other words, you can live in your home with your mother, and I'm going to make him live somewhere else. So you can live in your home, and that Mr. Ford is excluded from living there, but we'll talk about that in a minute. And you are not to commit any type of crime. You're not to leave the state. You're not to come near him at his residence, workplace, or otherwise. So just stay away from each other. Do you understand what I've said?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I had a question.
Yeah.
I used to live in Colorado Springs, and I also had a case back then, but I'm the victim, and I'm supposed to be witnessing that, be a witness and come to that trial next month. Is there any way if I can just talk to them and do it over the phone, because they wanted me to come down there, like subpoena me down there to go to Colorado?
Mayor, I would just ask that she be allowed to travel for court appearances if she has to
Yeah.
appear in Colorado.
Yeah, so put that, do not leave the state of Florida except for court matters out of state. And then to return. All right, so as far as Florida goes and this case goes, you're in good shape. Just respect the public defender and let them work on how to resolve it. Now we're talking about Antoine Ford. Mr. Ford is, this is a misdemeanor domestic violence. And so we'll go ahead and do a $1,000 bond. He's do not consume any illegal drugs. Because of an extensive drug background, I order that pretrial release monthly to randomly drug test him beginning 30 days after release from jail until his case is disposed of. If you are positive, then you'll be arrested and back in jail and lose your bail. He's to have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim or any witnesses. You are to live separate from and not at the victim's home and not closer than 2 miles. Do not return to the residence without law enforcement to accompany you to get your personal items. Do not come within 500 feet of the victim's residence or workplace or otherwise near her. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state of Florida except what I just said. And do not possess any firearms, ammunition. So you are to attend the court hearings unless excused by your attorney. And now, going back, ma'am, do you, oh, never mind. So do you have any weapons, any firearms?
No, I don't have any weapons or firearms.
Okay.
It was, what's supposed to as well, which on that.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and, yeah.
I was involved. It was also like one of the.
So I would just.
Part testifying on her behalf with that case.
So I just.
I had evidence as well on terms of with her in that case as well that she got going on. And with email as well on that tip. Because I was the one that called the police for her during the situation on her own behalf of term. I was a witness for her on her behalf. That was the only reason why I was going to Colorado as well.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Next case is Darnell Hall. Mr. Hall.
Your Honor, with his, if the court subpoenas him to come and appear for court,
yes,
I would just
right,
ask that that be
he can
added.
travel out of state for any legal proceedings. Next is Darnell Hall. Okay, and okay, then just put that in. He was ordered, but ordered to have no contact and refuses to sign. And okay, next, are you Mr. Hall?
Sir.
Okay, Mr. Hall, this is a misdemeanor domestic violence. And this is, you're not on any other kind of control. You don't qualify for pretrial release. It's a moderate risk assessment. And you have a criminal mischief, and then domestic injunction, battery, domestic violence. Okay, and then here's this victim contact, okay. All right, there is no, for the record, there's no victim here. We just have the gentleman. All right, and we'll go ahead and do $1,000 for his bail, and then do not consume any illegal drugs. And no contact with the victim. You're to live separate. And are y'all married, or what's the relationship?
His son, Your Honor.
It's my son, Yana.
Don't talk about the facts. It's his 15-year-old son, Your Honor. They do not live together.
Oh, okay. All right, and you are to live separate homes and not closer than 2 miles. Do not return to the residence of the alleged victim. If you have any personal items at her place, you can get it by contacting law enforcement to accompany you. You do not come within 500 feet of her residence, workplace, or otherwise near her. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state while your case is pending. No contact with the victim. Do you have a child with the victim?
This is my son I had an incident with, y'all.
Oh, it's your son that was the other side of it?
Sir?
The victim in this case, Your Honor, is his 15-year-old son.
Oh, okay. All right, at this point, so does your 15-year-old son live with his mother?
My mother.
With your mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you live there too?
No, sir. I was just visiting. I was supposed to be heading out to Rochester in the next couple of weeks. So as far as living there, no, sir. My mom was letting me crash there for a couple of weeks just till I got the money to leave to Rochester. So I'll be with my 13-year-old in Rochester.
Okay, so I guess we'll leave it no contact with the child. And now, so are you ready to leave and go up north?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, what is the purpose?
To go be with my 13-year-old son. Him and my 15-year-old share the same mother.
No, you're going out of state for what reason?
Oh, to get work and just to get my own place is easier as far as me getting my own residence and work.
All right, so
I would just exit as long as he maintains contact with his attorney, Your Honor.
okay, that we'll put it that he can leave the state of Florida so long as he maintains contact with his attorney and will return when court ordered. And then what was the bail amount?
You said $1,000, Your Honor.
Right, just want to, all right, and then at this point, no contact with the child, just go north, get a job. Do not possess any weapon or firearms. And you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. So stay in touch with the Public Defender's Office.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I say Lauren Hogesian. Okay, and you're not on any kind of program. We don't have any witnesses in the audience. Battery, domestic violence, qualifies for pretrial release? No. The risk assessment is low. Pretrial release, why the no?
One moment, Your Honor.
I say no address. Is that the reason it didn't have a contact?
She advised us that she was homeless.
You're homeless?
I cannot stay with my parents right now, so I've been staying with my friend. Like she said, I could stay there, so I'm living right there until I can find a place of my. I'm sleeping on her couch. I feel homeless, but she's letting me stay there. But so right now I'm staying in Wauchula because I can't stay with my parents.
Okay. And who was involved in this incident?
My mother.
You and your mother? Okay.
Stepdad
Okay.
always steps in, and I got mad that he tried to touch
Don't
me.
talk about the facts.
And so, yeah, so you understand you have to live somewhere else?
Yes, sir. I've not been living there already.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just have to get stuff from there. That's it. My car is at their house because we rode to SeaWorld together for the day.
Oh, okay.
So-
All right. That's fine. We've run her fingerprints and everything, haven't we? And so we know who she is and, all right. Well, we've done everything as far as identifying you and nothing's come up that I'm aware of. And, so, we'll go ahead and, does she qualify for, what, it's the residence issue, right?
Yes.
Well, if you can be interviewed by pretrial release, and if you qualify, you can be released on pretrial release, or $100 bail. So bail would be $100. You're not to consume any illegal drugs. Since it's your parents, but what is supposed to be no contact, and if you have to go to their house, you have to be in the company of law enforcement to get your stuff. You have to live separate. Do not come within 500 feet of the residence, workplace, or otherwise without law enforcement. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state. Do you understand what I've said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have a firearm?
No, sir.
Okay. And what did you just say?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
They have my kid, so I can't see my daughter at all, or
Well, it's up to this.
right now my mom has custody, and that's why I can't stay there. That's why I had to move out in the first place, and that's why.
Well, this is between you and your mother? Right.
She has
So if your father wants to meet you at Denny's for coffee, yeah. So this is just you and your father, you and your father. I mean, you and your mother, I meant to say. Okay, folks, thank you very much. Next, Harry Lidsom. Mr. Lidsom, this is misdemeanor domestic violence. There's nobody in the witness box. This is battery domestic violence. We've run his prints and nothing has come up. Here's a last conviction, misdemeanor cannabis. Well, there is a battery domestic violence. Repeat, let's see, possession, battery, DV. Well, okay. Well, all right, we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and do his, let me see. All right, we'll go ahead and do his bail at $100. He's not to consume any illegal drugs since he does have drug history. Beginning 30 days from the date of his release, pretrial release, is monthly to randomly drug test him until his case is disposed of. He's to have no contact with the victim in this case. You are to live separate residences. Do not return to the residence unless accompanied by law enforcement to get any personal items. Do not come within 500 feet of the residence, workplace, or otherwise of the victim. do not commit any type of crime, do not leave the state while the case is pending. Do you understand all that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you're not to have a firearm, and you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Manuel. Let's see, Ashanti? Okay. You're not on any kind of release. This is domestic battery. There's no witnesses in the witness box. Pretrial release says no. And this assessment is low. No adult address provided. No alternate address provided. Doesn't have any serious. Oh, there's a battery by strong domestic.
It's strangulation, Your Honor.
Okay, strangulation, okay. And so that's a battery, parenthesis 2. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and do your bond at $500. You are not to consume any illegal drugs. You're to have no contact with the victim. You are to live separate places. You're not to return to the residence of the alleged victim except to get your personal items when accompanied by a deputy or a policeman. Do not come within 500 feet of the residence, workplace, or otherwise of the victim. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state while your case is pending. Do you understand that? Okay. And do you have any firearms?
No, sir.
Okay, you are to attend all your court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, thank you. Next is Montoya, Anna Montoya. Anna Montoya, we do have someone in the witness box. Okay, sir, let me go over with her for a second. Ms. Montoya, you've been arrested for misdemeanor domestic violence. It's a domestic violence battery, and you do qualify for pretrial release. You don't have any serious history of consequence. So we do authorize pretrial release. And now, sir, what's your relationship to her?
I'm her boyfriend, or soon to be ex-boyfriend. We've been dating for about 4 years.
Okay. And did you say ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. It's better to be ex than deceased boyfriend. Then, do you have any children with her?
No.
Okay, that's good. In the past, has she been violent towards you?
Never.
And are you in fear of her?
No.
Does she use illegal drugs?
No.
And do you want me to order that she stay away from you, or do you want me to allow no hostile contact, but she can't live with you?
No, none of that.
Okay, so does she possess any firearms?
No.
All right. Okay, we'll do pretrial release. And so you said you're okay with her contacting you?
Yeah, I don't want to press any charges. It was a stupid, petty argument, nothing more than that.
Okay. No hostile contact. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state of Florida while your case is pending. And you're not to possess any firearms. And do you understand all that? Okay. And you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Next, we have Zachary Murray, maybe? Okay, sir, this is misdemeanor domestic violence, and qualifies for pretrial release. You don't have any criminal background. We'll go ahead and do pretrial release, and you are not to conditions of release are do not consume any illegal drugs, no contact with the victim, do not return to you're to live separate residences. If you need to return to the victim's residence, you can do that with law enforcement to get your clothing and personal items. Do not come within 500 feet of her residence.
And Your Honor, he is, because of this incident, he is planning on going back to South Carolina to stay with his parents, so I would ask that you allow him to live in South Carolina as long as he makes his court dates and keep in contact with his attorney.
Okay, all right. All right, you are not to consume any type of crime, you're not to commit any type of crime. You do not leave, no, you do not leave the state of Florida except to go to South Carolina and to return when requested by the court. Do not possess any weapon or firearms, and you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, thank you very much.
And you said he can go to South Carolina, correct?
Yes, yes. See, Raven Neal. All right, we do have someone coming into the witness box. And so you are Raven Neal? All right, and you're not on any kind of control, probation or anything. Battery. This is domestic violence, pretrial release. She does qualify, scored very low. She has no, but she does have a juvenile. And so, all right, and so, sir, if you'll tell me your name and spell your last name.
Keith Hamilton, Hamilton.
Okay, speak up just a little louder, Mr. Hamilton.
Keith Hamilton, Hamilton. I do.
All right, how do you know the defendant?
It's my girlfriend.
Okay, and y'all live together?
No, we was about to move in together.
I didn't understand you.
We was scheduled to move in together when we got back to Ohio.
Yeah, okay. Children together?
No.
Okay. And in the past, has she been violent towards you?
Not at all.
And is there an alcohol or illegal drug problem with her?
No.
And do you fear her?
No.
And do you want me to allow her to have contact with you or no contact?
Yeah, I wanted to have contact with me.
Okay.
I just want to go back to Ohio.
Okay, so the two of you would go back to Ohio together?
Yes, she's supposed to be in school right now. She's in college.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and do pretrial release. And she's not to consume any illegal drugs, to have no hostile contact with the victim, and She can leave the state of Florida to go to the state of Ohio, but she's ordered to come back when needed by the court, when directed by the court. Do you understand all of that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, and also you're not to possess any firearms, weapons, or ammunition, and you're to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, thank you very much. Next, Joshua Perry. Joshua Perry. Mr. Perry, this is a misdemeanor domestic violence, and this is a domestic violence battery. You're not on any control. Pretrial release, yes. You did graduate high school. You don't, here's a Florida arrest history, and here's a failure, FTA, failure to appear. Okay, you had a battery, domestic violence, and an FTA, failure to appear. And correct me if I'm misreading that. All right, we'll go ahead and I'm not going to do pretrial release since there was a failure to appear.
Your Honor, he only has one FTA. He does still qualify. His risk assessment is low. I would ask for a pretrial release. Looks like he's currently unemployed, but he has no convictions on his record.
Okay, I'm not going to do pretrial release because you have a failure to appear. When you're supposed to show up in court, you're supposed to show up in court, and so unless there's some mitigation, like you were in the hospital or something, I'm not going to overlook that. So, but I will give you a
The victim would like to speak to you, Your Honor.
Oh, I didn't see you. I apologize.
No problem. I'm his fiance, and during the time of his FTA, it was a traffic thing, and I had COVID at the time, so he kind of forgot that he had to go to court over. It was just a simple traffic ticket.
Okay, we need to sort of start at the beginning. So was this incident that got him arrested, was that involved the two of you?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's start in the beginning, which is, and I apologize, I just didn't see you there. Give me your name and spell your last name.
Kenneth Davis, D-A-V-I-S.
All right, Mr. Davis, you need to be sworn in first.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And I do.
All right, and what is the relationship?
That's my fiance.
Okay, and how long have you and him known each other?
We've been together almost 2 years.
And do y'all live together?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and has he been violent towards you before?
We had one incident, when you talk about the domestic violence before, we were outside and he grabbed my phone. One of the neighbors called the police and they said that he hit me, but he grabbed my phone. He actually didn't hit me.
Okay. All right, and do you fear him?
I do not.
And are you okay with me allowing him to return to the home and to have contact with you, or do you want me to order him to stay away from you?
No, I would like for him to come home.
Okay. All right. You do qualify for pretrial release, which means he's released on his own signature. Okay. It's not money. And so we'll go ahead and allow that. Your conditions of release are do not consume any illegal drugs, and no hostile contact, so no fighting, no screaming, no being mean to each other. Just be nice. You can live together, that's no problem. Do not commit any further crimes or any crime. Do not leave the state of Florida while the case is pending. Do not possess any firearms. And you must attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Next, we have Emma Pozos. Pozos? Am I saying it right? Yes, sir. Close? Okay, you're not on any kind of release. This is battery, domestic violence, and I don't see anybody in the box. You do qualify for pretrial release. Score is 0, and you don't have any history. So, the person that was involved in this, what is your relationship to them?
He's my brother.
Your brother, okay. Do y'all live together or not?
Yeah, at the moment.
Okay.
Your Honor, she is planning on returning back to California. So I just asked that she be allowed to return to California as long as she shows up for court appearances and maintains contact.
Yeah, and you can appear by phone, by video. We make it easy. We just want to process the case. And so you don't want a warrant out there. Okay, our pretrial release is approved, and do not consume any illegal drugs. No contact, just stay away. While the case is pending, no contact. You're going to live separate residences. You are approved to leave the state of Florida and go to California, so long as you stay in touch with your attorney and the court. And do not possess any firearms, ammunition, and you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney.
Your Honor,
Okay, yes.
one-time return with law enforcement to gather her belongings.
Okay, if you need that, so we'll go ahead and put no return to the residence of the victim except with law enforcement's assistance to get personal items. All right, thank you. Next is Wilfredo Rivera Acosta. We do have someone coming to the okay, Mr. Acosta, this is, now, again, I guess, so there's no hyphenation, they're not doing that, or? Anyway, he's on county probation, so, is there a VOP coming or something? Does probation, county probation know about this arrest? Does somebody?
They are notified, Your Honor, but there's no VOP forthcoming.
Okay, not yet, okay. This is battery, domestic violence, possession of drug paraphernalia, pretrial release, no. And then we have battery, burglary, assault, gun, robbery with a gun, deadly weapon. This is a misdemeanor domestic violence, okay. Leaving the scene of a crash, grand theft. Quite a list. Okay, ma'am, if you will tell me who you are.
My name is Jaira Claudio.
Hey, can you push the microphone down? Yeah, and speak up loud and clear. How do you spell your last name?
Claudio.
Okay, Claudio? Okay, and Ms. Claudio, you need to be sworn in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay, and how do you know the defendant?
I'm his girlfriend.
You're his mother?
His girlfriend?
Oh, his girlfriend, okay. And do y'all have any children together?
No.
And has he been violent towards you in the past?
No.
And does he use alcohol or illegal drugs? Was that involved in this situation or in the past?
I don't know. What are you?
Okay. Looking at, see, grand theft, possible possession of drug paraphernalia. Okay. Do you want me to, do you fear the defendant?
No.
What?
No.
Okay. And do you want me to allow him to come, to have contact with you? Or do you want me to order him to have no contact with you?
I want contact.
And does he possess any firearms or ammunition?
No.
Okay. All right. This is a misdemeanor domestic violence. We'll go ahead and do a $1,000 bond. So his bail is $1,000. Thank you. The felony, I guess, is the possession, no, which is the domestic, which is the felon? No, neither one of them. Both of them are misdemeanors?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't know why I thought one was a, okay, so we'll do, the battery would be $1,000, and then possession of drug paraphernalia, $1,000. And then do not consume illegal drugs as a condition, because he has a history of drugs beginning 30 days from the date of his release. Pretrial release is monthly to randomly drug test him until your case is closed. If you are positive, you will be arrested and back in jail. At the request of the victim, he can have no hostile contact and can return to the residence if she agrees. And you are not to commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state of Florida while your case is pending. Do not possess any weapon, firearm, or ammunition. And you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, DCF will be involved in this case. I ask that defendant comply with DCF plan.
Oh, okay. All right, compliance with DCF is ordered. Okay, next is misdemeanor domestic violence. And this is, are you Mr. Roper?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's nobody in the audience, so you're not on any kind of control. And so this is battery domestic violence. And this is, what happened, who was the other side? Is it?
Sorry?
Was it a spouse or a relative?
Yeah, it was just between me and my wife.
A girlfriend?
No, my wife.
Oh, your wife, okay.
Yes, sir.
And, all right, pretrial release, he qualifies. Risk assessment is low. Back in 18, you and the same victim had a problem, a battery, domestic violence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, are you still working for Publix?
If
Pardon me?
currently, I might still have my position on my job there if all goes well here. But yes, I'm still.
Well, you know, that's a good employer, and you don't want to lose that job.
All right, sir.
All right. Okay, so would you allow pretrial release? Do not, conditions of release are do not consume illegal drugs. No contact. You have to live separate. Now, you know, if that changes, tell your attorney and we can change that. But really, she's not here to say that she wants you back home. So you're going to have no contact. You're going to have to live separate. Do not return to the residence without law enforcement to assist you in clothing and work tools. Do not come within 500 feet of her residence, workplace, or otherwise.
Yes, sir.
Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state of Florida while your case is pending. Do you understand all that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. I forget, did you say you had children with her?
Yes, sir. I have 3 children, and I'm also still enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Okay. Are you in the reserves?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What rank?
United States Marine.
No, what rank?
Oh, I'm a Lance Corporal. I'll be
Lance
picking up
Corporal.
Corporal in another 6 months.
Okay. All right. No contact, I guess no contact with the children. I wish she was here to talk about this. Do not possess any firearms or ammunition.
No, sir.
So, you know, you've got things going for you. Number one, you don't have any bad history. Number two, you were in the Marines. You got an honorable discharge?
No, sir. I'm still enlisted. I have 5 more years left on my contract.
Oh, okay, very good. And you work for Publix. And so, in other words, you've got a lot going for you. Just don't screw it up by stupid stuff. And
Aye, sir.
and so, anyway, all right. And I did say pretrial release. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, Malik Smith. Mr. Smith, you're on state probation, so this would be, would he be going to VOP court? Let me ask the state, or is it, this is domestic battery, but he's on state probation. Is this a VOP?
No, Your Honor, we're only here today regarding the domestic violence battery. Undoubtedly, he will be violated in the future, but as of today, no. We're only
Okay.
dealing with the DV.
All right, well, let's look at who he is. Let's see, active probation, felony, willful, charge was willful child abuse, Orange County. There's a driving while, oh, child abuse with driving while license suspended. And then Florida arrest, some grand theft, battery. Okay, we'll go ahead and, because you do have that history, we'll go ahead and do $500 as a battery, for his battery bail. And then do not, conditions are do not consume illegal drugs, do not contact. Now, this was your girlfriend?
Yes, sir. Well,
Okay.
mother of child.
Pardon me?
Mother of child?
Your girlfriend's child?
Mother of my
Oh,
child.
mother of your child, I'm sorry. I was making it too difficult. All right, no contacts, and she's not here to ask for anything else, and that's the rule. You are to live separate and separate, have separate homes, and do not return to the residence except by law enforcement to secure clothing and personal items. Do not come within 500 feet of her residence, workplace, or otherwise near her. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state while the case is pending. Do you understand all that?
Sir.
All right, no contact. Did you say you had a child with her?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I thought, okay. Do not possess no contact with the child at the present time. You know, we can change that. Do not possess any firearms or ammunition, and you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, again, DCF was involved, so I asked defendant comply with any DCF plan.
Oh, yes. If DCF is investigating this, then you are to comply with and cooperate with DCF.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Sorrell. Ms. Sorrell, you're not on any programs. This is a battery, domestic violence. We don't have anybody in the audience. She doesn't have any history to speak of. And so does she qualify for pretrial release? It says no, but is there a way to do it?
If you can do a bond or a PTR, Your Honor.
All right. We'll go ahead and do a bond of $100 or pretrial release with the conditions that she not consume any illegal drugs, to have no contact with the alleged victim, to live separate from the alleged victim. She can return to the residence with the assistance of law enforcement to secure clothing and work items. She's not to come closer than 500 feet to the residence, workplace, or otherwise of the victim. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state while case is pending. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you are not to have any firearms or ammunition, and you are to attend all court hearings unless you're excused by your attorney. Thank you. Next, this is Telfer, T-E-L-F-E-R. Mr. Telfer, this is domestic violence battery. You do qualify for pretrial release. Score is 0. You don't have any, well, Florida arrest, domestic violence battery 2 times, tampering with a witness, aggravated assault. Let's see. And, okay, all right. We'll go ahead and do pretrial release with the conditions of do not consume any illegal drugs, no contact, do not return to the residence of the alleged victim, but you can go there with law enforcement to secure clothing and work tools. Do not come within 500 feet of the residence, workplace, or otherwise near her. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state while the case is pending. Do you understand all that? All right. Do not possess any firearms or ammunition, and you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Thank you. Okay. Domestic violence. And then this is Alexandra Wade. There's nobody in the audience. Alexandra Wade, this is misdemeanor domestic violence. And you do qualify for pretrial release. And you do have ties to the community ties. And nothing serious in her background, so we'll release her on pretrial release. But she's not to consume any illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim. If she has to return to the residence of the alleged victim to get any of her personal items, she can do that with law enforcement. You're not to come closer than 500 feet of the victim's residence, workplace, or otherwise. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state while your case is pending. Do you understand that? All right. Do not possess any firearms or ammunition. And you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right. Thank you.
When a DCF was contacted, I asked defendant comply with any DCF plans.
I'm sorry, did someone say something?
DCF was contacted regarding this incident. I asked defendant be ordered to comply with any DCF plan.
Oh, okay. All right, and she's ordered to comply with the DCF plan. Thank you. All right, next we have Artonio Williams. Okay, Mr. Williams, you're not on any controls at this time. And then you have an assault, domestic violence. You don't qualify for pretrial release at this point. Let's see, it says unable to interview. Let's see, you do have marijuana sale, possession with a gun and ammunition. Last conviction was in 16, aggravated assault with possession with ammo by a felon, robbery with a firearm. This is misdemeanor. Possession, synthetic. Okay, all right, so his bail is $2,500. He's not to consume any illegal drugs because of his drug history, beginning 30 days from the date of his release. Pretrial release is monthly to randomly drug test him until his case is disposed of. If you are positive, you will be arrested and back in jail. He's to have no contact with the alleged victim. If you are to live separate and apart from the alleged victim, if you need to return to the residence of the alleged victim to get your personal items, you may do that. Do not come within 500 feet of her residence, workplace, or otherwise. Do not commit any type of crime. Do not leave the state while the case is pending. Do you understand that, sir? Sir. Do not possess any firearms, ammunition, weapons. And you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Thank you.
Your Honor, DCF was contacted. I asked defendant comply with any DCF plan.
All right. DCF is involved, so comply with any of their directives. Okay. Okay, Jimmy Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Williams. Okay, this is misdemeanor domestic violence. You have two charges, dating violence and then resisting an officer without violence. You do not qualify for pretrial release. Risk assessment is low to moderate. And okay, and then your history. The possession of drug paraphernalia, Florida conviction, drug paraphernalia, cocaine, and then Florida arrest, aggravated battery, Okay, and then we have some false imprisonment issues, robbery by sudden snatching. Okay. All right, and we don't have anybody in the box, and so we'll go ahead and do the $500 on battery, and then $250 on resisting an officer. And the conditions of are that he's do not consume any illegal drugs beginning 30 days from the date of your release. Pretrial release is monthly to randomly drug test you until your case is disposed of. If you are positive, then you'll be arrested and back in jail. You're to have no contact with the alleged victim. If you are to live separate and apart from the alleged victim, you are not to return to the residence of the alleged victim except with law enforcement to secure clothing and work items. Do not come within 500 feet of the residence, workplace, or otherwise near the alleged victim. Do not commit any crime. Do not leave the state. No contact with the victim, which I've already said. Do not possess any firearms or ammunition. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Thank you very much. It's a first appearance, it's a total of misdemeanor domestic violence was 25. Okay. And then next we have felony warrants. Let's see, Cantor, D-U-K-H-I.
Cantilo Dukai, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're on state probation, and so this is a VOP. We'll notify, you don't have a bond or bail, that is, for that, and so we'll notify the VOP court, and you'll appear in that court probably 3 to 5 days from now. Thank you very much.
No, but there's no way I can get a bond. I turned myself in voluntarily.
No, VOP is no bond. You have to appear in front of that court. Thank you. All right, next we have Wagner, Ms. Wagner. Yours is a VOP. And so we'll notify, you will be assigned to the VOP court, and so there's no bail.
No, Your Honor, I believe there was a bond set of $1,500 on count 1 and $1,000 on count 2.
Oh, really?
One count, she has 2 cases.
Oh, 2 cases, sorry.
It's funny. Let's see. Looking at this paper, I don't see that. But if you tell me that, I agree. So whatever the bond is that was set, so this is out of county?
No, Your Honor.
Or is it Orange County?
Yes, and the judge set a bond of, $1,500 and $1,000 on the second case.
All right, that's fine. That, we'll leave it as is.
Thank you.
And that's it, believe it or not. I felt like the paper was just growing, you know.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Okay, Mr. Lane, we have a trespass in a structure and second-degree misdemeanor.
Your Honor, I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty.
All right, plea of not guilty entered.
Division 83, pretrial will be April 11th at 8:30 in courtroom 6C.
Thank you.
Let's see, BB Ramna Rayan.
Who is it? Raymond? Okay. I will waive and enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
It'll be, pretrial will be in Division 50, May 2nd at 9 o'clock in courtroom 7C.
Next is Irvin Royal, R-O-Y-A-L-L. Medical.
I will waive and enter a plea of not guilty.
Division 80, pretrial May 19th at 9 o'clock in courtroom 9C.
Yeah, we need to do those two. You want to do the 33 motions now? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, this is misdemeanor pleables.
Your Honor, I believe we're going to do the 33-day motions.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, the first one is Keenan Johnson.
Can you give me the case number, please, Your Honor?
Oh, case number 22 CF 1766 AOR.
Denied, information was filed.
Kristen, last name Law, L-A-W, case number 22 CF 1898 AOR.
Denied, information was filed.
Maurice Home, Homme, 22 CF 1870 AOR.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
And that's the end. Okay, now, let's see. All right, this is Hiram Cordones.
Hiram Cordones.
Cordones, okay. This is, he's not on any active program. He's got 2 charges, sir. The trespass on property after warning, and then battery. And there's a hold out on bond, a battery, trespass after warning. So first appearance detainer, held for out on bond. So then we have, so this is a new trespass on property after warning?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're similar, but
Yes, Your Honor. I just ask that you set bonds on the new cases or stay the bonds. We believe there may be some competency concerns here, so I just ask that you set a bond on the new case.
all right, and this is misdemeanor pleadable, so we'll go ahead and do a $1,000 bond. And no return, no contact with the victim or witnesses.
Your Honor, there are 2 counts.
Oh, okay, yes, thank you for catching that. So we'll do 500 and 500.
And in regards to the out on bond, Your Honor?
Say again?
In regards to the out on bond, no action?
Oh, on the out on bond, okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and revoke that. Okay, next is Omar Goban. Omar Goban, this is misdemeanor pleables. First appearance, they see out on ROR, and this is trespass on property after warning. We'll go ahead and revoke the ORR.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
As far as his new case, there is an offer to resolve that case with an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to 588 West Church Street. And as far as his out on bond 2022 CF 90380, the state has not filed on that case. He was just released ROR on February 25th because formal charges have not been filed.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So I guess we'll just leave it as is.
That's fine.
Yeah, all right, leave it as is. And sir, do we need to go ahead and swear him in for the plea?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this, okay, thank you. All right, sir, did you hear the plea that was offered by your attorney? Did you understand the plea that was just spoken by your attorney?
Yes.
Okay, and do you accept that and believe that's in your best interest?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so we'll go ahead and do adjudication. Time served is how much?
2 days.
2 days. Sir, the charge for your public defender services is $50. Do you agree, or do you want to come back to court and contest it?
No, I agree.
Okay, all right, Madam Clerk, court costs are $273, attorney's fee $50, no restitution, and we'll go ahead and reduce that to a judgment.
Yeah, they'll give it to you when you leave.
In the mail. Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
I appreciate it.
Okay, next is pleadable misdemeanor, and it's Ronald Paramore. Ronald Paramore.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paramore, you're not out on anything right now, and it's a petty theft. And so, public defender?
There is not an offer to resolve this case, Your Honor. I assume it's because it's enhanceable, correct, Steve?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, yeah, and so we'll go ahead and, the petty theft, we'll go ahead and do $1,000. And no return, no contact. Next is Lisa Paris. Lisa Paris. Ms. Paris, you're not out on anything at the present time. You have a trespass, other structure or conveyance. Any offers?
Yes, Your Honor, it is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to the Crooked Can Brewery located at 426 West Plant Street.
Your Honor, I believe there's maybe some competency concerns, so I just ask that you set a bond in this case.
It was the hospital, not the beer place. It was the hospital that I'm trespassed from.
All right, we'll go ahead and
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I guess, what about pretrial, mental health pretrial release?
Can we have her screened for mental health pretrial release, Your Honor? And if she doesn't qualify, could you also, in the alternative, set a bond? So we can have her screened, and then if she doesn't qualify, there's a bond in place for her to bond up. I know.
All right, option one is, which is our preferred, is mental health pretrial release. However, if that's not proper, then we'll go ahead and do $200 with no return, no contact.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the hospital.
No, it's the brewery.
The brewery.
Mhm.
Next, we have Jeffrey Rivera.
Okay.
So I think you might,
Okay.
thank you.
Jeffrey Rivera. All right, Mr. Rivera, you're not out on anything right now, but they've charged you with possession of drug paraphernalia and soliciting without a permit, and this is a pliable.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is a withhold of adjudication of guilt and credit time served for the soliciting without a permit. And I believe the state has an announcement to make.
Your Honor, with regard to possession of drug paraphernalia, case number 22MM1829, the state announces a no information.
All right, thank you. Then we'll go ahead and place him under oath, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Thank
but
you.
the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir, did you hear the plea that was offered by the state and agreed?
Yes, sir.
All right, the only thing is I want to adjudicate, since you have a long history, there's no reason for a withhold. So do you believe that that plea is in your best interest?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept it?
Yes, sir.
All right, time served?
Yes, Your Honor.
2 days? All right, 2 days, time served. There's a charge of $50 for your attorney. Do you agree to that fee, or do you want to come back and contest it?
I agree to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, standard court costs, Madam Clerk? All right, then attorney's fee of $50. There's no restitution, and we'll go ahead and reduce that to a judgment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next, we have Sims, Mr. Sims, Rashawn Sims. Okay, you're not out on any, well, yes, you are. First appearance detainer, there's an ICTP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Remind me what ICTP is.
Competent to proceed, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
So on his, out on bond, I'd ask that you take no action. He was evaluated. And he was deemed incompetent by the court to proceed. So I'd ask that you take no action there. And as far as the new charge, I would ask for an ROR due to the competency, Your Honor. He does have 0 failures to appear despite his competency issues, so I would ask for that he maintain all his medical doctor's appointments and take his prescribed medications and maintain contact with his attorney.
Okay, did you hear what she said?
He's talking to you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll leave that prior charge as is, and we'll release him, so we could have a medical.
Your Honor, I don't believe he would qualify. I don't know if he's ever been screened. Has he been screened for mental health pretrial release already? Okay. Your Honor, could we screen him for mental health pretrial release? And if he doesn't qualify, then we can do the ROR?
Okay, all right, prefer the mental health, pretrial release mental health evaluation services, hopefully, and then otherwise ROR. No return, no contact. Next is Smoody, S-M-O-O-D-Y. Sir, you're not out on anything that I'm aware of. This is a trespass on property after warning, and this is a pliable.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 30 North Summerlin Avenue, and Mr. Smoody would like to accept.
All right, swear him in, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, you heard what the attorney said as far as the disposition of your case. Do you accept it?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, and do you believe that's in your best interest?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, adjudication, time served is how much?
2 days.
2 days. And court costs, Madam Clerk? $273. And attorney's fee of $50. There's no restitution. And we'll go ahead and do a judgment, final judgment, and
Thank you, Your Honor.
yes, yes.
All right.
Yep, you're okay.
Okay, ma'am, are you Renee Stansel? Or Ms. Stansel? You're not out on anything right now, but there is a petty theft retail, and this is a pliable, so is there an offer?
There is, Your Honor. However, she would likely qualify for pretrial diversion, and being that this is enhanceable and she has no history, I would ask in this particular case for an ROR. I know, just calm down. So that she could take advantage of pretrial diversion.
Okay, state.
Objection.
All right, pretrial diversion recommended, and otherwise ROR, no return to the premises, no contact of the premises.
Your Honor, it would just be the ROR. They would do the pretrial diversion if the state files on the charge.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You will get out today. Stay in contact with your attorney, okay?
I don't have an attorney.
It's right here. Give you the form. Number's right there, okay? So call them. They'll give you the attorney assigned. Right there.
Okay, this is city and county ordinance. Mr. Baldwin. Mr. Baldwin, you're in custody for disorderly conduct, and he has a long history. So any pleables?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state on the city's behalf is a withhold of adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and Mr. Baldwin would like to accept.
Okay, it would have to be an adjudication. So, Mr. Baldwin, do you accept, Mr. Baldwin, you have to be sworn in first.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, did you hear what your attorney said as far as the disposition and what I said as far as adjudication? All right, and do you accept that plea as being in your best interest? All right, we have an adjudication. How much time served?
Yes, 2 days.
2 days.
2 days.
Okay. And then, sir, the charge for the public defender services is $50. Do you agree?
I'm
or do you wish to contest it?
I'm disabled.
Okay, but do you agree?
I'm disabled. I don't have any.
Yeah, I'm going to reduce it to a judgment in case you win the lotto.
I'm not gonna win no lotto because I don't play that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so,
And then there's not gonna be no.
so we'll go ahead and do the $50 charge, court cost of the $273. Tell me if it changes. The $50, there's no restitution. I will reduce it to a judgment. Okay, next is Kimball, Mr. Kimball.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and sir, you don't have anything outstanding except this case. This is a disorderly conduct, and you don't have any background to speak of, criminal history, I meant. And so, is there a plea?
There is, Your Honor, but again, in this particular case, I would ask for an ROR. He has no history. I'm not sure if they could give him pretrial diversion, but I would like to see first before allowing him to plea. So based on the fact that he has no history, I would ask for an ROR.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, ROR, no contact with the victim, no return to the scene of the incident. So just stay away from whoever that person is. Next is Lazzara, Lazzara.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Lazzara, this is alcoholic beverage, open container, defense.
The offer on the city's behalf is a withhold of adjudication, credit time served. And Mr. Lazzara would like to accept, Your Honor.
Okay, other than an adjudication, so we need to swear him in.
Raise your right hand.
I'm sorry?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you heard that the offer is an adjudication and time served and no return. Well, that doesn't apply here, but an adjudication and court cost and attorney's fee. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's in your, do you believe that to be in your best interest? Thank you.
He couldn't hear you, Your Honor.
Do you believe that that plea is in your best interest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, and we'll go ahead and adjudicate. Time served?
2 days.
2 days. And sir, the charge for your attorney is $50. Do you agree?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so court cost $273, attorney's fee $50, restitution not relevant, and we'll enter a judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next, we have Baker, Nate Baker. Mr. Baker, you don't have, you're not out on anything,
Hold on, Your Honor. I don't know.
but we are now at felony. So,
Your Honor?
There's
this is a
traffic.
felony.
No, there should be traffic.
Are you Mr. Nate Baker?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
What happened to the traffic?
Oh, traffic.
Did I do something?
All the traffic bonded?
They bonded, yes, ma'am.
Oh, Nate Baker is
No,
bonded?
no, not that one. Go ahead.
Okay, is your name Nate Baker?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is, your charge is aggravated assault with a firearm, and he does have a little bit of history. but the firearm is obviously concerning. State, any input?
No, Your Honor?
Is this the F3?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, and so the aggravated assault with a firearm, the bail is okay. I've looked at firearms are really disturbing. It's not a small thing. And so your bond is $10,000.
Your Honor, I would object. He has no convictions on his history, 0 failures to appear. He's been in the area for over a year. I would ask for a $5,000 bond at least, Your Honor.
All right, but certainly not less. A $5,000 bond, and that you are not to consume any illegal drugs, and you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not contact the alleged victim, witnesses, co-defendants. Do not commit another crime. Do not possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. Do not leave the state while the case is pending. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Next case. Okay, this is Daniel Bates, B-A-T-E-S. Are you Mr. Bates?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Bates, you do have, you're out on ROR, possession of a controlled substance, and then his failure of defendant to appear. Okay, so you had a VOP and then a battery. So your first possession of controlled substance, we'll go ahead and revoke that and put, we'll put $1,000 bond there. And then failure defendant to appear would be $2,500, and then a battery would be $500.
Your Honor?
Yes.
With regard to the failure of defendant to appear, generally the IA judge is not going to have the jurisdiction to change that amount. So whatever it is, it just has to remain.
Oh, was there one set already?
It's set at no bond, Your Honor, for the failure to appear.
Okay, see, I don't see that on my paperwork, so you have to tell me each time.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll try to remember to ask you. But so apparently the person who set that capias put a no bond, so then we'll do the battery. What did I say?
500.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. The add-on bond is 1,000, yes.
1,000.
Your Honor, with regard to the battery, I would ask for no contact.
Right, thank you. No contact, no return.
You're here.
Okay, next we have Brandon, let's see, Booser, B-U-S-E-R. Mr. Booser, you have possession, 2 counts, possession of meth and then possession of drug paraphernalia. And then you have aggravated arson.
I only have,
So we're on Brandon Busher. Is that what you meant?
I only have 2 yet.
Okay, we haven't set bond yet. Okay, I'm just looking at the background.
Oh, the arson. Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll go ahead and do the, and both of those are felonies, right? State.
No, Your Honor. Drug paraphernalia is a misdemeanor.
Oh, okay, that's right. Is that an M2 or 1?
One moment.
All right, so we'll go ahead and do 250 for that. And then the meth will be $1,000. Okay, then we have Miguel Ceras Gonzalez, Caceras Gonzalez. All right, sir. What I have here is, looking at the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, we'll go ahead and do that at 20,000, and then 20,000, and 20,000, and 20,000, and 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. And then the trafficking in oxycodone, we'll make that 2,500. Possession of morphine, 2,500. Hashish, 2,500. Hashish, 2,500. Then there's something I can't pronounce, whatever that word is. Phyllis, whatever it is, 2,500. And then possession of cannabis would be, with intent to sell, would be 1,000. And any other conditions, State?
Your Honor, there's a co-defendant. I would ask that there be no contact with the co-defendant.
With no contact with whom?
Jennifer Hopping.
I'm sorry?
Jennifer Hopping.
They both reside in the same residence.
Okay.
How is she?
No, I know, I'm just, not you.
I'm confused as to.
They're both, I believe they live together. This is the one, right?
Yes.
They live together, they search the house. They both reside in the house, so they charge both the same, Your Honor.
Oh.
And if you take a look at Mr., I can't pronounce it, Gonzalez, it looks like his last conviction was in 2014, but he has no failures to appear. I understand if you set counts 1 and 2 at 20,000, would you consider stay in the $4,000 bonds that were set on the remaining possessions of a firearm?
No. All right, thank you very much. Next is Joseph Salone. Joseph Salone, possession of heroin. So are you Mr. Salone?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is possession of heroin, meth, and drug paraphernalia. So for possession of heroin, we'll do 2,500. Possession of the meth, 2,500. Paraphernalia, 500. Next, this is a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is 20,000. Now, sir, this is
Your Honor, I would,
Blake Coleman, Mr. Coleman.
Your Honor, I would argue no PC as to this case.
Okay, I need to, are you arguing no PC for all of it or just one of them?
All of it, Your Honor. The arrest affidavit just states there's a witness statement. It says see supplement. I believe the state's going to ask for 24 hours to obtain that supplement.
Okay, State, do you need 24?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's reset this. I'll give you both of these. All right,
Thank
we'll
you.
reset it. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, next is Terrence Collier. Terrence Collier. Okay, Mr. Collier, we have possession of cocaine with intent to sell with a firearm. That bond is $20,000. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, $20,000. Carrying a concealed weapon, $10,000. Thank you. Next.
And, Your Honor, his out on bond case.
Say again?
His out on bond, are you taking any action?
Oh, okay, let me glance at that. Out on bond, fleeing and eluding, that's We'll revoke that bond, and that's a $20,000 bond. Next, Tara Dickerson. Tara Dickerson.
Ms. Dickerson refused, Your Honor.
On everybody, so.
All right, out on bond, we'll go ahead and revoke that, and conspiracy to contraband possession, we'll do 5.
Your Honor?
What's that bond?
Your Honor, I'd ask that you take no action. There's a no info filed. She was just released February 11th on a ROR. The state has yet to file charges.
That is correct, Your Honor. She was arrested January 9th, and as of today's date, formal charges have not been filed.
All right, then we'll just leave it alone. And then violation of probation, does that VOP have a bond?
She's not in on a VOP, Your Honor. She's only here for the burglary and the criminal mischief.
Oh, she's only here for burglary. Okay, the burglary, we'll go ahead and do it 5,000. The criminal mischief, 500. Okay, next is Charles
Your Honor, I would ask
Gaines.
for no contact, no return on Ms. Dickerson.
Yes, all right, thank you. The burglary, yes. The burglary, no contact, no return. Thank you. Next we have, are you Charles Gaines? All right, Mr. Gaines, this is aggravated assault with a firearm. Your bond is $20,000. Any other conditions, State?
No weapons, no firearms.
Okay, here's, just a minute. Let me see if that's, no, it's a different person.
Your Honor, my client can't afford a $20,000 bond. Again, I would ask that you consider reducing. He does not appear to have a violent history. The convictions that I see are mostly drug charges and driving while license suspended, and his last conviction was in 2014. So I'd ask that you consider all of those factors.
Okay, I see as a carrying a concealed weapon back sometime in the past, firearm, I mean, petty theft, possession of marijuana, carrying a concealed firearm. No, the 20,000, if he likes guns, he can
I don't
afford it.
believe he was ever charged for that, Your Honor.
No. Anyway, no, this $20,000 for your gun.
Your Honor, I would ask for no contact and no weapons, no firearms.
Okay, no weapons, no contact. Possession of a firearm, ammo by a convicted felon, aggravated assault. So there's 2 different charges. Now, are you Daniel Gates?
Sir.
All right, Mr. Gates, you have 2 charges. Possession of firearm, ammo by a convicted felon, that bond is $20,000. Aggravated assault with a firearm, and that one is $20,000. Thank you very much.
Again, Your Honor,
File a bar motion.
no contact, no weapons, no firearms for the conditions.
Right, no weapon, no firearms. Okay, next, are you Jennifer Hopping?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Hopping, this is possession of morphine, oxycodone, hashish, and then the word I can't pronounce it. And then there's cannabis. This looks familiar. Is this like with someone else? They look the same charges.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
About 4 defendants ago.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so, all right, so the possession of morphine would do the $1,000, oxycodone, 2,500, hashish, 25, and hashish, 25. That thing I can't pronounce would do a 25 if I can't pronounce it. And then possession of cannabis with intent to sell would be 1,000. And then anything else? Yes.
Okay.
Okay, next is Teven Hunt. Mr. Hunt,
1,000.
you're trafficking in oxycodone. And so We'll go ahead and do that at the 5,000. Possession of a weapon and commission of a felony, what weapon is that?
You want me to?
One moment, Your Honor.
Is that a firearm?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, now, you are Mr. Hunt?
Yes, sir. I have a license.
In Your Honor, he has no history.
But you're a felon.
No,
No, it's in the commission of a
Commission of
felony.
a felony. Possession of a weapon in commission, no, you don't have do you have a license to commit a robbery with a gun?
No, he's stating that he has a gun license, Your Honor. The charge is possession, because he had the gun with him allegedly when he had the drugs.
Well, $20,000.
Your Honor, he has no history. He has family ties.
Now, if he's carrying a gun when he's committing a felony,
Your Honor, it's alleged.
with $20,000, count two is 20,000. Trafficking in oxycodone would do it at 2,500.
Wait, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Five. You said five, Your
Or
Honor.
did I say five?
Or count one, 5,000.
500, okay. All right, getting back to, this is Andra Lee.
Yes.
Andra Lee, you have possession of cocaine with a weapon. I assume that weapon's a gun?
Yes, sir. They said,
Be
it was-
quiet.
Okay, then carrying a concealed firearm, and then possession of fentanyl, I guess that's the way you say that, and resisting an officer without violence, possession of cocaine with a firearm, a weapon, is 20,000. Carrying a concealed weapon, firearm is 20,000, and then possession of fentanyl is 1,000. Possession, resisting an officer without violence is 500. And anything else? Clerk just pointed out that he is out on bond. The pretrial, we'll revoke that bond, and that was a petty theft, so we'll do $1,000. Okay, next is Dorsal, London. Dorsal, London. Dorsal, London is burglary with assault or battery, and then a battery. Burglary with assault or battery. This is so we'll go ahead and do 2,500 there.
Your Honor,
Yes.
a burglary with an assault or battery therein is punishable by life at this time. State would ask defendant be held no bond.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so that would be a no bond, and then the battery would be a $500 bond.
Your Honor, I apologize. Upon further review, I would have no objection if the court wanted to use its discretion to set bond for count one. It is still punishable by life, but the court can use its discretion.
And I'd ask that you set a bond, given he has no history, Your Honor, and the state has no objection. I believe he reached his.
So it looks like out-of-state, let's see, out-of-state convictions, property, something, let's see, stolen property with intent to sell,
Has no,
grand larceny, 5,000 from a person, pickpocket, burglary,
Your Honor, I don't, oh, they updated it.
Enter
I don't
house.
have the updated version, I'm sorry.
yeah, larceny,
Oh.
monument.
Yeah, I didn't have the updated.
Intentional damage under 1,000, arrest, burglary. No, it looks like he's been involved in a lot of burglaries.
We didn't have the updated sheet like you, Your Honor. That's why I thought he had no history.
All right, so your count one is $5,000, and then count two is $500. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you setting?
You're right. That's the one, the burglary of assault or battery is life in prison.
It is punishable by up to life, Your
Punishable
Honor.
by up to. Do you have the paperwork there? Yeah, it looks, state, if you'd read along with me, it looks like A1 is him, threatened to shoot him. So
I don't see that. Your Honor, again,
So is it he threatened to shoot or someone else threatened to shoot?
I don't see that particular language, Your Honor. I did see where he said, get out of here or I will kill you. I saw that statement. I didn't see anything about shooting, Your Honor. Can you tell me which paragraph you're referring to?
See, I see, so A1 is, I hate it when, who is A1? I hate when they use these abbreviations. Let's see.
I believe that is the defendant, Your Honor.
Because A1 has threatened to kill people more than once in this narrative. So,
So what is your decision with regard to count one, Your Honor?
say again.
What is your decision with regard to count one? You've said no bond and you've also said $5,000.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. So erase everything. No, we'll just leave it as no bond after reading that. So that count one is no bond. Again? Well, yes, thank you. All right, so then we have do not consume illegal drugs, do not return to the scene of the incident, do not contact the alleged victim, witness, co-defendants, do not commit any more crimes or any crime, do not possess a weapon or firearm, do not leave the state of Florida while your case is pending, and you are to attend all court hearings unless excused. All right, thank you. Okay, then we have Roger Lowman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lohman.
Sir, how you doing today? Sir?
Okay, you're out on a bond, unlawful possession of a personal ID.
Yes, sir. I had.
We have a grand theft, third-degree motor vehicle, leaving the scene
I took
of a
plea for that
crash.
case already. We had agreed to a plea arraignment. I mean, a plea agreement with that the personal ID thing. All I had to do was sign a plea deal, and that case is over with pretty much.
Oh, well, he's basically saying that unlawful possession of personal IDs.
Yes, we came up with a plea. We got a plea
Yeah,
agreement.
good, thank you for bringing that up. We'll check it, you know. So while the state and the PD are checking that, say grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, and then looking, let's see, last conviction was last year, grand theft, escape, marijuana, grand theft of a motor vehicle, possession, let's see, so we got 2 motor vehicles so far, cocaine, kidnapping and a false imprisonment, then a bunch of other drug things. It says here, defendant has an open Seminole County case, burglary of a dwelling, and has a Seminole County number.
Your Honor, as far as the out on bond, the unlawful possession, he is correct. There is an offer to resolve, and he accepts. This is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served. There is a cost of investigation in the amount of $224.16 to the Orlando Police Department. And Mr. Lohman would like to resolve the case today since he's here.
Okay, all right, we'll resolve that unlawful possession.
Thank you.
Okay, and then, the grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, we'll put at $10,000, and the leaving the scene of a crash with property at $2,500.
Yes. How much was the second charge? 10,000 on count 1 and.
Yeah, $2,500 on the other one. Okay, next we have Timothy Lamone.
Your Honor, I think they're trying to do a plea.
I gave you the plea form, Your Honor, for the, he hasn't been sworn in to accept the plea.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you heard what your attorney talked about as far as the plea goes, and do you accept that? So it would be adjudication, time served. What's his time served?
He has 1 day.
Say again?
1 day.
1 day?
Mhm.
Okay. And then the costs. And so the court cost of $273, attorney's fee. Sir, do you agree that the attorney's charge of $50 is a reasonable charge?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I only have 1 charge on this new case. I only got my arrest affidavit has 1 charge. How I'm coming up with 2 counts?
Yeah, the paperwork that we have is grand theft, third degree motor vehicle.
That's the only.
And
count I
then
have.
leaving the scene of a crash with property?
They gave me a citation for that.
Yeah, a
They
ticket?
gave me a citation. They wrote. I got a written citation for that right there. I didn't get a charge for that. I got a written citation.
Okay.
Yes, a written citation. They didn't give me a charge for that. They gave me a written citation.
But leaving the scene of a crash,
Print it out for you, sir.
What's the cost of investigation?
$224.16.
To who? OPD?
Yes.
Thank you.
okay. All right, we do have 2 charges, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and,
It's the same thing.
and I've given the bond on both, right?
Yes.
Bonds on both, Your Honor.
Yeah,
We're done.
but
Yes, we are.
was there something,
He didn't have the second charge. Pretrial services just printed the arrest affidavit
oh,
off
okay.
for him.
All right, so everything is straight now?
Yes.
Okay,
What's the charge on his first affidavit that he has?
Grand theft.
So that one is leaving the scene of a crash.
yeah, we'll
That's
reduce it.
2 cases, sir.
Yeah.
No, you can take him out, Gordon. I don't have time for that.
Okay, Timothy Lyman. Okay, Mr. Lyman, this is a criminal mischief. Then you have a first appearance detainer. Is he out on ROR possession of Utah loan or something like that? Bond amount is $250. And so then this is criminal mischief. And then he does have a lot of different stuff. State, what's your resolution?
My resolution, Your Honor?
Yeah, do you want to resolve this? Oh, but this is a felony, so we can't do that. So we'll go ahead and do, so this is a felony, so let's go ahead and do $1,000. And the out on ROR, we'll revoke that and do that. I noticed he had a bond amount of $250 already on that. It looks like
Your Honor, he was released ROR.
yeah, and so we'll go ahead and make that as 500. So out on ROR is revoked, and 500 is the bond there, and then the criminal mischief. Do you have that? Okay.
Your Honor, I'd ask for
All
no
right, and
contact, no return.
No, as a criminal mischief, no return to the scene of the crime, and no contact. Next is Johnny Martin. Johnny Martin. Mr. Martin, this is a felony, battery, committing felony battery. And you do have a conviction in California, disorderly conduct. California was a burglary, first degree, fighting, offensive words, battery, out of state, burglary, trespass, false checks, resisting an officer, received, knowing, stolen property. Okay, and so, all right, so this is it's a battery, committing felony battery. So state, is there any aggravators that we want to emphasize here?
No, Your Honor. Probable cause has already been found, so it's just a matter of setting the bond.
Okay, all right, and since this is an F3?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and do a $2,500 bond, no contact, no return. Okay, next we have Pratt, P-R-A-T-T, aggravated assault with a firearm. And so I'm looking down to see if there's any history. We don't have any history. So we'll go ahead and do the $5,000 that public defender recommended a little while ago.
Thank you.
So this is just the firearm and no history, 5,000. And so no return, no contact, no possession of firearms. Okay, next we have Sinclair, Algernon Sinclair. All right. Say again. Okay, this is a felony, possession of meth with intent, possession of something, substance with intent to sell. I think it's contraband substitute or something.
Controlled substance.
Oh, controlled substance. All right, and so these are both F3s?
One moment. No, Your Honor, they're both F2s.
Oh, okay. I do see a robbery with a firearm, possession of cocaine, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 2 times. All right, so we do have possession of the meth with intent to sell. And so we'll do that 10,000 there, 10,000, and then possession of contraband. So we'll make it 10,000 and 10,000 with no return, no contact, no firearms. So no return, no contact, don't commit any more crimes, or don't commit a crime, do not possess any firearms or ammunition, do not leave the state without, while the case is pending, and you're to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right. Next, I have. Was this? Did you just say about Wright, Dominique?
Right.
Oh, okay. Ms. Wright, this is possession of meth, and we'll go ahead and this is a felony, so we'll do it as $1,000. So $1,000 bond, and do not return to the scene of where you were arrested or the alleged crime. Do not commit any crime. Do not possess a weapon, firearm. Do not leave the state while your case is pending. And you are to attend court unless your attorney excuses you. All right, thank you.
Did he plead?
Please enjoy this pre-COVID bond court session. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Bond court.
Days in jail. Apparently you have an attorney to represent you, Mr. Calderon. Ms. Brito, do you wish to be heard regarding any of these matters?
Judge, I would just, Mr. Calderwood is a lifelong resident of Brevard County. He has ties to the community, including his parents, a wife, and children. He's a resident, and I'd ask that you reduce the bond to $15,000 on both charges of the felonies and a bond schedule on the marijuana and resisting.
Based on the nature of the charges and the prior record, I'll deny your request to reduce the bond. I'll set an arraignment date. Do we have a date for that? All right. And I don't need to appoint counsel. Anything else I should address? If he is released on those bonds, conditions will be no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. That means no phone calls, no emails, no personal contact whatsoever. Do you understand that, Mr. Calderon?
Yes, he understands, Judge.
Any further requests from the state regarding this case?
I can't hear her. Judge, first of all, I can't hear her.
Sorry.
Okay.
The information indicates that these individuals were roommates, and the state requests no return to the residence as well.
Well, Judge, let me speak to that. The alleged victim in this case was not a resident at that home. He was someone who was sleeping on a couch, from what I'm understanding, and therefore he would have no property rights to that home. So by not allowing my client, in the event that my client posts a bond, to return to his residence that he has a rent for, he has a lease for, that he lives at, would be inappropriate of the court. The person who's alleged to be the victim in this case, as I said, has no legal rights to that house at all whatsoever. So it would be an unjust enrichment to that person in order to allow them to live there rent-free, lease-free, legal agreement-free.
All right. I will, go ahead. I will leave the condition as it is, no return. You may apply to the court for a hearing on that issue, and then the victim would be able to be contacted and be present and have some say in what's going on. Without further information from both sides, I can't make a decision as to that issue. Certainly, if you are able through other means to find out that the victim is no longer staying at that residence, then you can apply for a modification of that condition because the victim no longer lives there.
Right. It says it right in the police report that he returned to his temporary residence. So
Okay, that still is a residence.
Okay.
All right, so I'll leave those conditions as they are.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor.
That's all.
Judge, also, the next case, Derek Munnings, I can tell the court.
Just a moment. Leaving those bonds as they are, yes.
Right.
I'm sorry, you have another case?
I don't have another case. I just want to advise the court, as a friend of the court, that Mr. Munnings is also a co-defendant in this matter, and a public defender's already been appointed on another case, on another co-defendant in this matter, so you probably have to appoint regional conflict after the public defender stands in for today. Thank you.
Derek Munnings, please state your full name.
Derek Anthony Munnings.
You've been arrested and charged with aggravated battery, sexual battery of a victim over age 18, and kidnapping with inflicting bodily harm. I believe the aggravated battery is a secondary felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison, and the other two are first-degree felonies punishable by up to 30 years in prison. I've reviewed the arrest form. I do find probable cause. I don't need to, though, because there was an arrest warrant. That's not necessary for me to do that. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, I asked for a public.
Do you want one?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire one?
Yes, but I haven't got a chance to make the call for that.
So you can hire a lawyer?
Yeah, but I'd have to file my taxes and get the money that I have at home.
So you're not going to be able to hire a lawyer unless you're able to get out and do your taxes? So are you going to be able to post your bonds?
I'm not sure how much my bond is right now.
Well, they're currently $50,000, $35,000, and $35,000.
Is there any way I can get it lowered?
I'm not going to change those bonds, sir. They're reasonable bonds based on the charges. I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender or conflict counsel. Is the public defender aware of the conflict that was stated by Ms. Brito?
I'm not, Judge. I mean, I don't know if there's a co-defendant in this case or not, so.
Well, Mr. Munnings and Mr. Calderwood are co-defendants.
There was a
Then-
there was a third person on the docket yesterday that was appointed to your office.
Yes.
And that would be a conflict, yes.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and appoint conflict counsel for Mr. Munnings.
Is that going to be RCC, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And same conditions that I essentially applied to Mr. Calderwood, including the no return, no contact. Set the arraignment for February 8th at 8 a.m. with Ms. Judge Ingram. State request anything further in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
That's all, Mr. Munnings. And was there another one, third one? Right, okay, so it's just 3, not 4, okay. So there's some new people coming in, so I'll need to do the, but I don't need to do it. Yeah, okay. Angeli Blessy. That's fine. Please state your name.
Angelique Blissay, Zakalezny.
All right. You've been arrested on charge of aggravated battery, domestic violence. I've reviewed your arrest form. I find probable cause for the arrest. Do you have a lawyer to represent you?
No, ma'am.
You want one?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
That's what I'd like to say. She qualifies. No problem. I'll find that you're indigent, appoint a public defender to represent you. Do you have a place to live other than with the alleged victim?
Yes, at my home, my husband, who was apparent, it was, I'm not going to try the case. Okay, my husband is not supposed to be at the house unless with my permission because he's convicted of domestic violence against me, and he's only allowed to be there if I allow him. If I had remembered that last night, I would have just called the police or asked him to leave at the time. But I was being attacked, and I defended myself, and I left. And my phone had been crushed and burned, so I went to the neighbors and called the police for help, and I ended up getting the charge.
All right. Well, I can't make all those decisions today. I just need to know if you have a place to live other than at the home with him. I can make some release conditions. If you...
Yes, I do. I could stay with a friend. But I would like to have permission to return to my home since he is on probation still, and he's not supposed to be at the home without my permission, so I can return home. He's a commercial fisherman anyway, and he won't be here past Thursday because he has to go back out to sea. He's 54, very strong.
Ma'am.
I know. Sorry, excuse me.
Does the state wish to be heard regarding bond?
There's a state request, $20,000. Ms. Blissay is on probation right now in case 17-11339, a DUI case. She was just placed on probation a couple of months ago. And although there's no on-site noted, the state would request a slightly upward deviation from the $15,000 to $20,000.
All right, she also has a court date tomorrow.
Yes, I do, in Titusville.
Just need to ask them to let Titusville Court know that you're in custody because the jail list might not show that as of tomorrow morning.
May I request to have my bond reduced so I can get out and take care of my home? I have taxes and many things to do with the house. I'm the only one there most of the time.
Well, lots of issues here, ma'am.
Well, even to get out and be able to handle my affairs, whether I'm at the house or not.
All right, I'm going to leave the bond set at $15,000 cash to surety. Condition, no contact with the alleged victim. No return to the home except one time with law enforcement to get your personal items and to confirm whether or not the victim is actually living there. If the victim's living there, you may not return to the house other than the one time with law enforcement until further order of the court. I'll set the arraignment on February 8th at 8 a.m. with Judge Ingram.
May I ask for Judge Garagofalo?
No, ma'am. You have a court date set for the arraignment, for the felony. It depends on whether the state pursues the felony or not, which they may or may not do. Which judge will be assigned to the case. Any further requests from the state?
No, Your Honor.
That's all, ma'am. State your name, please.
Amanda Briggs.
Been arrested and charged with battery by a person in prison or jail facility. I find probable cause for your arrest. Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No.
Do you want one?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire
No.
one? All right. Does she have public defender on other cases? Because the other defendant, who's the victim in this case, is
Ma'am.
also in custody. Yes, ma'am?
I'm sorry, is it okay if I say something?
If it's about the facts, there may be a concern.
It's not exactly about the facts.
All right.
I just finished serving a 6-month on a 9-month BOP charge, and I was supposed to EOS yesterday. The alleged victim and I both do not want to press charges. I've never had a violent charge before. And I have a job lined up. I need to get out. If maybe, I was thinking maybe I could get an ROR or something like that. This whole thing was a misunderstanding. Like I said, neither one of us wishes to press charges. We're both here today. And I really need to get out to take care of my affairs.
Okay. And what about the next one on the list, Ms. Woodline? I don't want to create conflict if I can avoid it. I could appoint PD on both if they both qualify, and then just let them withdraw the one they need to withdraw on. But we know there's a conflict. What's the state's position regarding her request?
We defer to the court.
The record support the fact that she was ready to be released? Okay.
All I can tell is that she was in custody since August 14th, 2017.
Can you look this up or anything?
I'm sure if you have the case number, the clerk would be able to verify what the sentence was on that case number.
Well, she's saying it was 9 months, and she was going to get out at 6 months, probably because of...
My end of
daytime.
sentence
Correct.
was to
That
be
would-
yesterday.
I mean, that would be consistent with typically what the jail is giving as good.
I understand that,
game
but
time.
I can't figure that out.
Well, the only people that would actually be able to fully confirm what the EOS date would be the Brevard County Jail.
Right.
For what it's worth, her disposition was on June 2nd, and she received 270 days. I'm sorry. No, on the VOP, the disposition was on September 15th. She received 270 days with 59 days credit time served at that time.
I'm sorry, but I was told that my end of sentence was to be on the 14th of this month, which would have been yesterday.
I understand that's... You're probably correct. I just
Okay.
need to verify
I
these things.
understand.
I would really like to believe every single one of you what you
I
tell me,
know.
but, I've been doing this a long time. I really can't do that.
I
have to
understand.
verify. Okay. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'll reduce the bond to $500 cash as surety. Condition no contact with the alleged victim. If you want counsel, I'll likely appoint conflict counsel unless the other party waives counsel because she has public defender in other cases. So we'll figure that out in just a few moments and put that on your paperwork.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you.
Ms. Woodline? Your Francois Woodline?
Woodline Francois.
Woodline, okay. You've been arrested and charged with the same thing?
Yeah, I'm the other person in the case. I don't want to press charges either. So.
Pardon me?
I'm the other person in the same case. I don't want to press charges.
Okay. Well, it's going to be up for the state to make that determination, ma'am, not me.
All right.
You do have a right to have an attorney. If you can't afford one, I will appoint one for you. Would you like an attorney in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
She qualifies. I'll appoint the public defender for you and then affirm that the conflict counsel is for the other young lady. On this case, I'll set the bond at $500 cash as surety. Because you're still in custody on other charges, you probably won't be released until those other charges are resolved. And set your arraignment date. I don't know if I gave.
Well, I'm gonna be going back to another county, so
How long?
Well, they probably won't take you back to the other county until you resolve these charges.
I have a court date coming up in the other county, though.
Pardon me?
I have a court date coming up in the other county, though.
Why can't I find her on the docket? You know, it's supposed to be alphabetical, and I can't find her on the docket. Oh, her last name is Francois. I'm sorry. Thank you. Is Francois your last name or first name?
Francois is my last name.
Thank you, ma'am. It shows an arraignment date of February 20th with Judge Baker in Titusville. You can talk with your public defender about seeing about getting you set up sooner if you want, or getting it
Yeah,
combined with
because
the other
I have a
cases.
court date in another county. I was only supposed to be here for my court date tomorrow. So,
Okay, what's your court date tomorrow on?
the cases that I have here,
Well, then tell your,
because this was from last night.
I know, tell your public defender what happened and see what maybe they can work something out to get you in sooner. And that's not necessarily him, it'll be the one that you see tomorrow in court,
Oh, okay.
right?
All right, thank you.
And I found probable cause. If I forget to find probable cause, ask me. Are these ones ready for me to sign? Are you Jed Henderson?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been arrested on a charge of violation of your community control or community supervision, and a new charge of battery and resisting without violence. Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No.
Do you want one?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. I'll find probable cause for the arrest in both of these cases. Looks like your bond on one of them is set at $2,500 for violation of the community supervision. And on the new case, it's set at $500 on each of the resisting charges and no bond on the domestic violence charge. State wish to be heard regarding the no bond status?
Your Honor, Mr. Henderson has a lengthy criminal history, including some felonies. The state requests $1,500, no contact with victim or return.
All right. I'll leave the bonds on the other ones set as they are. I'll set the bond on the new charge of battery domestic violence at $2,500 cash or surety. Conditions: no return to, no contact with the alleged victim, no contact with her, no living with her. If you and she are residing in the same residence, you may return one time with a law enforcement officer, only to retrieve your personal items. And set your court dates. Looks like you already have a court date with Judge Ingram on a bond hearing and a docket signing with Judge Ingram. Was the bond hearing is probably a motion to revoke the bond. I think there was a motion by the state to revoke the bond, so those court dates can stay the same.
Which were what, Your Honor?
You have a court date on January 18th with Judge Ingram. It says it's a bond hearing, but from my review of the case, it looks like they were asking to revoke your bond. And February 6th, you have a docket sounding with Judge Ingram, which is prior to the trial in that case. Your new case, you're going to have arraignment of February 8th with Judge Ingram.
Your Honor, may I ask, in the event that the alleged victim wanted to drop these charges, what
Those
does
are
that
questions you
entail?
can ask your lawyer, sir. And it's up to the state to determine whether they proceed with the charges, whether or not the victim wishes to proceed.
She never wanted to proceed in the
I
first
understand
place.
that. I read your paperwork. It looks like somebody witnessed it, and the police officer arrested you, and pursued the case. So they can pursue even if the victim doesn't want them to pursue, because it doesn't require the victim's participation if there's other witnesses to prove it. Those are issues you can discuss with your lawyer, sir. Do you need anything else from me? All right, that's all, sir. Just gave myself a paper cut. Splitting my wrist with the paper. Are you Raymond Kelly?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with battery on a law enforcement officer by an inmate. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. I read the arrest form. I'll find there's probable cause for the arrest. Bond is currently set at $5,000 cash as surety. And he's was just in custody within the last couple of days. The court date of February 8th. Is there a reason to have two separate court dates for arraignment? Based on the schedules that were provided by those individual judges? Yep. Give us times that they want to do. All right.
Honestly, once the public defender files a notice of appearance, it'll go into to be notified status until the state makes a filing decision, so.
All right, so I've appointed a public defender. I'll set your court date on this case, February 20th, with Judge Baker in Titusville, and leave the bond set at $5,000 cash as surety. That's all, sir. Got it? Jonathan Long?
Yes, Your Honor.
You've been arrested on a charge of battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting an officer without violence. I've reviewed your arrest form. I find probable cause for the arrest. Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. 11490. Bonds are currently set at $5,000 on charges of resisting with violence and battery of a law enforcement officer. Those are both felonies punishable by up to 5 years in prison. And resisting an officer obstructing without violence is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in the county jail. It's a $500 cash as surety bond. The state wish to be heard regarding those bonds?
You request they stay as set, Judge.
What would you like to tell me, Mr. Long? Not about the facts of the case, but about whether or not you would qualify for a lower bond.
Yes, ma'am. I was a veteran of 8 years, or I served for 8 years in the Air Force. I'm from the area. I'm more than willing to do volunteering service. I have no job at this time, but I'm a very able-bodied man. So if there's anything you could help me along those lines, I'm sure that would be able to help the community as well.
I'm showing no prior convictions, Ms. Harrell?
It does not appear so, Judge, but
Except for no driver's license.
does indicate that he punched this deputy in the throat.
Yeah, it sounds pretty serious. I was reading it. It sounds like very serious charges.
Ma'am, I don't know what the report says, but okay, I can't really say facts, sorry. I have no history of violence. I didn't know I was acting violent. I was resisting, I understand that, but as far as pushing on him, leaning on him, no, that's not something I do.
All right. Based on the lack of a prior history, even though these are serious charges, I will address bond and reduce them somewhat. On the battery of a law enforcement officer or firefighter, I'll set the bond at $2,500 cash as surety. On the resisting with violence, I'll reduce it to $1,000 cash as surety. And resisting without, I'll leave it at $500 cash as surety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Standard conditions, which are no violations of law. Make your court appearance.
Yes, ma'am.
No contact with the alleged victim, which
Yes,
is
Your
an
Honor.
officer. And set the arraignment for February 8th in Vieira with Judge Ingram, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I appointed counsel. That's all. Are you Zechariah Bryson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Been arrested on charges of battery, criminal mischief, and failure to appear for docket sounding on those charges. The judge who had the cases set a bond of $1,500 cash or surety. Do you have a lawyer to represent you, sir?
Oh, no, I need a public defender, but may I say something real quick, Your Honor?
If you wish.
The failure to appear, I'm housed in medical right now, and that y'all can look it up. I was in severe surgery during my court date in Holmes Regional Hospital for intestinal surgery, and I still have a gaping wound in my stomach. That's why I don't have to.
Okay.
Like, that's valuable cause.
All right. Does the state have any information regarding that or any confirmation?
We do not, Judge. There's no indication that he attempted to contact the court or anything of that nature. We'd request the warrant him out.
Yes, I was in custody in the hospital.
He's saying he was in custody on January 10th, Judge. So that would be readily verifiable.
Pretrial release indicates that they confirmed he was not in custody.
Says he's in custody since January 13th. On January 10th, he was not in custody with the court.
Ma'am, I was arrested for having possession of a firearm as a felon, for discharge of a firearm as a felon, for burglary with a firearm as a felon, on like the 7th or 8th of January, and they took me straight from where they arrested me to the hospital because of me needing surgery. And I was in the hospital until 2-3 days ago when they brought me straight here from the hospital. And I went to first appearance for
Hang on a
those
second.
charges yesterday.
Okay, hang on, sir. So we have cases, but we definitely have one. 18 CF 11397. All right, on the other case, which is 18 CF 11397, I'm looking at the 923. It states date of offense 1718, date of arrest 1718. And then the clerk's records are showing the arrest on 1/12/18, because that's when he was actually brought in, apparently. Minutes of initial appearance. And on the minutes of the original appearance, it says arrest data 1/7/18. Public defender was appointed. Set bonds, decreased various bond amounts. Doesn't address whether he, just, but it says first appearance, so. That would seem to confirm that he was in custody on January 10th.
Your Honor, that was case 18 CF 11397 you were just citing?
11397, yep, 18.
I'm showing initial appearance on January 13th.
Yep, but the initial appearance paperwork says the arrest date was January 7th. So it supports his comment that he's been in custody but in surgery. All right. While I don't have enough to dismiss the failure to appear, I do have enough to address setting the bond on the failure to appear at ROR. So he can address the dismissal of the failure to appear with the judge who's assigned the case if they can confirm that what he's telling us. So on the new charge, I'll authorize a ROR based on my review. It looks like you were in custody somehow, but you'll need to present paperwork for that so the Judge Ingram can.
I got all the hospital paperwork and
Fine, sir.
everything.
But I'm not dismissing the failure to appear. I'm just authorizing an ROR on those issues.
Okay.
But I've gone ahead and appointed the public defender for him. I believe I did that already. All right. So the court date on this new the failure to appear is March 12th for dockets, March 15th for docket sounding because it's PD at 8 a.m. before Judge Ingram. That's all, sir.
Thank you.
He'll remain on whatever it is, obviously.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thomas Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
been arrested on charge of violation of injunction. Apparently, it was an injunction from Colorado. I reviewed the arrest form. I do find probable cause for the arrest. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Do you live in Colorado, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So your only ties here are that you were here on vacation?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are the children now, do you know?
They went home with my wife.
Okay.
And I have not been able to call and make sure they arrive safely. I've tried a couple times and haven't been able to get to a phone yet. But this is, I mean, not to speak of the facts, a couple things, Your Honor. I can prove this is a mistake. I have documentation that says I have custody of the kids 50-50, week on, week off. And it's been that way since this past May. And even before that, I had them significantly. This was a mistake that should have got wiped off. It didn't. I understand that it's still there. I need to do something to get it wiped off. But, Your Honor, I didn't even know it existed. I truly didn't know. I was under the understanding that that protection order was wiped away in 2015, 2 years ago, 3 years ago almost.
So you have to address those issues.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just saying I wanted you to know, Your Honor, that it really is a mistake.
All right. The state want to be heard regarding a bond?
Judge, I'm a little concerned because this record shows a violation of a protective order involving domestic violence 3 times in 2013, and then harassment charges twice in 2013, bond condition violations twice in 2013, and then another violation of court order just in 2016. So there seems to be a history of noncompliance with court orders that's established by convictions. Judge, at this time, the state would request a $5,000 bond.
And, Your Honor, I'm a 6-tour combat veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps. I'm 100% disabled. A lot of those charges she stated were dismissed. I was found not guilty of. Some of them I was found guilty of the harassment. I've been in compliance with everything that I need to do. I've never not gone to court, Your Honor. I've never not taken care of anything. I've always done it. Not being from here makes it difficult for me to bond out. I would appreciate a personal recognizance bond or whatever you call it down here.
All right. I will set the bond at $3,000 cash as surety. Conditions are that you comply with whatever the Colorado courts require, and if the injunction is still active in Colorado, you need to comply with those orders until the Colorado court addresses it otherwise.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the fact that you reside in Colorado and not in Brevard County, I'm not going to restrict you to remain in Brevard County, but your bondsman may have something to say about that if you're able to post a bond that's not a cash or surety bond, not a cash bond. If you post a surety bond, your bondsman may have some restrictions they want to place.
What's in a surety bond, Your Honor?
It's where you post some percentage, usually 10%.
Oh, I gotcha.
To promise that you'll appear. Set the arraignment for February 13th at 9 a.m. before Judge Brown in Vieira.
So I need to be back here February 13th?
You do need to be here. I've appointed a public defender. If the public defender is in contact with you, directly in contact with you, and authorizes you for some reason not to appear, they're entitled to waive your appearance. But you can't do that without having confirmation that they're doing that, because if they don't have contact with you, they're going to tell the court, I don't have contact with them. And so the court's going to issue a bench warrant. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Public Defender, is that an accurate reflection of what your office normally would do?
Yes, ma'am. It would depend on many factors, as you well know, the court itself, whether
Right.
it even be allowed. But yeah, that would be a good first step, is to inquire whether that's possible or not with counsel.
And I do know that if the public defender is involved on many occasions, they will cancel the court date, and so you'll be notified if the state files an information. So, but I would suggest you keep in touch with the public defender so that you don't run the risk of having a bench warrant issued.
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, you're getting paperwork that will require that you appear for that arraignment at 9 a.m. before Judge Brown. And we have a good address for him? You have an address in Colorado, sir?
Yes, ma'am. It's 19632 East Progress Circle.
Okay. So that's where you'll be notified of any changes in the court date. That's where they keep in touch with you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all. Pardon me? Oh, okay, so I need to put these here. Thank you. I thought I did, oh, no, I did Thomas. That was Thomas Smith, right? Adam Smith's next, okay, got it. Are you Zachary Birmingham?
Yes, ma'am.
Been arrested on charges of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, a felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am.
You want one?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. I'll find probable cause for the arrest.
Ma'am?
Okay, I lost all of my, now here. I gave him, I think it must have gotten stuck in your stack for some reason, sorry. Sorry. It was the whole stack of them, I mean, the whole.
Oh, I keep the other ones, just came out either way.
Okay, well, I don't have his. Birmingham's number 2 on the docket, thank you. So, the paperwork I have indicates that you're homeless. Do you have a place to live, sir?
Yes, I do. The alleged victim was my roommate, but my daughter's mother was with me when I got arrested, and said that I can live with her. Actually, I moved down to Florida a month ago to be with my daughter, and I watch her 3 days a week so her mother can go to work. So I asked that I can be released to continue to do that. I have no history of violence. I haven't been arrested in 5 or 6, over 5 years. And I just asked that I please get a personal recognizance bond to, go watch my daughter and stay with her mother.
What's the state's position?
Your Honor, this appears to be a strong case involving stabbing violence unprovoked, and we'd ask that the bond remain at a minimum at $15,000.
Your Honor, if you can tell by my face that he attacked me, and I mean, I can't comment on the credibility of him and this witness. That'll be at trial, but I do have bruises and knots all over my head.
All right. I found probable cause for the arrest. I'll reduce the bond to $10,000 cash as surety. Conditions: no contact with the alleged victim or witness, and no return to the location. If you still have items of yours in that location, you may return one time with law enforcement to obtain your personal items. I'll set the arraignment date for February 8th at 8 a.m. with Judge Ingram. That's all, sir.
Thank you.
John Christensen,
Yes, ma'am.
been arrested on a charge of violation of probation. Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Bond is set at no bond, but I believe that, well, I don't know. Does he qualify for a bond? It's an on-site VOP.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, I've got a job, and I pretty much completed about 9 months of probation successfully. I just made a mistake. Pretty much that's what led me here. So I just asked if there's any way you could set a bond or ROR.
I can probably set a bond, but I don't think on the ROR, sir. You've had prior violations and stuff where the court has given you various chances.
That's
So,
right.
I don't know what the court's going to be willing to do at this point in time. What's the state's position regarding an amount for a bond?
Sorry, Judge.
So essentially, the violation is based on consumption of alcohol and possession of alcohol in violation of the court's order, probation order.
And the probation was for neglect of a child.
Correct.
We suggest $15,000, Your Honor.
All right, I'll set the bond at $15,000 cash as surety. And set the court date with Judge Lemonitis on February 19th at 9 a.m. And I've appointed counsel for you, so you can talk with your counsel about trying to resolve things sooner. Are you Adam Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
Arrest on charges of DUI, charged as a fourth offense, so it's a felony, and refusing to submit to a breath test, which I believe is a misdemeanor. You have a right to have an attorney. Do you have one at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Do you want one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, Your Honor.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir?
I am self-employed. I've been a resident of Brevard for 34 years, and I do believe there's been an oversight on the charging. I do request a bond or an ROR, if all possible.
All right, there's also a charge of driving a license suspended or revoked.
That I do believe is,
I'm just telling you what the charges are.
I understand.
What's the state's position regarding a bond on the DUI? He has bonds of $2,000 on the driving license suspended and $500 on the refusing to submit to the breath test.
Judge, based on all the circumstances and the fact this is a fourth or subsequent offense, we'd request at least $3,000 on the DUI charge.
You said three?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll set the bond at $3,000 cash as surety on the DUI. The other bonds will remain the same. Conditions of the bonds are no driving without a valid driver's license, and apparently you don't have a valid driver's license. If you thought you had one before, you don't now because of the new arrest. So no driving for any reason, and no consumption of any alcohol. That means not a sip of beer or wine. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you violate those conditions, then the court will be inclined to hold you without bond. I'll set the arraignment with Judge Ingram at 8 o'clock in the morning on February 8th. That's all, sir. Are you Anthony Wagner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Could you back him up just a little bit so the mic picks him up? Thank you. I think that might be better.
Oh,
Mike's way up there, yes.
I was talking to the box.
We'll do the best we can, sir. You've been arrested on a violation, contempt order on a violation of a municipal ordinance. The arrest warrant says a $2,000 cash or surety bond or serve 10 days before your release. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
Sorry?
Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No, I don't.
Do you want an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am, I cannot.
In municipal ordinances, they do qualify if they have jail time, correct? All right, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. He's listed under...
Do I have a question about the bond?
I'm looking at it, sir.
I have 3 medical conditions that I see the health department over 3 times a week. I can't be in jail and make those appointments. They're scheduled that way just because that's what takes care of the lung problem and my kidney.
Well, the concern I have, sir, is that the judge who's familiar with your case set a status hearing for you to appear on various issues to give you an opportunity to address these issues, and you apparently failed to appear. And she set a bond of
I didn't fail to appear court, ma'am.
She's saying you failed to appear, sir. There's a court information that you failed to appear.
I wasn't able to do the farm time.
Well,
she sentenced me to.
all right.
And I called them and explained to them over, I said, leave a message. I left a message and a callback number, and they never got back to me.
All right.
What I'm asking for today, because of my medications that I need every day, between the Parkinson's and the gout and the COPD, which I already have, I have a lung infection, which the health department takes care of. I have to take this stuff 3 times a day.
Okay,
I can't get the medications in here.
What's the state's position? Excuse me, sir. Wait a moment. Wait a moment, sir. Wait a moment.
Ma'am, I need an RR.
Wait a moment.
There's a state request the warrant amount, and believes it's reasonable, especially given the 10-day option for release. And I'm sure that if the defendant raises his medical concerns with the jail, those will be addressed.
Ask her if you can plea out to time served.
Okay. Ma'am?
Yes?
I beg you one more time, I'm sorry. Can I plead out to time served this morning? I've got to be out. I've got to have my medications.
I'm not sure that it's possible. Let me see. So there was a trial in this case a year ago. Ordered to serve 10 days at the work farm. No credit for time served. Report January 21st. Released at 5 p.m. to be released.
You went to trial on this? You went to trial.
So he has a sentence to serve.
You know what he's charged?
I can't take a plea. He's got the sentence to serve. If he serves the 10 days at the jail, then he'll be released.
Yes, Judge, I was unaware that he had gone to trial.
Yep, there was a trial. So, I sympathize with your situation, sir, but you have 10 days to serve at the jail. So you'll be released after 10 days if you don't bond. And a status hearing is set, order show cause with Judge Neighborhouse on February 19th at 1:30. And if he serves his 10 days, then I guess the state can look at it and decide if they're satisfied at that point.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right? That's all, sir.
Just to be clear, though, he would still need to appear at that 10/19 date to answer the Judge Neighborhouse, even if he is released
Yes,
after the 10 days.
he still needs to show up. Judge Neighborhouse can choose whether or not to issue failure to appear and address it, but I'm not doing that. Nope. Can I use Zachary White?
Yes, ma'am.
The rest on 2 counts apparently of violation of probation. Maybe 3 cases. A new charge of driving license suspended or revoked. Is that correct?
Yes. Mr. Christensen is my
Right.
was my co-defendant. May I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I just started a job at Cracker Barrel, Titusville. I have no FTAs. I asked if you could please set a bond.
All right. You have a right to have an attorney to represent you. If you can't afford one, I'll appoint one for you. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
I'll appoint a public defender on all these charges. The state's position on the on-sites?
And it appears he was just placed on probation this month.
I was. That's an error. I've been on since last year.
And the probation apparently is scheduled to run until 2021.
That's also incorrect.
Relatively quick violation on underlying felony charges. And there's a curfew violation as well as the new law violation.
Looks like he was reinstated to probation community control October 16th, according to it looks like a VOP was dismissed or it was reinstated.
Judge, the state will request $10,000.
All right, on the violation of probation for grand theft, I'll set the bond at $2,500 cash as surety. On the violation of probation for possession of burglary tools, I'll set the bond at $2,500 cash as surety. On the driving while license suspended or revoked, I'll set the bond at $500 cash as surety. All those include a requirement if you post bond that you report to your probation officer within 24 hours of your release, or at least by the first business day of your release. I'll set on the driving license suspended or revoked, we set before Judge Baker for docket sounding on March 15th at 9 a.m. And the violation of hearings or arraignments will be February 19th at 9 a.m. with Judge Lemonitis. That's all, sir.
Okay, what was the total on that?
Add them up, I think it's $5,500. You can give me back the other ones. That was the take-ahead list, I believe. What was your name, sir?
Jacob Babcock.
You're charged with retail theft.
Yes, Your Honor.
Misdemeanor, punishable by up to 60 days in jail if it's a first offense, or a year in the county jail if it's a subsequent offense. Hang on, sir. I need to clear out some stuff off my computer.
Yes, sir. Or yes, Your Honor.
I let it get too big, and then I can't see everything. It won't let me open things. It's really a pain. And I got to close everything individually. Is there? There should be a way to close everything all at once, but I haven't figured that one out yet. Right, and then you have to wait for it to boot back up again. Right. The joys of electronic files. Back up to the top. I'll find probable cause for the arrest.
Now, Your Honor, I was completely cooperative and I was very wrong, but I was just released and they actually closed down the Salvation Army, their store, which had closed. I have a job interview coming up tomorrow, and I honestly have no way to post bond. I was just released from here doing a 6-month county sentence. And as if it was up to the corporal, he would have let me just get another court date, but they couldn't do that because of the store's situation. Or I guess it's they have to press charges or whatever. But other than that, I mean, the case is closed. It was I was wrong, I'm sorry, and please, can you give me a chance to be released? I have no way of getting out, and I just needed something to wear.
So are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
So when you finished your other cases, it was a release all the way?
EOS all the way. I'm not on probation at all. I'm very sorry.
Does the state have priors of petty theft or retail theft on him?
Judge, show 8 juvenile charges, and then after that, burglary, occupied dwelling in 2012, several other drug and resisting charges, trespass, all the way through 2017, where he had a burglary conviction, as well as petty theft convictions in 2015 and 2016. So Mr. Babcock does not appear to be learning from his mistakes. And the state will note that these are not thefts of necessity. One of the items stolen was a pair of sunglasses.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just needed socks and a pair of pants and shirts. I have a job interview here tomorrow, and I mean, if I could handle it, I would handle it now.
The problem is if you handle it today, sir, and I took a plea, it'd probably involve jail time, so that's not going to help you out.
Right.
I think it's better just to go ahead and set you down for whatever needs to be done. I've appointed the public defender. I don't have a problem with reducing the bond, but there will be some bond that you have to post.
Could I please be released? I have no way to post a bond. I have a job that I start literally tomorrow. And that's the only reason this happened, and I'm very sorry. The officer could tell you that I was very cooperative, and he did not, and he tried every which way to make it where I didn't come here today. But I was wrong.
What's the state's position regarding
please.
like a community supervision release or something?
We would object, Judge. I mean, he just has so many convictions and relatively recent ones, and has had so many opportunities to make different choices.
Please.
We'd request just to schedule him out.
Please. If I'll do any kind of release on, please, give me a chance. Please give me a chance, Lord. Just give me a chance. Please give me a chance.
I'll reduce the bond to $500 cash or surety. Conditions: no return to the bells, no violations of law, make your court appearance,
Your Honor.
and set the matter for docket sounding before Judge Baker, I believe, in Titusville on March 15th.
Your Honor.
I've heard your pleas, sir. I've listened to the state. I've looked at your record. I'm probably going beyond what I should by reducing your bond as much as I have. That's all I can do for you. That's all, sir. Your name, please?
Charmaine Brady.
You don't have to stand up. It'll catch you as long as you're within about a foot of it. You're
All
fine.
right, Charmaine Brady.
Thank you, ma'am. Don't want you to have to stretch yourself too much. All right, you're charged with driving under the influence, driving under the influence of property damage. Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No, I do not.
Do you want one?
Yes, I do.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, I cannot.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Looks like prior conviction for DUI back in 2014, some prior arrests. What's the state's position regarding a bond?
Both the prior and the current one involve property damage or personal injury. They would request $2,000 as to the property damage count and $1,000 as to the regular DUI.
Well, the bonds are currently set at $1,000 on the driving under the influence and $500 on the DUI with property damage. I don't know why that one is less. I think they
That
both.
is $1,000 on my 923, Judge.
They're just.
There was a bond correction done, 500 per the bond schedule.
Oh.
DUI on count one, the reason it's at 1,000 is they indicate that it's her second offense.
Right. I'm going to set the bond on both at $1,000 cash or surety each. Ms. Brady, the requirement of this bond is that you not consume any alcoholic beverages whatsoever. That means not even a sip of beer or wine. Also, you're required not to drive a motor vehicle unless you have a valid license, and you probably will not qualify for a valid license for several months. Do you understand that, ma'am?
I do.
Your next court date is an arraignment with Judge Ingram in Vieira on February 8th at 8 a.m. That's what it says. Is there a different date because of the DUI?
Yes, for some reason, this mistakenly was assigned to Judge Dugan, and it's clearly a misdemeanor. Give me just a moment, and I'll have that.
Ms. Brady, it might be a different court date, so I just want to make sure we give you the right court date, so you're not confused. Trying to make sure we give you the right court date.
Okay.
It'll be a traffic arraignment February the 12th at 9 a.m. in Vieira with Judge Carol Goslow.
All right, so you have a different court date, but make sure you'll get it in writing.
I'll get it in writing.
You'll get it in writing, February 12th.
February 12th.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
At what time?
I think 9 a.m., but they'll give that to you in writing.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, my pen ran out of my personal pen that I brought with me, so there's one here. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, it looks like it works. Since it's a since it's a paperless courtroom, of course I need a pen, right? Are you Daniel Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Charged with a violation of probation. You're also charged with new offenses of possession of controlled substance without prescription, 3 counts, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting an officer without violence. The possession charges of a controlled substance, I believe, are third-degree felonies punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Use or possession of drug paraphernalia is a misdemeanor, as is resisting without violence. Both of those are first-degree misdemeanors punishable by up to 1 year in the county jail. And your on-site violation is on an underlying offense of battery, which is a first-degree misdemeanor. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
If I can get, because I have a job, I'm the only one supporting my family too, and I basically no showed this morning, but if I can get out today, I'm sure they'll keep me on. I'm a service tech for Market Refrigeration, and I can afford one. Yes, I got money set aside, but it just depends what my bond is at, and there's certain issues to the case I don't really want to discuss, but
All right.
if I can get my bond.
Hang on just a minute, sir.
I do want to state, when you get a chance, let me know.
Do you find probable cause for the arrest? What's the state's position regarding bonds?
That's what I wanted to say. That wasn't.
So I'm asking the state for input first. I'll ask you some questions in a minute. Go ahead, Ms. Harrell.
On the VOP, Your Honor, we would request $5,000 on the controlled substance, $2,000, and on the possession of use of drug paraphernalia, $500.
All right. Mr. Brown, I can't go into the facts of your case at this point. We're not here on an adversary hearing, but I will address your request for a bond, and if you want, whatever you want to tell me.
Is there any way I can get it reduced just a little bit so I can bond out myself today? I have no FTAs. I've been complying with all my getting everything done. I was actually about to be off probation next month because they were gonna let me early term as long as I got everything done. I've been completing all my requirements. I've done all my classes that they required me to do. I have 2 more weeks, which is tomorrow. If I have to, the
they'll make me start everything over if I don't show up for class tomorrow too. But I've been making all my classes, doing everything. They send you homework that you have to get done to stay in the class. I mean, I've been doing all my requirements, checking in and all that.
All right.
So
All right, sir, I'm ready to rule.
if I could just get it down a little bit.
I said I'm ready to rule. On the battery, the violation of probation, I'll set the bond at $1,000 cash as surety. On each of the charges of possession of controlled substance, I'll set the bond at $1,000 cash as surety. And on the use or possession of drug paraphernalia and resisting an officer, I'll set the bonds at $500 each. So your total bond is $5,000. I'll set the violation case for an arraignment on February 2nd at 9:15 with, it says WD. So is that a reduction from a felony? Is that what it was? Is that why it's still listed as a felony? Okay, that must be, even though it's, okay, got it. And then on the new cases, it'll be arraignment February 8th at 8 a.m. with Judge Ingram.
Okay.
And he says he's going to retain counsel. If by the time of his arraignment he hasn't done so, then he can apply for public defender at that time.
Okay, so I will have another chance to apply for a public defender.
If you haven't been able to bond out or you haven't been able to afford to get one, yes, sir, you can reapply at that. You can apply at the time of your arraignments.
Okay.
That's all, sir. Are you Jonathan Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Charged with failing to appear for an arraignment on an underlying charge of driving a license suspended or revoked. This is a felony based on the fact that it was a third offense. Bond was scheduled, set for $4,000 on the failure to appear warrant. Do you have an attorney to represent you in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. I'll leave the bond set at $4,000 cash as surety, set it for early resolution arraignment or addressing on February 8th at 8 a.m. with Judge Ingram. So they do early resolution and arraignments in the same day? Yeah. Okay. That's all, sir. Take care of Mr. Bryson. Him. Are you Vera Dillard?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with, let's see, introducing contraband into a jail facility.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll find probable cause for the arrest. You have an attorney to represent you?
No, ma'am.
You want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Bond is set at $5,000 cash as surety. State wish to be heard.
No, Judge, we like that amount. I'm sorry. You're asking, if we do support the $5,000. I thought you had already ruled.
Nope. I'll leave the bond set at $5,000 cash as surety. Set the matter for an arraignment February 20th at 8 a.m. in Titusville before Judge Baker. That's all, ma'am.
Your Honor, skipping over Carlos Durantes for Spanish brings us to Taekwondo English.
Yes, thank you. All right, state your name, please.
Taquan English.
Charged with not having a driver's license, which is a misdemeanor. Bond is set at $500 cash or surety, and possession of controlled substance, a violation of probation on an underlying offense of possession of controlled substance. Bond is currently set at none, but then it has 5,000 in parentheses. Why is that? Okay. Thank you. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am.
You want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Did you complete an affidavit?
You bring home any money, any income?
No.
No, you don't have any funds or anything? No. Total amount of debt, if you had to guess.
Debt.
Yeah.
What?
Do you owe anybody any money? No. No assistance or society? Were you out of jail on bond? No.
Is everything on the affidavit true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Does the state have any objection to the 5,000 bond on the warrant?
No, ma'am.
I'll reinstate the 5,000 on the warrant on the violation of probation. And the no driver's license, I'll leave that $500 cash as surety. The no DL is set for a traffic arraignment February 13th at 1:30 in Melbourne with Judge Ingram. And violation of probation is set for arraignment February 26th at 9 a.m. before Judge McKibben. Is that correct? KM?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all. Anthony Flagg?
Yes, ma'am.
Charged with failing to appear for a plea or early resolution for charges of possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver, possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia. You have an attorney to represent you?
I was in the process of hiring another attorney.
Do you wish to have me consider appointing counsel for you today, or are you planning to hire your own counsel?
I have my own counsel. I will have one. Would I be having a bond?
Well, your bond is currently set at no bond. I need to look at the warrant and see what it says.
The warrant requests no bond, Judge. Judge Dugan wants to see him.
But how would I be able to see him if I wasn't here?
Well,
but I've been applying to all of my other court cases. I just had a death in my family, and I wasn't able, no one notified me, and I was in the middle of hiring another attorney. And I had a public defender, and I spoke with her, and I told her, I told her my issues, and she was saying she was gonna let it prolong it, and so she never. I was trying to get in contact with her, but I never could get back in contact with her. But my bail bondsman was saying they would keep my case. I've been to court.
They've actually surrendered you on that bond.
Yep.
Ma'am?
They're not staying on the bond.
I can't hear you.
Your bondsman won't stay on the bond. They've already surrendered the bond.
Yeah, but they told me they would be able to work with me. And I just spoke with them.
I will double the bond from $5,000, which was the original one that was forfeited, to $10,000 cash as surety. I'll set the matter for early resolution on February 8th at 8:30, since you said you're going to obtain counsel. And do I need to set aside the previous bond and release it for the record? Because I surrendered him, correct? All right, I'll go ahead and do that. And if you want to have your bond reduced further, you need to apply to Judge Dugan. I believe it's his case. Otherwise, you'll be transported for your court date on February 8th.
So I will have to stay. I don't have a bond today.
I'm giving you a bond, sir, $10,000 cash
Okay.
surety. If you can
Alrighty.
post that, you can post that with the same conditions previously ordered.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Alrighty.
Are you John Francis?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I have a moment with my attorney?
Yes, sir. Deputy,
Ma'am?
can you tell me when we get to the group that came in after my colloquy?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Your Honor,
Yes?
I'm trying to,
Oh, you want to plea on to
I want to try to see if I can plea out today to probation.
So you're charged with retail theft, less than $300, resisting arrest without violence, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, giving false name or identification to LEO.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't promise you probation, sir. These are all charges that could put you in jail for up to a year on each count. I can ask the state if they want to make a plea offer, but I don't know if that's something that they're prepared to do.
Your Honor, we're not prepared to do that today. There are pending other charges that this gentleman has, as well as a very lengthy criminal history involving felonies.
Sir, do you have an attorney to represent you?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. The bonds are quite reasonable based on the charges and the record. I'll leave the bond set at $500 on each count. Set the amount for arraignment before Judge Brown on February 13th.
Yes, ma'am.
Looks like you have other court dates pending on other cases.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have several court dates. You need to keep them straight and make sure you appear on all of them.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't bond out, then you should be transported for your court dates.
Okay.
All right, that's all, sir.
Thank you.
And I found probable cause for the arrest.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, are you addressing Harding next?
Let me see.
That's me, yes.
Yes.
And just so the court is aware, this is the case that relates to the juvenile the court met earlier.
Yeah, he had a warrant, I guess.
And I do have a note that the juvenile's mother is requesting electronic monitoring if there is release.
Okay.
Yes, I have, my parents live on Satellite Beach, that's where I'm going. If you look at the past, we've been together 17 years, it's now a routine for her to remove me by calling, and I did nothing wrong, so. But anyway, that's
Well,
facts.
let me read your arrest form.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I'll determine if there's probable cause. Hang on.
It's all hearsay. It's all right. Not looking good? Oh, I just looked at your.
I'll find probable cause for the arrest. You have someplace to live other than with your
Absolutely.
wife and stepson?
Well, I have a biological son with her as well.
Okay.
And then Tyler Sorrentino I've been taking care of since he was 2.
All right.
So
but
he
you
is
have-
my son.
You have someplace to live other than with
My
them?
folks, yes, in
Okay.
Satellite. I'm done with her.
All right. What's the state's position regarding?
Pretrial release or anything like that would be great.
Excuse me, sir, I'm talking to the
No,
state.
no, I got you. Yes, ma'am.
Just there is some criminal history. The state would request $1,000 cash surety for each charge, each count.
Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender to represent you.
Judge, I don't recall, was Tyler appointed the public defender this morning?
He's still in custody?
I don't recall.
She didn't come get him?
That's right, it was on the old petty theft. It was an old petty, yes. No, I did not appoint the public defender.
Okay.
So that shouldn't cause a conflict. Do we still have the sentinel monitoring? He would qualify for that as an indigent, correct? I'm sorry, Ms. Harold, did you have information about what the alleged victim was asking for?
Just that there was electronic monitoring if there was release.
Okay. All right.
Which there was last time.
I'm showing some traffic offenses in the last year, but all the other records seems to be pretty old.
Yes, ma'am. Very old. And yeah, I will have no contact with her. This is just ridiculous.
So, state have any objection to a release either on ROR or community supervision with electronic monitoring?
Thank you. GPS.
Sir, I haven't done it yet.
Well, Judge, we would stand by a request for $1,000 cash surety in each count, and then if he's able to bond out, we would request electronic monitoring.
The GPS will watch me.
What are the requirements of the electronic monitoring program in terms of release conditions other than the no contact?
It's no contact, no return to the victim's residence.
Do they do?
Or employment within 1,000 feet.
Do they do? Doesn't matter if it's a bond or ROR or community supervision. That doesn't make any difference.
That makes no difference whatsoever in any other conditions you want to impose.
Okay.
If they're monitoring his whereabouts as far as him coming within 1,000 feet.
All right. So I'll set a bond on each count, $500 cash or surety, and order as a consequence of the minimal bond that, as well, that there be electronic monitoring through the Sentinel program. That means and you're not to have contact with the alleged victims, either the wife or the stepson. You're not to go within 1,000 feet of their residence. You may go one time with law enforcement only to obtain your personal possessions, such as, a few clothes and a few items of personal possessions. You don't get to take anything out of the house.
I would not do that. Yeah.
All right, and your employment shouldn't bring you within 1,000 feet of the house, and you should not go within 1,000 feet of your wife's employment if she's employed.
She is not.
Do you have any questions about those requirements, sir?
Absolutely not.
Judge, we would also request if the child is in school, that he not go to the child's school either.
Well, that's the problem. He's not. Checking with that. I'm not trying to tell
Well,
him.
but if he's supposed to be going to school,
Yeah,
then
well,
you shouldn't be going to the school that he's at,
of course not.
all right? That's all they're asking for.
Yes, ma'am.
So And if he's employed, you're not to go within 1,000 feet of his employment location.
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, you'd have to know what that was, but you're sort of tasked with knowing those things if there's an issue. All right.
So he's still in custody, my son?
No, he's not.
Okay, good.
He was released.
That's good. Feel bad for us.
I'll set the arraignment for Judge Ingram in Melbourne on February 13th. Anything further requests from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Did I include all the conditions you need for sentinel monitoring? And they'll explain that to you. It requires that you keep it charged, that you report whatever they need to report and keep them advised where you are.
I've
those
had
kinds
it.
of things.
Yeah.
All right, that's all, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, State.
Your name, sir?
Theophilus Jordan.
You're before the court charged with grand theft, an on-site violation of probation on an underlying offense of grand theft and dealing in stolen property. And it looks like on-site for underlying offenses of fraud and grand theft. On-site on grand theft and organized fraud. And a new charge of driving a license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you want one?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am, not at the time.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm behind on the signing here, aren't I? State's position regarding bonds?
There's not a warrant in on that?
Nope, they were on site for the new arrest of driving a license suspended.
We would request $2,000.
On the VOPs, how do we do that? Do we have to put it per count or just on the VOP?
It would just be on the on-site charge.
Okay.
Okay,
Are you asking for that on each case?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I able to speak on the bond amount now, ma'am?
Yes, what would you like to tell me, sir?
Okay, yes, I actually have two jobs, two part-time jobs and a full-time job watching my son. My wife is in nursing program at Kaiser College, and anybody familiar with that, it is a very rigorous program, and I need to be there to watch him. Luckily, today was a holiday, so she didn't have to go. I'm the only source of income right now, and I would ask that I can get the bond amount reduced as much as possible because we are pretty much own a fixed income. I don't make that much as it is. And I've been on probation for over a year, and I've complied with everything so far, and with no hiccups, but this happened to be the hiccup. And ever since my last arrest, when I got out and got on probation, I finally got things back on track with my family and my wife, and we on good terms right now, so just want to continue down a good path. And one more thing, since being here at 1:30 in the morning, I am sleeping on my steel bunk bed. They did not give me a mat because they said they were out. And so I've been sleeping on a cold metal bunk bed without a mat. So,
Unfortunate.
yeah, I understand.
The state will modify its request down to $1,000 bond rather than $2,000.
I was prepared to do $1,000 on each charge of violation of probation. So that would be a total of $3,000, I think. And then on the driving license suspended or revoked, I'll set at $500 cash surety. Set the violation hearing matters for arraignment before Judge Maloney on February 14th at 8:30. And set the traffic arraignment before Judge Garagos and Vieira at February 12th at 9 a.m. If you are in custody, they'll transport you. If you're able to bond out, sir, then you'll need to make those court appearances.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That's all. Oh, report to your probation officer within 24 hours of your release.
Deborah Lonergan, surety bonded. Skipping over Jonathan Manuel for Spanish translation brings us to William Marshall.
Charged with driving under the influence and also an infraction. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No.
Do you want one?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Where do you live, sir?
1866 Hazleton,
How long have you lived in Brevard County?
since I was 5.
And are you working?
Not at the moment.
Going to school?
No, I was actually thinking of going for massage therapy, though.
And do you have family here?
Yes.
Are you going to be able to post your bond? It's currently set at $500.
I can see if somebody can, but if you could RR, that'd be wonderful.
What's the state's position?
There's a state's concern because there's an allegation of drug influence, and Mr. Marshall has a heroin conviction just from 2017. We request a $1,000 bond amount on the DUI.
Looks like a prior DUI in 2008 was reduced to reckless.
Yes.
Recent charge of possession of heroin and possession of paraphernalia.
Those appear to be convictions.
Are you on probation, sir?
No.
I'll leave the bond set at $500 cash as surety. Conditions are no driving without a driver's license or beyond the restrictions if you're granted a restricted license, and you're not to consume any alcohol or use of any illegal drugs. That means nothing, either a sip of beer or wine, and don't be hanging around people that are smoking marijuana and claim that you're not smoking it, because if you're showing up with drugs, you're going to be violating. Do you understand that, sir?
Okay.
Next court date is February 12th with Judge Garagosla in Vieira, I believe. Is that correct? At 9 o'clock? Anything further from the state or the defense?
No, Your Honor.
That's all.
I have a question on here. It says you can drive for 10 days with this paper if
If
you're like
that-
going to work and whatnot.
So that's between you and the Department of Highway Motor.
Okay.
That's, if they say that that's a valid restricted license for a few days, then you can address that with them. But I'm just saying you can't drive beyond any restrictions or without a license.
Okay.
All right. Are you Tracy Meerheim?
Yeah.
Before the court charged with aggravated battery and domestic violence. Do you have a lawyer to represent you?
No.
Do you want one?
Yes.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Harrell, have you read the arrest form?
I have.
Do you want to be heard regarding probable cause?
Judge, given the, well,
It's probably there's actual probable cause, but it's sort of shaking up from the ground. I mean,
I understand the court's view on that. I'd have to defer to the deputy who was on scene, who made a determination based on demeanor and
she
other
was the
things,
primary.
but I understand where the court's coming from.
Ms. Miriam, do you and the alleged victim reside together?
Not anymore.
So you have a place to live that's not in his home, or the home, he's not in your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't have any reason to have contact with him?
Not at all.
I will find probable cause, but I'm going to treat it more like a misdemeanor rather than a felony and set a bond accordingly. Does the state want to be heard regarding an amount of a bond?
Ma'am, can I ask you, I've never been in trouble before.
Okay, I'll address that, ma'am.
We would just ask for the schedule amount.
What about community supervision? Would that not be appropriate?
I'm not able to agree to that, Your Honor, but we'll have to leave it at the
Will
schedule amount for
supervision
the.
accept one that's a felony? Okay. Okay, all right.
They just can't release prior to court.
Okay.
without-
Ms. Merheim, where do you live now?
With my mom
Okay, and how long have you lived in Brevard County?
all my life.
Have you ever failed to appear in court?
I've never had to go to court.
Never arrested before?
I've never been in trouble. That's what I'm saying. This is self-defense that went somewhere else.
I can either set a bond of 500 cash as surety, or I can release you on community supervision, which is like a pretrial probation, and there's a fee involved that you have to pay on a regular basis. I think it's, what, $10 a week? And you have to check in once a week and follow their instructions. But that way you don't have to post anything initially. I'm giving you the choice whether you want to be bonded with just conditions without having to report, or if you want to be able to get out without having to post a bond, but be required to be under the supervision.
So it's either I get out without a bond and have to go to probation, or I have a bond.
That's essentially correct. If you want to talk to the attorney about it, you can.
That's exactly right. You just nailed it on the head. It's like probation. So if you can make the $500, it's better.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and bond out.
You want to just do the bond?
Mhm.
All right. I'll set the bond at 500 cash as surety, order that there be no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the residence except one time with law enforcement to obtain your personal items if you have items at the same residence, and set your court date for February 8th at 8 a.m. in Vieira with Judge Ingram. That's all, ma'am. And I did your public defender, correct?
All right, skipping Allegra Nieves for Spanish brings us to Andrew Pollock.
All right, your name is, sir?
Andrew Pollock.
We're arrested on a charge of retail theft from a merchant, a second offense. It's charged, your bond is currently set at $500 cash as surety. This is a misdemeanor, punishment by up to 1 year in the county jail. You have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
Unfortunately, no.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. I'll find probable cause for the arrest. Where do you live, Mr. Pollock?
Ma'am, I've been renting for the last year over in Northwest Palm Bay. I'm still employed. I've been off for, I would say, about the last month in between projects. I remodel homes for a family friend of mine. I start back to work this week.
It says there's a possible outstanding warrant for a failure to appear from out of state from 2015.
Yeah, it's a DUI from, I believe, Iowa, but it's over 8 years old now. I just never returned back to the state.
Now, it says the warrant is from 2015, so
Yes, ma'am.
maybe the charge is that old, but the warrant
Right.
is not that old.
It's from the DUI that started in 2009 or 2010, I want to say. But I went back there. I served maybe 2 months for it, and they let me out on some kind of a conditional release, I believe it was, with the conditions of community service. But I ended up having to come back to Florida regardless, and they reissued the warrant on it.
All right. I'll leave your bond set at $500 cash as surety. Set the matter for looks like an arraignment with Judge Brown and Vieira on February 13th. I got that right? Okay.
There's no possibility of ROR on that?
No, sir. And no return to the Walmart.
Okay.
State have any other requests?
No, ma'am.
All right, that's all, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
William Paz?
Yes, indeed, ma'am.
Been arrested on a warrant for something regarding non-support. Let me pull up your case. I'll address it. Alleges that on October 30th, you failed to appear before the hearing officer. The judge assigned the case, issued a warrant for you to appear with a purge amount of $1,000. Are you going to be able to pay the purge, sir?
The last time I was here, I had Silverman had told me to go back to the court in Melbourne. I went in there. I had explained to them that I was homeless, to start taking the money out of my check. I still have my job.
All right.
This was not done. I mean, and being that I don't have a address, I can't get no type of paperwork.
All right. Well, I guess you can address that with the hearing officer. Is it the day after tomorrow? So on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Your non-support bond is remaining at $1,000. You can either, even if you post the bond, you still need to show up for the court date. If you don't post the bond, they'll transfer you for the court date on January 17th at 1 p.m. before Hearing Officer Perez in Melbourne. That's all, sir. Where do you need me to sign this? Thank you.
Your Honor, the rest of the males from this point forward were not present. I have them all standing for you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I'm Judge Rainwater. You've been here watching me for a while, but I'll need to advise you of some of your rights and some things that were happening today. The purpose of today's hearing is to advise you of the charges against you, to address your bond, to determine if it's raised or lowered or remain the same, and to appoint counsel if necessary and advise you of some of your rights. You have a right to remain silent. Anything that you say today can be used against you at a later hearing or at the trial of your case. We are being recorded today, so anything you say is available to the state for prosecution purposes. You have a right to have an attorney to represent you, and if you cannot afford to hire an attorney, I will appoint one for you. In order for me to do so, I just need you to swear under oath that the facts that you've included in your affidavit are true and correct. So please raise your right hands. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that you'll tell me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. I don't think I put everybody else under oath at the beginning. I don't know. Philip Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
For the court charged with domestic battery by strangulation. It's a charged as a felony. Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. I'll find probable cause for the arrest. You have a place to live that's not with the alleged victim?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
No, ma'am.
All right. Looks like do you reside in Brevard County or elsewhere?
I have lived in Brevard County before.
But your current address is in Wisconsin? Or
Well,
not?
it was. I came down here from there.
Okay.
Came back down here from there.
Looks like you're awaiting extradition to Wisconsin.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just curious why. Looks like he was arrested on January 13th. Today's the 15th. No, it looks like the offense was on January 13th. He was arrested on the 14th. Today's the 15th. Okay.
I was brought in on the 13th, very early in the morning. I've been in the jail since about 3:30 a.m. on the 13th.
All right. And you've been told that you have a warrant, and they're holding you for the warrant from Wisconsin?
Just waiting for him to come get me.
Well, they won't come get you until you resolve the current local charges, I don't believe. They
Give me some
might.
time for the weather to warm up. It's a long, cold ride.
All right. So, state's position regarding a bond in this case?
We can go with no bond, ma'am. That's cool.
You're okay with no bond?
I'm cool with that.
All right. We'll leave it at no bond then.
I'll let the state take a break. She looks like she's getting aggravated.
She's not aggravated. She's just telling me what I need to know. I'll set your arraignment for February 8th at 8 a.m. before Judge Ingram in Vieira. And I don't believe that they'll transport him or extradite him until the local charges are resolved.
I believe you're correct.
So, and I pointed a PD for him, didn't I? Okay, so you can talk with your lawyer about how to resolve this matter.
Wonderful. Thank you.
That's all.
All right,
Oh,
skipping
yeah,
David.
well, he's got a no bond. Oh, no contact, no emails, no letters, no phone calls to the alleged victim, no contact on social media or anything else that you might have access to. Don't make calls to her.
All right, skipping over David Salinas for interpretation. Thomas Shemp, surety bonded. Next up, Patricia Stevenson.
Okay, I didn't get very lucky on the numbers, did I? Especially with a lot of interpreters. All right, are you Patricia Stevenson?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with a violation of injunction for protection for under domestic violence. Do you have an attorney to represent you?
No, I do not.
This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in the county jail.
May I speak?
In just a moment, ma'am. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, please.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. I will find probable cause for the arrest.
Ma'am?
Bond is currently set at no bond. Does the state wish to be heard regarding the bond?
Judge would request $2,000.
All right, Ms. Stevenson, you wish to be heard regarding the bond?
That's kind of high. I don't know why we have a bond. This message was sent when we were in the same house together, before there was an injunction even in place.
It's not how it's stated in the,
And in the message it says about us going to Walmart together, and we haven't lived together for over a month.
I understand that, ma'am, but it,
I think her point, Judge, is that it all seems quite petty.
Well, I don't agree, I agree that it's, but still, the allegations are these text messages occurred after an injunction was put in place, approximately 2 or 3 weeks earlier.
That's incorrect, ma'am, and I can prove that.
Well, that's an issue for a trial or some other further hearing. The allegations include that the text messages were received on that date. The officer said he looked at the phone and that it was sent from your phone at 19:35 hours to Gregory's.
It was sent at that time, just not that date, not today, or even yesterday, ma'am. Like, my husband and I are getting a divorce, and it's...
Well, all I'm saying is I've read the arrest form, ma'am. Okay. That's what it's alleging. So,
Can I have a ROR or a pretrial release?
I'll set the bond at $500 cash or surety. Conditions are comply with the injunction, and no contact with the alleged victim. Arraignment date set February 13th at 9 a.m. with Judge Ingram in Melbourne. That's all, ma'am. Are you Christopher Cope?
Toppy, yes, ma'am.
Looks like there's 7 cases. Violation of probation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 violations of probation on underlying offense of arson, and then a new charge of battery. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Looks like the felony violations are from charges in 2007.
Yes, ma'am.
Find probable cause for the arrest for battery. So the violations of probation stem from the new arrest. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you want one?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. On the battery charge, I would set a bond of $1,000 cash or surety, no contact with the alleged victim, and no return to the location. I believe it was a business, bar or a tavern.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the violations of probation, what's the state's position regarding those violations?
This is just an on-site, Judge, there's no warrant.
That's correct, it was based on the arrest. Looks like it was underlying offenses of arson on all of those cases.
Based on the underlying offenses, Judge, we would request $20,000.
With all due respect, ma'am, I'm the only one working. My girlfriend just lost her job. I have a 3- and 4-year-old little boy. They're turning 4 and 5 next month. I'm the only person working. We just moved into an apartment on December 1st. For a $20,000 bond.
Well, let me just let you know, sir, generally on violation of probation, for violation of probation, there's usually no bond set, so I'm just reviewing what kind of a bond I think should be set.
Yes, ma'am.
It's like you were sentenced to 4 years in prison followed by probation for 10 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So you served your prison sentence and were released.
Yes, ma'am. I've abided by everything through probation. I've passed every year analysis test. I've given no issues. I violated one time that I was picking up my girlfriend from work. My child was in the car with me. I had no license. That's
All right.
all.
So in each of the 6 violations of probation, I'll set a bond of $1,000 cash or surety. So your total is going to be $6,000 on the violations and $1,000 on your new battery charge for a total of $7,000. You have court dates for the violation. Arraignment set with Judge McKibben on February 26th at 9 a.m. And on the new case battery, it's before Judge Brown on February 13th at 9 a.m. That's all, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you Matthew Walensky?
Yes.
On those last ones, on the violation of probation, report to probation within 24 hours of release or first business day after release. You've been arrested, Mr. Walensky, you've been arrested and charged with driving under the influence and a violation of probation, I believe, on the underlying offense of driving under the influence. It says violation of probation.
Well, they had a warrant out for me, but I was.
So it's an. I'm just reading what it says here in the docket.
I didn't get to go to court for that yet, though.
Is it on the DUI or is it on something else?
It's on the DUI. Well,
Thank
it's
you.
a second charge, yeah.
That's fine.
Your Honor, do you have a pretrial release profile sheet for this defendant?
I don't know yet. I'm trying to get his file pulled up on the computer first. Yeah, it says failure to appear for a jury trial is what the.
Yeah, no, I was in Circles of Care when that was happening, and my probation officer knew that. We actually have a plan to send my probation back home.
Looks like he fled or was sentenced in September. Looks like violation report was done with an affidavit of violation. And a warrant for violation of probation was signed on January of 2018. Judge Brown said the bond of $5,000 cash
Yes.
surety.
The warrant I see is January 9th, but I do see the $5,000 bond.
Yeah, while I was in there, I talked to my probation officer, and also my mom got in contact with her, and they're trying to they wanted me to go to rehab for the 28-day program for that Twin Oaks or whatever it's called, and they're going to send my probation back to PA.
All right.
Because that's what my support system is back. I have no one down here, so I was going to call today, but I'm here.
You've been picked up on the violation report, and so hearing is a hearing or arraignment. I guess it's a hearing is set for February 26th, 1:30 with Judge Brown. And the bond that he asked for was $5,000 cash surety. Under the circumstances, I find that's reasonable. I'll go ahead and set $5,000 cash surety. And if you are able to post the bond, your report to probation within 48 hours of your release.
Okay.
And do you have an attorney, sir?
No.
You want one?
Yeah.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. That's all, sir. Is that all of them except the translating?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
All right, so we have at least 4, I think.
Yes, ma'am, starting back at docket number 14, Durantes.
I'm just looking at the various ones I have. I have Nieves Allegro, I have Manuel Durantes, I have Pineda Durantes, and Salinas Lopez. Is that correct? So we'll get language line on the line, and I'll ask them to stay on for 4 cases. Yes. Thank you.
Welcome to Language Line Solutions. Please enter your 6-digit client ID. For Spanish, press 1. Or please enter the 5-digit extension. Please hold for an interpreter.
Thank you very much for calling Language Line Solution. This is Felicia 113250. I'll be your Spanish interpreter. Do you need me to place a call for you?
No, ma'am. This is Judge Rainwater. I'm calling you from open court. We have 4 defendants in custody that need a Spanish interpreter, so I'd like to go through those one at a time with you.
Not a problem. Thank you. I'm ready.
All right. The first one is Carlos Pineda Durantes. Is that you, sir? Can you hear?
Yes.
Hi. Can you hear the interpreter as well?
Buen día, señor Carlos Pineda. ¿Usted me escucha?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Sir, you are charged with several game and fish violations.
Sí, usted ha sido acusado de varias violaciones de juegos.
They involve illegal use of nets larger than 2,000 square feet.
Y de pesca, el uso de redes más allá de 245 pies.
Possession of over the bag limit of mullet.
Y también de poseer más del límite en la bolsa.
Possession of snook during close season.
Possession of what, I'm sorry?
Snook, it's a type of fish.
Sí, posesión de smoke o un tipo de pescado fuera de temporada.
And looks like violation of size limits regarding red drum redfish.
Y también la violación 5 es acerca del pescado rojo.
Possession of over limit or undersized bluefish.
Y también posesión de más del límite o pues, de pescado azul menor del tamaño accesible.
And violation regarding prohibitions for blue crab.
Y también la violación tiene que ver con el cangrejo azul.
And fishing or hunting with without a valid fishing license.
Y estar pescando y cazando sin una licencia válida.
The two primary charges of illegal use of nets are felonies.
Sí, las dos cargos principales es el uso ilegal de la red. Eso es un delito, un crimen.
I believe, can the state help me with this? Are they punishable by up to 5 years in prison?
Oh, I was just looking at that, Your Honor.
I believe they're third-degree felonies punishable by up to 5 years in prison.
I believe you're correct.
Creo que son crímenes de tercer grado, delitos de tercer grado, y que se pueden castigar con hasta 5 años de cárcel.
Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
¿Usted tiene un abogado que lo represente, señor?
No. You have a right to have an attorney to represent you. If you can't afford to hire one, I will appoint one for you.
Si usted tiene, perdone, el derecho de tener un abogado que lo represente, si usted no puede pagar un abogado, yo voy a asignarle un abogado de oficio que lo represente.
Do you wish me to consider appointment of counsel?
Quiero que yo considere asignarle un abogado.
Sí.
Yes.
Based on your affidavit of indigence, I'll find that you qualify for appointment of the public defender.
Sí, basado en su declaración jurada de ser un indigente, yo encuentro que usted califica para ser asignado a un defensor público.
The paperwork I have indicates that you live in Maryland. Is that accurate, sir?
No.
El documento que yo tengo indica que usted vive en Maryland. ¿Es eso correcto?
No.
Where do you live, sir?
No.
North
¿Dónde
Carolina.
vive, señor?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, ma'am.
Do you have any ties to Brevard County, Florida?
Sorry?
Do you have any ties, relatives, or other things holding you here in Brevard County, Florida?
¿Usted tiene algún pariente, familiar o algo que lo tenga acá en Brevard County, en Florida?
Mi familia que me espera para regresar a casa, solamente vine de vacaciones. Me invitaron a una fiesta y al siguiente día igual me invitaron a ir de pesca. Las redes no son mías. No.
Bueno, un momento, por favor. Interpreter is asking an opportunity to interpret. My family who is awaiting for me to go back home. I am here on vacation because they invited me to a party. Likewise, the following morning they invite me to go fishing. The nets are not mine. This is where interpreter asked him to hold.
All right, let me interrupt and advise you of some of your rights, sir.
Permítame interrumpir para poder decirle cuáles son algunos de sus derechos, señor.
You have a right to remain silent.
Tiene el derecho de permanecer callado.
Anything you say today can be used against you at a later hearing or at the trial of your case.
Cualquier cosa que diga hoy podrá ser utilizada en su contra en una audiencia más adelante o en el juicio en su contra.
Today is not the day to try the facts of your case.
Hoy no es el día en el cual estamos haciendo un juicio de los hechos en su caso.
The court merely needs to find probable cause for your arrest and to determine what the bond should be set at.
El juzgado en el día de hoy está tratando de encontrar las causas probables para su arresto y de encontrar una fianza de ser posible para su liberación.
Has the state reviewed the information or the paperwork?
Yes, Your Honor.
¿El Estado ha revisado la información o el documento?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Sí, su señoría.
do you wish to be heard regarding the bonds?
No, Your Honor, we defer to the court.
¿Desea ser escuchada en cuanto a la fianza? No, su señoría. Nos referimos al juzgado.
I've appointed the public defender. Are you able to speak with him, or you have?
Judge, what would you like to know? I mean, what is important to the court?
Well, the bonds of $8,000 cash as surety are I mean, they're probably scheduled bonds, but it seems a little high for.
Yes,
offense.
Judge. What I was going to suggest to the court was $1,000 each on the 2 felonies, and then $500 each on the subsequent misdemeanors. Or actually $250 on the misdemeanors each.
All right. My interpreter, were you able to hear that?
Part of it, ma'am. I would like for you, the person to repeat for accuracy's sake, please.
My suggestion to the court would be that count 1 be $1,000.
Sí, el abogado del Estado está indicando que su sugerencia al juzgado es que para la acusación número 1 la fianza sea de $1,000.
And count 2, $1,000.
Para la acusación número 2, $1,000.
And counts 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, $250 each.
Y para las acusaciones 3, 4, 5, 6 y 7, $250 cada uno.
All right. The state wish to be heard regarding those requests?
No, Your Honor.
¿El Estado quiere decir algo acerca de esas sugerencias?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
I'll accept the suggestion and reduce the bonds as requested. So counts 1
Voy a
and...
aceptar la sugerencia y voy a reducir las fianzas como ha solicitado.
Counts 1 and 2 will be reduced to $1,000 cash or surety.
Las acusaciones 1 o 2 serán reducidas a $1,000, ya sea en efectivo o con garante.
Counts 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 will be reduced to $250 cash or surety.
Y las acusaciones 3, 4, 5, 6 y 7 serán reducidas a $250, ya sea en efectivo o con garante.
And I'll set the bond at count 8 for, actually, that's a civil infraction. All right. So I don't need to set a bond on count 8.
Y la infracción número 8 es una infracción civil, así que no tengo que establecer ninguna fianza para la número 8.
I also will advise you, sir, that there are certain mandatory minimum fines on several of these counts. You should talk with your lawyer about those.
Sí, también necesito decirle que hay algunas fianzas mínimas obligatorias que hay que pagar para estas acusaciones. Necesita hablar de eso con su abogado.
Your arraignment is scheduled for February 8th of 2018 at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Su lectura de cargo está establecida para el día 8 de febrero del 2018. This is your interpreter. At what time, please?
8 a.m.
A las 8 a.m.
And that will be at the Air Courthouse before Judge Ingram.
Y va a ser en el juzgado de Beer delante o ante el juez Ingram.
Do you have any questions for the court, Mr. Durantes?
Señor Durantes, ¿alguna pregunta para el juzgado? ¿Perdone?
He's speaking to the lawyer at the moment.
Oh, disculpe.
All right, that's all, sir. Madam Interpreter, we have a few other cases, so I'll get to those in just a moment.
Not a problem, ma'am.
This is docket 30, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, you are Jonathan Manuel Durantes? Is that correct?
Sí.
All right.
¿Usted es Johnson Manuel Durantes?
Sí, correcto.
Yes.
And were you
That's
able?
correct.
Were you able to hear everything I told the other Mr. Durantes? Were you
¿Usted
listening?
escuchó todo lo que le dije al otro señor Durante?
What? So the charges against you are identical to the ones against Mr. Pineda Durantes.
Los cargos en su contra son idénticos a los que estaban en contra del señor Pineda Durantes.
Are you and he related to one another?
¿Ustedes están emparentados? ¿Son familia?
Sí.
All right. And you were arrested at the same time?
¿Fueron arrestados al mismo tiempo?
Sí, andamos toda la familia juntos.
Yes, the whole family was together.
All right. Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
¿Usted tiene un abogado que lo represente, señor?
No.
Do you want an attorney?
No. ¿Quiere un abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Le voy a asignar un defensor público que lo defienda.
I understand that you may have a conflict, but I think, Mr. Durantes, are you from Brevard County or from someplace else?
No, I'm coming from Maryland.
Maryland, okay.
For 1 week.
So you can see if there's a conflict and address it. Public defenders indicate there might be a conflict, but I'm going to postpone addressing that conflict to see if there's an actual conflict. Madam Interpreter, would you explain that?
El abogado defensor público dice que puede haber un conflicto, pero yo voy a posponer ese conflicto del que él se está hablando para ver, debido a la dirección, pero voy a ver si hay un conflicto en realidad.
Does the state have any objection to addressing the bonds on this Mr. Durantes as well as the other one? Same?
No objection.
And Mr.
¿El Estado tiene alguna objeción en hablar acerca de las fianzas de este señor Durante, que son las mismas que el otro? No.
Mr. Public Defender, I assume
Objeción.
you would be recommending the same bonds?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Estado, ¿usted va a recomendar la misma fianza? Sí, su señoría.
So, sir, I'll set your bonds on counts 1 and 2 at $1,000 each.
Y la fianza, señor, para usted entonces, para la primera y segunda acusación, será de $1,000 cada una.
And on counts 3 through 7, I'll set them at $250 each.
Y de la acusación 3 hasta la acusación 7 será de $250 cada una.
And I'll also advise you that you need to speak with the lawyer regarding minimum mandatory fines on several of these charges.
Y necesita hablar con un abogado acerca de fianzas o multas mínimas obligatorias para algunas de estas acusaciones.
And your court date is set for arraignment on February 18th at 8 a.m. with Judge Ingram and Vieira.
Y su lectura de cargos está establecida para el día 18 de febrero a las 8 a.m. ante el juez Ingram en Viera.
Puedo decirle algo, que yo vivo en Maryland y me voy para allá y tengo que venir de vuelta, son 15 horas, no sé cómo podamos hacer ahí.
Speak toward the microphone.
I would like to say something. I live in Maryland. Do I have to come back here because it's 15 hours? The trip will be 15 hours.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Durantes, you will need to show up for court or talk with your lawyer about what arrangements can be made otherwise. I have appointed counsel for you.
Le he asignado un abogado.
That's all, sir.
Thank you. Docket number 34.
Oh, same thing. Your name, sir?
Anselmo. Anselmo Nieves Alegria.
All right. Sir, you were listening to both the prior cases? Were you listening when I just explained some things?
Then this is the interpreter, Your Honor. Does Mr. Anselmo need an interpreter or not? I believe I'm hearing him answer.
All right. I was told that he did need an interpreter. Do you speak English, sir?
No, just a little.
He speaks just a little English.
I use it here.
Okay. Can the deputy point the microphone a little better? Maybe not. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Alegria, you are charged with the same offenses as the two prior defendants. Did you hear those charges?
Señor, usted tiene los mismos cargos que los otros defendidos anteriores. ¿Usted escuchó esos cargos?
Sí.
And are you related to them as well?
¿Usted es pariente de ellos? ¿Está emparentado con ellos también?
Sí, uno es mi sobrino, Manuel es mi sobrino, Carlos, mi primo y el otro amigo.
Manuel is my nephew, Carlos is my cousin, and the other one is my friend.
And you also live out of state?
¿Usted también vive fuera de este estado o vive aquí?
Maryland. We come for vacation.
So you're from Maryland, sir?
Yeah.
Does the state have any objection to setting the same bonds?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
El estado no tiene ninguna objeción en programarle la misma fianza.
So on counts 1 and 2, I'll set the bonds at $1,000 cash as surety.
Así que en la acusación 1 y 2, la fianza es de $1,000 cada uno, ya sea en efectivo o con garante.
Counts 2, 3, 4, 5. Excuse me. I'll start over again. Counts 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The bond will be set at $250 cash as surety.
Sí, las acusaciones 3, 4, 5, 6 y 7 tienen una fianza de $250, ya sea en efectivo o con garante.
And you also need to talk with your lawyer about minimum mandatory fines on several of these charges.
Y también tiene que hablar con su abogado acerca de las multas mínimas requeridas para alguno de estos cargos.
Do you have a lawyer to represent you, sir?
¿Ya tiene un abogado que lo represente, señor?
No.
No.
Can you afford to hire a lawyer?
¿Usted puede pagar un abogado? ¿Contratarlo y pagarlo?
No.
And he said he qualifies. I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender to represent you. And again,
voy a asignarle un defensor público para que lo represente.
And if the public defender perceives a conflict, they'll let us know and we'll appoint separate counsel.
Sorry?
If the public defender sees a conflict, they'll let the court know and we can appoint separate counsel.
Si el defensor público ve que hay algún conflicto, ellos le notificarán al juzgado y vamos a entonces asignarle un asesor separado.
And your arraignment is set for February 8th at 8 a.m. before Judge Ingram and Vieira.
Y su lectura de cargos es el 8 de febrero a las 8 a.m. frente al juez Ingram and Vieira.
Thank you, sir. That's all. I'm sorry, is there something you wanted to say?
¿Puedo decir algo?
¿Hay algo que quiera decir?
Sí.
Yes.
Respecto a mi primo Carlos, la confusión que ella dice con la dirección es porque él dijo solamente que vivía en North Carolina, pero él vive en Charlotte, el estado de Charlotte.
¿Cómo no?
Pues no, pero él solamente dijo North Carolina, pero...
Carolina del Norte es el estado.
Por eso.
Eso es lo que estaban preguntando.
Sí. Okay. Y,
Did he answer your question, sir?
yes, yeah.
All right.
El abogado contestó su pregunta. El señor contestó su pregunta.
Sí.
All right. Thank you. That's all, sir.
Gracias, es todo.
And we have one more case, Madam Interpreter.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State your name, please. Could you hear me?
Santiago Salinas López.
And you're also charged with the same, essentially the same offenses?
¿Usted también tiene las mismas acusaciones?
Do you have an attorney to represent you, sir?
¿Usted tiene un abogado que lo represente, señor?
No.
Do you want an attorney?
¿Quiere un abogado, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you afford to hire an attorney?
¿Usted puede pagar un abogado por cuenta propia, señor?
No.
No.
I'll go ahead and appoint a public defender to represent you.
Le voy a asignar un defensor de oficio público, para que lo represente.
Okay.
And I will set the bonds as I did on the other cases, 1,000 cash as surety on counts 1 and 2.
Voy a establecer la misma fianza que los otros, $1,000 en las acusaciones 1 y 2, ya sea en efectivo o con garante.
And on counts 3 through 7, I'll set the bond at $250 on each count.
Y de la acusación 3 a la 7 será $250 en cada una de las acusaciones.
Actually, Mr. Salinas Lopez, you live in Orlando?
Yes.
Señor Salinas López, ¿usted vive en Orlando?
Yes.
All right.
Sí.
Yes.
And, all right. State have any discussion regarding the bond since he's local rather than out of state?
El Estado tiene algo que decir en cuanto a la fianza, ya que él es local y no es foráneo de otro estado.
No, está bien.
Judge, the state would prefer that they all be the same, but defer to the court.
Public defender?
Bueno, puede ser todos los mismos, pero deferimos al juzgado, nos referimos al juzgado.
Judge, if you're inclined, I think a bond's still appropriate, but you can make it less. I mean, $500 apiece on the felonies, I guess. I mean, I think my point is, Judge, unless you're inclined to straight ROR him, I think a bond's better than community supervision because he does live out of the county.
All right.
Out of the county, that would make it more difficult, I believe, simply because they require the reporting.
All right.
Su señoría, si usted decide y bien quiere, creo que una fianza será más recomendable que el servicio comunitario, ya que él vive fuera de del condado. Para efectuar servicio comunitario fuera del condado es algo engorroso, ya que solicitan que él se reporte.
All right. I'll leave the bonds set as they are. As I stated.
Fianzas justamente como están.
So you'll have an appearance before Judge Ingram on February 8th at 8 a.m.
Su comparecencia es frente al juez Ingram el 8 de febrero a las 8 a.m.
Okay. All right, that's all, sir.
Es todo, señor.
Have a Spanish interpreter in Osceola this morning. Good morning, this is Judge Starr. We're ready to get started. Anybody need a Spanish interpreter? We don't have one, I'm just asking.
We do not have a Spanish interpreter?
No.
She probably will get here to about 11. We do. We have two people who do require the assistance of a Spanish interpreter.
All right, well, they're going to have to wait because the Spanish interpreter is not here.
She's coming, but she won't be here till probably about 11. She may, so we can start Osceola and hopefully she'll
We'll
be.
go back,
Yeah.
maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
We have to be wishy-washy today.
Okay.
All right. All right, so Jerry Isa?
Your
Oh,
Honor,
can you,
I think, he's bonded.
You bond. Can you put your name on the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Allison Lopes. I'm with the Public Defender's Office.
Wonderful.
And Amy
Okay.
Testa on behalf of the state.
And, all right, thank you. All right, Jared, he bonded. Jared Allred?
Your Honor, Mr. Allred is present. He's in the back.
All right, Mr. Allred, you're here on a violation of probation. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, and set your bond at none. This concludes your hearing this morning. Good luck to you, sir. Christian Amasquita? Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you so much for asking. All right, looks like you're here on failure to appear. You have some, you had a felony case, 17 CF 2725, failed to appear, and so now there was a warrant out for you, and that looks like revoked your old bond if you had one. Now you do not have a bond. There's no bond in your case.
Your Honor, Mr. Amasquita provided me with some information that there was some miscommunication between himself and his attorney on the court date, and then he did turn himself in on January 9th once he realized that there was this warrant available. Would the court consider setting a bond given
No, I'm gonna,
those
but you could definitely talk.
circumstances?
You can definitely talk to the judge and have your lawyer file the appropriate motions. For now, I'm going to leave it the way the judge had requested, and that is all. And all the cases this morning, I'm appointing the public defender for the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. This VOP on all red because I couldn't find it. And I need it for the order. I looked, but I didn't find the case number.
Anybody have a case number for Mr. Allred on the underlying VOP?
No, Your Honor, it's not stated in the affidavit.
Does the pretrial release know?
Your Honor, Pat Hill with PTR. I don't have it in front of me, but I could get it after the court and email it over. I just want to let it know if that would work.
All right, it's not going to be on the order because we don't have it in the file.
Do they have a DOC number?
Do you guys have his DOC number? We better can look it up over here.
What would his name is? Is it a felony VOP or a county?
It's a felony VOP.
Is there like a DOC number?
He's from myself.
Your Honor, if you can give us a couple minutes, we can
All
do
red,
that.
ALLRED.
What's the first name?
JARED. Middle name Michael.
Okay, date of birth 10/10/98.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, his case number is 2016. He has two of them. 2016 CF 3736, 2017 265. So it's 2016 CF 3736 and 2017 265. And that's out of Osceola.
He on probation on both of them?
Yes.
So I don't know which one he's
The
in.
occupied burglary from 2017.
So the 2017 case?
Yeah.
So we're just going to do it for the 2017 case?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, good. Thank God. That's the.
He's on probation
To save
for
my life,
occupied
yeah.
burglary, which
It's a
began
2016 case.
Okay, so we'll do it for the 2016.
2016, sentenced in on October 23rd, 2017. That's what happened.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's it.
do that
Okay.
case number, okay.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Judge.
No, thank you. Kareem Carter. Hi. Kareem Carter. Mr. Carter, you're here on 2 counts, commit felony battery and grand theft auto. I've reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause. No contact with the victim, your bonds are set, none, well, hold on. For the felony battery, it's $8,000 bond. For the grand theft auto, it's a $2,500 bond. No contact with the victim, no return to the scene. No weapons. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Brenton Compton.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Compton, you're here for an active warrant from Osceola County for burglary and grand theft. There's no bond in your case. This concludes your hearing. Good luck to you. Do you need something?
No, Your Honor. Spanish interpreter's code.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Perfect timing. All right, we have 2 in Osceola. I don't know who they are, but they'll come up. Julio Cesar Rosa Martinez.
Yeah, the interpreter is there. Your Honor, he needs a Spanish interpreter. Is the interpreter there?
Yeah, and have you been sworn in yet?
No, Your Honor.
You gonna do it? Want me to? All right. All right, do you solemnly swear to interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your abilities?
I do. This is Jorge Bonilla, state certified for interpreter.
All right, wonderful. Julio Cesar Rosa Martinez.
Sir?
Is that you, sir?
¿Usted es Julio César José Martínez? ¿Sí o no?
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, before you go forward, I do have some information from PTR that he does qualify for direct PTR release, Your Honor.
Señoría, antes de que usted proceda, tengo información de la Oficina de Libertad con antelación a juicio de que él sí cualifica para libertad con antelación a juicio.
Yeah, even though he gave the officer a false name?
Aunque le dio un nombre falso al oficial.
He has been identified, Your Honor, as Julio Rosa Martinez, and they did so with his fingerprints. So his identity has been confirmed with PTR.
Él ha sido identificado como Julio Rosa Martínez y eso fue a través de huellas digitales, así que sí, la Oficina de Libertad con antelación a juicio. Hang on, Ms. Lopes.
I think he did give them the correct name.
Y creo que sí, la víctima tiene el nombre correcto.
All right. Order pretrial release.
Ordénese libertad con antelación a juicio
And I do find probable cause.
y determino causa probable.
Good luck to you.
Buena suerte.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Tony Green.
Your Honor, Miss Green is currently in detox. Can we reset her?
Okay, reset Ms. Green for tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Julia Kearns.
Your Honor, I've been told that Miss Kearns is also detoxing. She's in medical, and I'm asking to reset her for tomorrow.
All
as
right,
well.
reset Ms. Kearns for tomorrow. Alice Matheny.
Same thing with Miss Massney, Your Honor. She's also detoxing. Can we reset her for tomorrow?
Okay. Marcelino Montes Lebron.
He will need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor. He's present.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Montes Lebron.
Buenos días, señor Montes Lebrón.
You are here
Good
on
morning.
You are here
Good
on.
morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. You are here on 2 counts.
Usted comparece aquí acusado de 2 cargos.
Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill.
Amenaza agravada con arma mortífera con intención de matar.
And simple battery.
Y agresión simple.
I reviewed your affidavit.
Revisé su affidavit.
Find probable cause.
Determino que hay causa probable.
Set your bonds as follows.
Y se fijan sus fianzas según sigue.
$15,000 for count 1.
$15,000 en el primer cargo.
$500 for count 2.
$500 en el segundo cargo.
No contact with the victim.
Se le prohíbe el contacto con la víctima.
No return to scene.
Se le prohíbe el regreso al lugar de los hechos.
No drugs, no weapons.
Se le prohíbe la posesión o tenencia de armas o drogas.
This concludes your hearing this morning. Good luck to you, sir.
Esto concluye su vista en la mañana de hoy. Buena suerte, caballero. What's the total?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll tell you in a minute.
Dominic Placewell. Dominic Chantel Placewell.
Hello. Good morning.
All right, good morning. You're here on an active warrant out of Osceola for a violation of probation, and there's no bond in your case, ma'am. This concludes your hearing this morning. Good luck to you. Kenneth Purvis.
Your Honor, Mr. Purvis is here as a result of an ordinance violation. He's currently homeless, unemployed. I'm wondering if the court would consider a straight ROR or PTR type release instead of a bond, which was set at $250.
I got an address I can't use, my dad's. And Your Honor, it was no disrespect, and I'm truly working on it. I mean, he's on the paperwork. I wasn't going to disrespect the store. I went under a palm tree.
But you know what?
I didn't even finish half a beer.
He has open trespass, open resisting, and a disorderly. So no, the motion is denied. The bond's set at $250. Probable causes in the affidavit. Good luck to you, sir. The two open cases we'll leave alone.
So what am I basing?
No action. Okay. Yeah. All right. Next case is Kevin Veselowski.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, good morning. It looks like you're here on a violation of a domestic injunction. I reviewed the affidavit. You were going to say something?
Your Honor, I was just going to, yes, if you don't mind, Your Honor. I spoke to Mr. Veselowski. It appears that he also has no employment at this time, is also living, is homeless, really does not have a place to stay, and we're asking if the court would consider some type of PTR or ROR release instead of setting a monetary bond.
All right, the motion's denied at this time. Your bond is set at $8,000. No return to the scene, no contact with the victim, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Next case, Anthony Williams. Mr. Williams?
Mr. Williams is present, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Williams, you have...
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You have an arrest warrant for your charges signed by Judge Martinez. Selling cocaine within 1,000 feet of a municipal park, conspiracy to sell cannabis, and delivery of drug paraphernalia. Those are the three counts.
Your Honor, it appears that in the arrest affidavit, the police indicated that the cocaine count was an error, and basically the marijuana and the drug paraphernalia counts are correct. So I'm wondering if the court could take a closer look at that.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the arrest affidavit too. So, what do you, please direct me to what you are saying. What do you see it?
Just one moment, Your Honor, I'm going to pull it up.
What are you saying? What page, what line, where are you addressing this? I see the total net weight of the crack cocaine that was sold by DeAndre Deshawn Montgomery was 0.1 grams. The total gross weight of the cannabis baggies sold by Anthony Jermaine Williams was 3.3 grams. Field tests were conducted on both. Both tested positive. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I may have mixed that up with a different...
Okay, so probable cause...
No, actually, Your Honor, if you look at The second paragraph on the second page, it says, during my investigation, it was found that the warrant for sale of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a specified area, municipal park, was input in the warrant as an error. The correct charge is sale of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a specified area, municipal park. So this is on the second paragraph of the second page of the report, Your Honor.
Okay, so if I go by the affidavit and not the arrest warrant,
so
it's just the 2 counts is what you're saying?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, and State, do you have any response?
Your Honor, the state would request additional time to actually contact the officer to discuss why that was included.
All right, let's reset it for tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you're giving a 24-hour?
Thank you, Your Honor.
24-hour review. All right, thank you. John Wolford.
Your Honor, Mr. Wolford is not here at this time. He is in BA. The jail has indicated that he's made some self-harm comments.
So reset him for tomorrow. Victor Zavala.
Your Honor, I have some information that he also qualifies for direct PTR.
Reset him for tomorrow. He was self-harming.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Zavala, I reviewed your affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $500. All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
This concludes the Osceola initial appearances for January 15th. Thank you. And we're on the record with Mr. Fisher. Good morning, Mr. Fisher.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You have Cheyenne Romel Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you said the old DUI was dismissed?
I was advised that the old DUI was dismissed because it finished pretrial diversion.
Okay, I'm not going to take any action on that case then.
We got to get him in here. You guys going to get him, right? Okay. And then the traffic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Standing over the wrong side.
Old habits.
Well, it switches based on what courtroom you're in.
Yeah. All right, good morning, Mr. Williams. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm well. Your lawyers asked me to waive the formal reading of the charge, but I did find probable cause, setting your bond in that new case at $7,000. You're to have no contact with the victim, no return to the scene, no drugs or alcohol. You had a pending case, a misdemeanor DUI. I'm taking no action in that case. This concludes your hearing this morning. Good luck to you.
Your Honor, one thing.
Yeah.
The no return, it's his mother's house. Should the victim move and no longer live there, is he then allowed to return?
It'll be no contact
But-
and separate residences.
Okay, so instead of no return, it's no contact, separate residences.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just maintain separate.
Maintain separate residences, no contact, yeah.
And you said that how much?
7,000.
7,000.
All right, and you had Robin McIlwain?
McIlwain, although it's now Robin Waite, is her real name.
Okay.
I mean, McIlwain was her maiden name from 30 years ago.
Hi, is that you? Are you Robin McIlwain, formerly Miss McIlwain? All right, State, do you have an announcement or a request?
The state will be no crossing the VOP as well as the, just the VOP.
All right, so I'm going to dismiss the probation violation warrant, and this concludes your hearing.
Your Honor, would the court revoke and terminate probation just to make
Yeah,
sure
just
it's
to make
all
it clear,
over?
revoke, terminate,
Okay,
dismiss.
okay. Shh, hold up. I'm sorry, you guys. This is a traffic case. Okay, she got, I know it's a back in 86 case, and she have cost of supervision, she got balance, she got a lot of stuff going on, so I don't know
Yeah, that's
how
true.
much it is because of the case. I mean, we can set her a bond, you want to lease her, because she will be going to
I'm going to give you
court.
300 days to pay all of your outstanding costs in this case. I'm going to give you,
See, that's it, I still...
I'm going to give you 7 days to report to the clerk's office to figure out what your costs are. Can we do that? No? And if otherwise, your license is going to be suspended?
Because with traffic, it's nothing in the case. I don't know. We have to pull the file. It's gonna take a little longer to pull the file.
I see that she owed $352.
That's for the cost of supervision, but I don't know what's up in our system because it's an 86 case and we converted to Odyssey. A lot of stuff is not in there, so we have to order the file. I don't know what's
So
up
can I
there.
make stuff up now? Can I make new stuff up now?
I don't know.
Because I have a fine of $255, court costs of $64.50, $12.50 surcharge, crime compensation costs of $20, and I think those were the allegations, and that probationer failed to pay fine totaling $352.
She owes $352.
That's the total.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's
So she owes $352.
So you're gonna revoke and terminate probation.
Yeah, dismiss the affidavit,
With
revoke and terminate probation,
dismiss the BOP.
and give her 300 days to pay
Outstanding balance.
of $352.
Outstanding balance, 300 days. I don't know, this is traffic, I'm gonna have to.
And if she doesn't pay it, D6 is her license.
Right,
Okay.
license gets
So
suspended.
you have 300 days to pay $352 to the Orange County Clerk of Court.
36
Okay?
license.
But there's no probation, warrants are gone, case is dismissed, it's all over. If you don't pay in the next 300 days, then they'll D6 your license. Okay, so just pay it.
Say again?
Division.
What division is this? 83. No, I'm sorry.
Yep.
It was? No.
Bell, Judge Bell.
Yes, that's right, 83, yeah.
And can she mail in a check for the costs or pay by phone for the credit card or something, Madam Clerk?
It's either clerk's office or Amscot. I don't think there's any other way to do it. You're gonna give Sharon a heart attack.
Nope, I'm just writing down court dismissed VOP, revoke terminate probation, outstanding balance paid in such. That's all I can.
But you have 300 days to figure it out.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a great day. All right, is this Belinda Graham?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're here on a domestic battery charge. I reviewed your affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $2,500, no contact with the victim, no return to the scene, no alcohol, no drugs.
Judge, Rhiannon Arnold Rogers on behalf of Ms. Graham. The alleged victim in this case is her son. He does not live at that residence, as he told law enforcement. I have his updated address.
Okay, so instead of no return to scene, maintain separate residences.
And no, but remain with no contact.
No contact.
And how much was the bond?
$2,500.
And Judge, I believe she would be eligible for PTR. Would the court be inclined to reduce her bond and give her PTR?
All right, I'll order the pretrial release.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me get PTR. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just going to step over to your clerk so I can give them the updated address
Yep.
for the son.
All right, so are we ready to get started with the normal progression? Evelio Lace Gomez. Where'd Miss Martin go? Is she back there? Uh-oh. All right, and for all the cases we're addressing now, I'm going to appoint the public defender to all of them. And now if we could just find what happened to Miss Martin. We'll just wait for her.
That was an old case.
Oh, looks like we have some people coming in too.
Yes, Judge, there were numerous people downstairs, but were not allowed upstairs until you began.
Okay, thanks. All right, Ms. Martin, you ready? Evelio Les Gomez. All right. Any victims here for Evelio Les Gomez? Evelio Les Gomez. Okay, I don't see anybody coming up. Sir, I've reviewed your affidavit. It alleges a battery, a false imprisonment, and providing false identification to law enforcement. I find probable cause. Set your bond as follows. It's $5,000 for the first count, $150 for the second count, and $100 for the third count. There's no contact with the victim, no return to the scene, no drugs or alcohol. This concludes your hearing. Good luck to you. Esteban Lopez.
We'll get the next one.
Shazbat.
You got a big group.
Juez.
Oh, that's what, Quez? Oh, I said.
Juez.
Quez. Oh, the just. Okay.
Esteban Lopez. Anybody here for Esteban Lopez? All right. Mr. Lopez. All right. Looks like you're here on a charge of aggravating battery on a pregnant person.
Señor López, usted comparece aquí acusado de agresión agravada contra una persona embarazada.
All right. I've reviewed the affidavit.
He revisado la affidavit.
Find probable cause.
Determino causa probable.
Set your bond at $10,000.
Se fijan $10,000 de fianza.
You're to have no contact with the victim.
Se te prohíbe el contacto con la víctima.
No return to the scene.
Se te prohíbe el regreso al lugar de los hechos.
And no drugs, alcohol, or weapons.
Se prohíbe la posesión o tenencia de drogas, alcohol o armas.
I see that there's somebody here for your case.
Veo que hay alguien presente en este caso.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name?
Señora, declare su nombre, por favor.
Norma Concepción. Norma
Norma, su apellido, por favor.
y Coy.
Norma y Coy.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to share with the court?
¿Habrá algo que usted quiere decirle a la corte en este momento?
Voy a hablar.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Sí, por favor.
Yo quiero hablar con mi marido Esteban. Sí, yo quiero que...
Señora, ¿podría repetir eso en voz alta, por favor?
Yo quiero que van a salir y que se vaya conmigo.
I want Esteban to be free and go home with me.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the court today?
Gracias, señora. ¿Algo más que usted quiere decirle a la corte?
Sí, yo quiero decir más que quiere mi marido tiene que ser el que se vaya conmigo, porque estoy embarazada y nada para uno puede que se va para mi ayuda. Es que es mi marido tiene que ser que se vaya conmigo, pero y yo no estoy trabajando. Y solo él está trabajando y Maldonado.
Okay, un momento, señora. Yes, I'd like him to go home with me. The fact is I'm pregnant and I'm not working and he's the one that's working.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. My order stays the way it is for
Muchas
now.
gracias, señora. La orden permanece en efecto.
All right.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
In terms of the defense to lay our record, the purpose of bond is to assure their appearance at trial. His risk assessment from the jail that when they interviewed him is a below average. He is employed part-time. He's been there for a year or longer. I mean, the no contact order can stay in place, but a $10,000 bond is tantamount to no bond. He does, again, have a below average, and the presumption is in favor of a release and bond that can actually a person can afford.
All right. I'll set it to $8,000.
Fíjese $8,000.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Martin. Santiago Robles Santos. Mr. Santos,
Señor López Santos,
you are here on a battery charge
compareces aquí acusado de agresión
of a
física
domestic nature.
por violencia doméstica.
I've reviewed.
Qualifies for pretrial
Y él
release.
cualifica por libertad contra la
One moment. The victim isn't present. Let me make sure he has an alternate address.
He has no alternate address at this time. The victim is present, so we can't do the
La víctima no está presente.
Okay, so there's, I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $2,500, no contact with the victim, no return to the scene, no drugs, alcohol, or weapons. Good luck to you, sir. This concludes your hearing.
And Your Honor, can we say or PTE if he qualifies in the event he is able to provide an alternative address?
No, denied. Hector Santiago Irizarry. Who is? Mr. Santiago Irizarry, you're here on 2 counts, unlawful act for driver's license, using false name. It's an arrest warrant signed by Judge Jewett. And the bonds are set at $1,000 for count 1 and $500 for count 2. Good luck to you, sir.
Pero yo no tengo un home.
But I don't have a home.
I'm sorry, you don't have a what?
Yo salgo así ya.
So I get out and that's it?
No. You have bonds, sir. Yes, I've set your bonds. You can post your bonds and get out. No. Oh, he has a hold. Oh, thank you. Okay, good luck to you, sir. William Brumel. That's all for Spanish? Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Brumel, you're here on a new case, trespass. You have an old case for battery and trespass. So on your old case, revoke your bond, and on your new case, I'm setting a bond at $500 and finding probable cause.
Your Honor, I apologize. Just to let the court know, since the system was down, we didn't get a normal docket. It's going to take me a little bit to get to it because I'm just going off of first appearance sheets. For the out on bond for the battery, he was actually released on a 33-day motion because the state indicated.
Oh, I see the ROR. All right, so I'm not going to take action on the original case. All right, so your bond's set at trespass on the new trespass at $500. No action on the old case. Timothy Lafferty. Mr. Lafferty, you're here on 2 counts, possession of drug paraphernalia and a trespass. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bonds at $500 and $100 respectively. This concludes your hearing this morning. Good luck to you, sir. Mr. Burnett.
Mr. Burnett is mental health now.
All right, mental health for Mr. Burnett. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Neary. Is that you?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Neary, you are here on a trespass, find probable cause, set your bond at $250. This concludes your hearing. Good luck to you.
There was an offer of an adjudication credit for time served made. Sorry, I couldn't get to my paper in
That's okay.
time. I don't know if you'd be willing to accept that offer. Credit for time served. The whole thing, you pay court costs.
Mr. Neary, the state is offering you an adjudication and court costs. Your court costs are $273. I'll give you 300 days to pay. Do you want to resolve your case today? Or do you want to come back on a future day once you bond out, if you bond out? What would you like to do? I'll give you 10 months to pay if you're worried about the payment. Do you want to resolve your case today or no?
Today, if I can't resolve it, do I have the option to go back to what she offered, go home and then pay for it?
Yeah, you can. You don't have to resolve it today. You can bond out, fight the charges. The offer is not going to change, right, Ms. Testa? The offer is not going to change. Adjudication court costs.
No, Your Honor, and I'll practice the withhold.
Oh, it's a withhold. Does he have any priors?
No, Your Honor. I apologize.
Okay, so listen, you don't have any priors, you might even be eligible for a pretrial diversion, you have options open to you, you can bond out and figure it out, or you can resolve it today. What would you like to do?
Your Honor, given his hesitation in some of his questions, I would just ask if it's a withhold credit for time served. There's a presumption in favor of
Does
non-monetary.
he qualify for pretrial release?
It says no, but I would be asking for ROR.
Carlson is ready to talk. Your Honor, he has a mental health detainer right now that's opened.
All right, I'm going to set the bond. I'm going to give you time to think about it. Good luck to you, sir. Next case, Mr. Waniver Revert.
He refused, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Hilario Celestrin. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, how are you? All right, it looks like you're here on 3 counts: battery by strangulation, aggravated assault with a weapon, and false imprisonment, domestic. I reviewed your affidavit, find probable cause, set your bonds as follows: $15,000 for count 1, $8,000 for count 2, and $1,000 for count 3. There's no contact with the victim, no drugs, alcohol, weapons, no return to scene. This concludes your hearing. Good luck to you.
And Your Honor, I apologize. If I can just have a moment for each of these cases to lay something on the record. For the battery of the strangulation, the affidavit actually doesn't allege that there's no facts to support that they lost breath. That's actually required for the strangulation aspect. So there's defense's argument that there's only PC for the domestic violence. Also, the bonds that are set, that's tantamount to no bond. He's entitled to a bond. He is obviously disabled. He gets Social Security. He's a graduate of college. He's had employment for 17 years, and so we'd be asking for that bond to be reduced significantly.
Any response from the state?
Your Honor, the state, if you're not inclined to find PC today, we ask for 24 hours to speak with the officer to get the issue of lost breath on the record.
I'm going to keep it because I think that the affidavit alleges choking for several seconds. That's sufficient to me for probable cause, in addition to the 3 paragraphs before, but specifically that particular one. And I don't think the bond is that high, given the circumstances. All right, next case. Thank you, Ms. Martin, for laying the record. Edward Silva.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Silver, you're here on a petty theft and a trespass. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bonds at $500 and $100.
And Your Honor, is there an offer from the state?
Yes, offer would be adjudication, credit time served, court costs for today.
Adjudication on both counts?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is the trespass a first or second degree? Is the petty theft looks like it's a second, but what's the trespass? It's a first? Is the trespass a first or second degree misdemeanor?
It depends on how it's alleged. Is it?
After warning, is that the first? So it's 1 second and 1 first degree misdemeanor?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
All right, Mr. Silver, do you want to resolve your case by accepting the state's offer? It's an adjudication on both counts.
Do I got to pay a fine?
No, there's no fine, but there are court costs. The costs are $273, and I'll give you 10 months to pay. That's less than $1 a day.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, and is this your signature here on this plea form?
Yeah.
Did you review the form?
Yeah.
Do you understand that the form has all the rights you're giving up in exchange for the plea? So there's not going to be a trial, you're not going to call any witnesses. You understand all the rights you're giving up today?
Yes.
Anybody force you to do this?
No.
All right, I find you understand the rights you're giving up today in exchange for this plea. I find a factual basis to accept the plea based on the narrative in the arrest affidavit. I'll accept your plea and impose the following sentence. It's an adjudication on both counts, and court costs $273. I'll give you 300 days to pay, and you have 30 days to appeal this sentence in writing. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, good luck to you, sir. Next, we have Corey Smith. Mr. Smith, you're here on an allegation of disorderly conduct. Ms. Martin, do you have anything to say about this?
Yeah, I don't know why the officers keep charging this as disorderly conduct. It's more tantamount to soliciting or panhandling. There is absolutely no PC.
I'm going to ROR him on this. Find no PC in ROR.
Your Honor, just for the record, I did look up the disorderly conduct ordinance in the state of Orlando. It does include not leaving the street after being requested by an officer, so we actually request 24 hours to ask the officer for additional information.
All right, the next one, you can tell me that faster. For now, he's going to be ROR'd. All right. Okay, Ross, and if you have a copy of it, that would be good for me to read it. That would be awesome, even though, okay, but thank you very much. Ross DeAngelis, is that you?
I believe we have a David Levon.
What happened to Ross DeAngelis? Did I take him out of?
Mr. Levon is in Cuba.
Oh, that was the, did I get confused?
Oh, you gave me a new list?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you sure did. Oh, okay, he in the felony DD.
Okay, that's all right. I'll keep him over here.
Keep on David. No, yeah, this is the one I didn't take out.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
She did
Him,
yes.
okay.
And then we'll put him back.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
I forgot.
David Levon, don't fall. David Levon, is that you?
Yes.
All right, you have 7 counts: aggravated abuse on an elderly person, battery, domestic assault, domestic, criminal mischief, possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, and grand theft. I find probable cause. Set your bonds as follows. It's $10,000 on count 1, and then $1,000 on count 2, count 3, and count 4, $250, count 5, the cannabis, $1,000, count 6, the drug paraphernalia, $500, and count 7, the grand theft, $500. No contact with the victim, no drugs, weapons, or alcohol, no return to the scene, and don't have any contact with that cat.
Just for the record, he is a risk assessment of below average. He does receive Social Security disability. He's for at least the last 10 years. So we just be asking for a reduction of the bond as to count 1.
All right, thank you so much. Ross DeAngelis. Mr. DeAngelis, he charged with battery by strangulation. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause.
Your Honor, just for defense to lay the record, it says the word choke. I guess the very last line, the cop is just doing the conclusory statement of having the hand on. There is no allegation that they've lost breath that's required for strangulation. So we'd be asking for just PC in terms of the misdemeanor domestic violence.
All right, thank you so much. It is part of the affidavit that he's swearing to. It's the affidavit part that I'm supposed to rely on. And so I will include that sentence, and with that, find probable cause. I'm going to set the bond at $10,000. No contact with the victim, no drugs, alcohol, weapons, no return to scene, no contact with the cat, and we have somebody here. Tell me your name.
Caitlin Carney.
All right, what would you like to tell the court?
It was a complete misunderstanding. I was drunk, I overreacted, I called the cops. I have been with him for 6 years. I love him more than anything. He doesn't hurt me. He has never hurt me. You can look at me like he has never, ever touched me.
All right, anything from the state or the defense?
In terms of from the defense, we'd ask for no hostile contact. He also has a risk assessment of below average. He's employed full time. He has been for the past 4 years. He is a graduate of college. $10,000 again is tantamount to no bond. It's a presumption of non.
All right, I'll lower it to $5,000, and I'm leaving the conditions the same for now. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Omar Jones. Omar Jones. All right, you're here on account of battery by strangulation, domestic. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $5,000, no contact, no drugs, alcohol, weapons, no return to the scene. And ma'am, are you here for this case? Would you like to be heard? Tell me your name.
Linda Tomasulo.
All right, what would you like to say?
He has no one here, and I just want to make sure he doesn't return back to my home. He has no family, no friends, so I just want to make sure he doesn't return back to me.
Yeah, I'm ordering him no contact, no return to scene, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Yes, absolutely, that's what I'm ordering today. Okay, you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything else I can order him to do for you? Besides not contact you, not go back to the scene?
Just make sure he contacted my mom today, and I just want to make
Oh,
sure.
yeah, no contact with any of her relatives, don't contact anybody. That means, no contact means you can't even call her mother, don't contact anybody. And you know what else? Don't post any social media towards her either. Do you understand? Don't announce to anybody any communication. Don't write a secret note to her and put it in your pocket. Do you understand? That's what the no contact means. Does that make sense? Is there anything else I could do for you? No. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Tell me your name, sir.
Cody Clevenger.
All right. You're here on account of battery, domestic. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause. You're set your bond at $2,500. No contact, no drugs, alcohol, weapons, no return to scene. I see somebody's here for you. Ma'am, tell me your name.
Justine Smith.
What would you like to tell us?
I just wanted to make sure that his family won't contact me. It's not his fault. He was in jail when they did, but his sister texted me and told me.
Yeah, get your family to stop doing that. Okay? So the same thing goes for you. When I say no contact with the victim, that means no contact. Don't post anything on social media. Don't tell somebody else a message to tell her. Don't write her a note on a piece of paper and put it in your own pocket. No communication, no contact at all. Don't even think about a mental telepathy message to her. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
What is his name on record?
His name is Cody Paul Clevenger.
Excuse me?
Yes, anything else I can do for you?
Well, he has something he got in trouble before, and I just wanted to make sure that he's not going to get any more trouble. What happened was bad, but I don't want him to get in a lot of trouble because it wasn't as bad as it seemed.
Yeah, all right, we got it. Thank you so much.
How much was his bond?
His bond was $2,500. All righty. Dondre Jasper.
This defendant was here yesterday. This is no, I need you to read.
Okay.
PTR yesterday, but we're asking you to read for PTR.
He gave him the bond. They have
Okay, and Mr. Jasper,
Yes.
your pretrial release is revoked, and I'm setting your bond at $8,000. No contact with the victim. Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that means the same thing to you. Don't think about her. Don't write secret notes and put them in your pocket. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. $8,000 bond, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no return to scene. Thank you so much.
Mayor, just for some clarification, the one case that he's here is for the CF case that we dealt with yesterday, had 2 counts, battery by strangulation and battery domestic violence. I know you're revoking PTR, but is the $8,000 to the strangulation?
Yeah, no, I have the violation of injunction charge.
That's when he's going to be seen tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's an add-on charge.
So the violation of injunction, that's what we have.
Let me see. He's supposed to be seen today on the violation of injunction.
I have the violation of injunction.
Right, that's what we got.
Right. And then with the battery strangulation, we need bonds set on that as well.
You want that now?
Yeah.
We don't have it.
Okay, he was seen, okay, I have,
So-
he was seen yesterday.
So you want to do it tomorrow?
He was seen on the 14th.
Wait a minute, let me see. Jasper, let me see if I got him
It
in
was
there.
straight PTR he was given yesterday.
What's the case number?
2018 CF 578AO.
Ms. Martin, can I address that case now?
Yes, we would just be asking for bonds to be set on the 2 counts. It was
All right,
battery
so
by
it's
strangulation.
$8,000 on each.
So on all 3 counts, the injunction, the
What's
strangulation.
What's the felony?
What's the third count?
Well, so. the
2
CF
cases, 1 case had 2 counts.
Right, battery by strangulation, a 3rd-degree felony, and battery domestic violence and misdemeanor in the
Yeah,
first
that
degree.
one's 500.
500, okay.
So 8, 8, and 500.
8. So this injunction is 8.
This is 8,000,
Battery
then his
strangulation.
strangulation is 8,000, and then the simple battery is 500. All right, so Mr. Medina, I reviewed your affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $5,000. No contact with the victim, no drugs, alcohol, weapons, and that's all.
Your Honor, just for purposes purposes of the record, he does have a risk assessment of below average. He's employed full-time, has been for 9 years. He's also former military.
All right, I'll lower it to 3,000.
Okay, and would you be willing to do or PTR if he qualifies? He does indicate that he would qualify and would have an alternate.
Not without having it seen before a judge.
Okay.
All right. All right, Denise, sorry. Ms. Narvaez, you are here on a battery charge, and I see somebody's here for you. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $3,000, no contact with the victim, no alcohol, no drugs, no return to scene. Do you guys live together? Yes. All right, so instead of no return to scene, it will be must keep separate residences. All right, so that is my order for now. Let's see who's here. What's your name, sir?
I'm her husband. May I say that she's an amazing woman, amazing mother, amazing wife. She did not deserve this. I made a mistake and I called, and I shouldn't have. We should have resolved it, which we always do. And she does not deserve this. Please have mercy, please.
All right, thank you so much. Anything else, Ms. Martin or State?
Well, I would just ask, do you want to have contact with her?
I'm sorry?
Do you want contact with her?
Yes, ma'am,
Are
please.
you currently in fear of her?
I'm sorry?
Are you in fear of her?
No, definitely not. No.
Defense would just ask for no hostile contact. It also does indicate that she qualifies for pretrial release. I'm guessing it's the same as the others, is that as long as there's
Your Honor, if you give a no hostile, we can do pretrial release for Ms. Navarez.
All right, I'll do no hostile contact and then pretrial release.
Okay.
No alcohol, no alcohol,
ma'am.
no alcohol. Okay. All right, and Jason Ortiz, Mr. Ortiz. All right, Mr. Ortiz, you're here on a battery domestic. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $3,000. No contact with the victim, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no return to scene. This concludes your hearing. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mary Perry.
And Your Honor, just so you're aware, Ms. Perry and Mr. Perry were both arrested.
Yes, I see that. I drive hotel something something.
They both qualify for pretrial release. My understanding from speaking to them is they both want no hostile contact. The guard is asking me if you want both of them present so that you can get the testimony about no hostile contact, or if you prefer to do them one at a time.
Well, he's here on, let's have him together, since he's here on her case, and I presume he's here on his case.
Right.
Right, so first we have Mary Perry, you're here on a battery domestic. I reviewed the affidavit. She does, so they qualify for pretrial release. All right, I'll give you pretrial release. No hostile contact, is that what you want?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Todd Perry, you want contact with her?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, no hostile contact, no drugs, alcohol, no alcohol, no alcohol, no alcohol, no drugs. No hostile contact, no return to the scene. I don't think they want you to come back.
Sorry, man. We don't have to, our daughter's already taken care of getting all her stuff in our car out of there.
All right, great. So same thing for you, Mr. Todd Perry. Is that what you want, Miss Mary Perry? You want contact with him, just no hostile contact. All right, no hostile contact, pretrial release, no return to that iDrive location. Good luck to you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. We have next Mr. Armando Carrillo.
Your Honor, he wants, I guess my assistant today, but he wants to hire a private attorney for
All
the
right.
case, so we just asked not to be appointed.
All right, so no appointment, and
Now, I just note that he does have a risk assessment result of below average. He's employed part-time and has been for 5 months.
all right. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause for your destruction of evidence, tampering, and drug possession of a controlled substance without prescription. Find probable cause, set your bonds at $2,000 for count 1, $300 for count 2. This concludes your hearing. Good luck to you, sir.
Your Honor,
Thank
he's
you.
also here on an expired driver's license.
Oh, hold on, you're right, I saw the paper clip. And I find probable cause on the expired driver's license based on the affidavit, and set your bond. That bond seems high. I'm going to reset it for $500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, next is Timothy Jones. Mr. Jones, good morning. You're here on a possession of cocaine, and
My understanding is he qualifies for pretrial release, at least that's
He does. He does.
all right, driving with a suspended license and possession of cocaine, find probable cause, and order pretrial release. No driving without a valid driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Alan Lloyd, possession of cocaine, possession and trespass. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bonds at $1,000 for count 1 and $100 for count 2. Good luck to you, sir. Nicole Michaud. James Poindexter. Is that you, sir? All right, carrying a concealed weapon, unlicensed firearm. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $2,500.
Well, Your Honor, I believe he qualifies for pretrial release.
Does he?
Yes, Sharon, he does.
All right, I'll order pretrial release. Good luck to you, sir. Rhonda Webster.
Then I'll help you out.
Kristen West. All right, Miss West, you're here on a new case for driving with a suspended license. This one. Rhonda Webster's mental health, right? All right. And Kristen West, you're here on driving with a suspended license as a habitual traffic offender. Review the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond in that case at $5,000. And your old cases, 17 CF1 04443AO, I'm revoking your bond in those cases. This concludes your hearing this morning. Good luck to you, ma'am. All right, Austin Wingington. Is that you? All right, you're here on a charge of possession of hashish. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, set your bond at $1,000. This
Your Honor,
concludes...
I have an indication that he qualifies for pretrial
Yes,
release.
he qualifies for pretrial release, Your Honor.
All right, I'll order pretrial release in your case. All right, good luck to you. Fabian Wilson. Thank you. Robert Young. All right, Mr. Young, you're here on 3 counts, possession of a forged driver's license, bank bill, and driver's license ID card. Those are the 3 counts. I reviewed your affidavit. Find probable cause, set your bonds as follows. Count 1, $2,500. Count 2, $150. Count 3, $150. This concludes your hearing. Good luck to you, sir. Jamal Brown. Mr. Brown, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
All right, looks like you failed to appear on 2 cases, and the bonds are set in these cases at $2,000 each. 2 counts. 2 separate, battery and assault you failed to appear for. So now your bonds are $2,000 in each of these counts in 2017 MM 1259AW. This concludes your hearing. Good luck to you, sir. We have Giovanni Burgos. Mr. Burgos, you're here on a no valid driver's license charge and attached tag not assigned.
Your Honor, I apologize, just one second. There was an offer from the state. He is on pretrial release out of Orange County, but the state's in agreement to take no action on that. That's what defense would be asking. The offer is for the no valid to withhold credit for time served and to dismiss the attached.
You want to do that, Mr. Burgos?
Yeah.
Did you fill out the plea form?
What attached tag? That's the Osceola case.
That's the Osceola case, that PTR.
That's the
No,
Osceola.
the Osceola case is the MM petty theft.
Right.
This right here, yes.
And then what they want to plea out is the Orange
Oh, we
County
got
cases,
2.
no valid driver's license, and attached tag not assigned. So the state's going to dismiss the attached tag not assigned, and you're going to plead to the 2nd-degree misdemeanor of no valid driver's license, right?
Right.
And then we're not going to take any action on your petty theft case that's pending in Osceola. Did you read the plea form?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand the form has all the rights you're giving up today?
Yes.
And what is it, a withhold court costs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you want to accept the withhold court costs to resolve your no valid driver's license charge?
Correct, ma'am.
Anybody force you to do this?
No.
You have any questions?
No.
All right, I find you understand the rights you're giving up today in exchange for this plea to the no valid driver's license. Sentence you to withhold court costs. Your court costs are $301. I'm going to give you 300 days to pay. Is that enough time?
Correct.
You have 30 days to appeal this sentence in writing. I'm going to dismiss the attached tag at the state's request. And your Osceola petty theft is still pending, all right? So make sure you stay in touch with the court on that case.
The next court date for that is February 9th. I just gave that to you.
Wonderful. All right, good luck to you, sir. This concludes your case and hearing. Eric Mins? All right. Cammie Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Ms. Walker. You're here on a failure to appear on a probation violation for a DUI. So now, let's see, it looks like there's no bond in your case because you didn't show up.
Your Honor, for the record, we would just be asking for a bond to be set. There was a motion to quash filed on January 12th, which was when the failure to appear occurred. It seems that she showed up late, so we would just be asking for a $2,000 bond to be set in this case.
Are you saying that the bond was issued in error?
No, it appears that by the time the court was done, the failure to appear case was done, but then a motion to quash was filed by our office that same day, just a little bit later in the day.
When? What day?
On January 12th.
Oh, really? They came and got you that fast? All right, I'll set your bond at $2,000. All right, thank you, Ms. Martin. All right, William Smith. Mr. Smith, you're here on a trespass charge. I reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause, and set your bond at $500.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good luck. Vincent Garofalo.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, was there an offer from the state for Mr. Smith?
You have an offer from Mr. Smith?
One moment,
Is
Your
it a
Honor.
withhold court costs for the trespass? I think that's what you said, no? Is that, you want to accept the state's offer of a withhold court costs? Or do you want to just,
Say that again?
you can post your bond and fight the charge, or you can accept the state's offer. I think I heard her say withhold court costs, which is $273.
That's Your Honor, the offer would be a withholding court cost, just confirming his record.
All right, you want to accept the state's
Yes,
offer?
Judge, I'll accept the offer.
All right, and you have to fill out that plea form. Do you understand that form has all the rights you're giving up today?
Yes.
Anybody force you to enter a plea today?
No.
All right, you understand that you're not going to have a trial, you're not going to call any witnesses, you're not going to make the state prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You're pleading to this case and you're giving up all those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, did you sign the plea form? All right, I see you signing it. Anybody forcing you to do this?
No.
You sure you want to do it, right?
Yes.
Any questions?
No question.
All right, I find you understand the rights you're giving up today in exchange for this plea. I find a factual basis to accept the plea based on the narrative in the arrest affidavit. I'll accept your plea and impose the following sentence. If Natasha is still the court reporter, I'm sorry I'm talking so fast, but she should know already. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'll impose the following sentence of a withhold of adjudication and court costs. Your court costs are $273. I'll give you 300 days to pay, and you have 30 days to appeal this sentence in writing. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Vincent Jr. Garofalo Hospital. Resets. Christina Giardo. Is that you? All right. Possession of heroin, possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. Find factual basis. Set.
Your Honor, this was a reset from yesterday for the state to get more probable cause. It was just a blanket statement within the four corners of the affidavit that the officer is charging her with those 3 counts. There's actually no facts or indication of substances that looked like it, training experience that identified it, or presumptive test. And I believe the state was going to talk to the officers about that.
Your Honor, the state has reached out and has received a narrative from the officer, Bertha Osorio. Because the records office is closed today, though, we were not able to get the signed and sworn affidavit version of the narrative. I have a copy for your record indicating that we do ask for good cause for 24 hours to get that sworn statement.
And there would be no objection to resetting this again based on that because it does.
Okay, reset for tomorrow. Thank you. Jamie Lambeth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good morning. You're here on battery, domestic violence.
Your Honor, I can explain this case. He's a reset from yesterday. We had a condition that he wasn't supposed to return to the scene of offense, but the victim has moved out. We do have a notarized letter stating where she is presently residing. So we're asking if you can just delete the do not return and that he can return back to the address where the incident occurred.
All right, it's instead of do not return to the scene, it's going to be keep separate residences, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you, sir. Precious Love. Ah, Precious Love, I was really looking forward to meeting her. Henry Porter. Okay, Ernest Powell. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Powell, you're here on account of open container and the state's offer. Is there a state's offer? Withhold court costs?
We have to handle. Oh, yeah, that's the one.
This is the one where we do, instead of no return to scene, we keep separate residences.
Yep.
Okay.
Precious Love was mental health, right?
Yeah, or refuse, mental health or refuse? Mental health,
And
okay.
Mr. Porter.
Mr. Porter was refused. All right. Oh, withhold court costs, state?
Your Honor, he's actually asking to take this case to trial, so we just ask for, I don't know if you would call it.
Does he qualify for pretrial release? No? All right, your bond's $100. William Joseph Rome. Okay, and last but not least, Mr. Vance. Burglary and grand theft.
Your Honor, I don't have an affidavit for this.
We've been trying to type in Polk County to come pick them up. They haven't responded. I called today. Their office is closed until tomorrow. So
You want to reset it for tomorrow so you can call? All right, we're going to reset your case for tomorrow so that the corrections can call Polk County. All right? Good luck to you, sir. All right, court's adjourned. Let's get back on the record, Mr. Vance's case. What's up with Mr. Vance's case?
he's been trying to serve ever since January the 5th. And we've been trying to type in Polk County with no response. They haven't made no arrangement to come pick them up.
What's the Polk County charge, Ms. Martin?
I'm not sure, I don't have any.
I know it.
Why don't you tell me right here? Well, my understanding from what I used to do in the day is if they don't come pick them up, they have to be released, and then they're just told that they want to go check in with that county, but he's indicating it's a simple grand theft charge, a third-degree felony.
All right. And
Release him on ROR, and it is up to him to go to that county to satisfy his
I
case.
can report.
is that the charge? But we don't know the charge. He's telling us the charge. So I would reset it for tomorrow. If I had established proof besides coming from the defendant that it was, is it in there?
It's a grand theft charge and a resisting. That's it.
How old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
And you've been in here since January 4th, waiting to go to Polk County?
I've been in here since September 5th, 14th. I came to jail.
All right.
I was released
and-
January 4th.
And there's no pretrial release because it's not our case, right? Is that how it works?
So normally how it works is...
Can I set his bond? Can I give him a bond? No, because
no.
it's not my case. It's not our county's Circuit's case?
Right, and normally how it happens is when another county picks them up, if it's a county that's touching Orange County, they have 24 hours to get them. If they don't, then we're supposed to release them unless the county gives an indication as to why they need an extension. If it's a county further away, it's 72 hours. I don't remember if Paul touches Orange County or not, so, but it seems like he's expired regardless, so we have to release him, and if that other county didn't pick him up, and he just needs to make sure he goes there, he's gonna get another warrant.
I'm just wondering why it's being addressed today as opposed to every other day.
My guess is the time lapse. They don't do these over the weekend, so this is probably, since it's a Monday, it's here, but normally if they're not picked up at the requisite time frame, they have to come back to court, so.
But today's the 15th?
Right, because they've been in since the 4th.
So he was picked up on the 4th.
He was kind of served on the 4th. I guess they've been notifying.
So what,
With no response.
I mean, how many days did we wait? That's an extra week.
It seems like he probably should have been brought back a lot sooner if the dates are correct. So, I mean, Polk County has the option to get him. If they're not coming, this county can't hold him. They would have to
All
release
right,
him.
State, what's your response?
Your Honor, we would request that this be reset for tomorrow so we can have some time to figure out what the actual timeline would be and why it's been so long.
You want to research this issue between today and tomorrow to figure
Well,
out?
to reach out to the appropriate,
You're going to try and call the state attorney's office in Polk County and let them know that they have a defendant here that they have to transport over there and that that's not been done?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll reset it one more time till tomorrow.